not now. I have to wait for it to catch up. Now he's live. It's caught.
I thought I could push one button, but it might be 2 or 3 buttons.
I forgot what I called the stream. Probably something to do with Ranty. Is that maybe not a good idea? That edit. Ranty Flat Earth is a G.L.A.R.P.er.
Yeah. Better go look and see.
Flat Earth G.L.A.R.P.er. There you go. How's that? That's much better. I didn't have a thumbnail for it. Right. Well then, we'll wait for people to come. Should be pretty obvious what this one's about. No, nobody's going to come and watch.
You're a little quiet for me. I need to turn you up. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, you're maxed out 200. I could be going deaf. You never know.
Thanks, Bev. Morty Master says, incorrect. Me noting the fact Bev is not genuinely participating in discussing. Where? Anyone can come over here, Morty. You should know that. I'd say it's the G.L.A.R.P.ers that are scared. So scared that you need to amass people that misunderstand geometry all over the place.
Bev, you're very quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do anything about it.
It sounds normal to me.
Yeah.
Sounds normal.
Let me drop and come back in there.
Yeah. I bet you've turned us down, Bri. You know what it's like.
Yeah, he sounds good to me as well. Very clear.
Let's not get carried away. He doesn't sound good, but you can hear him already.
Sound normal. Normal.
Yeah, normal.
Yeah.
Well, once again, that's
the
not
usual.
Get carried away. I can hear him. Yeah, the usual.
I can hear you now.
Right, the water level tests are going good, guys. I like it. Bri, your pipe is very good.
Yeah, I thought it would be.
Yeah. 7 hours it's taken to equalise this bottle.
Brian, your pipe is very good.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
That's what she said. Whoa, what was that?
That was my wildcat.
Right, let me get this shared out. See if we can get some more people.
I want to be a quiet person today, but I know you guys have a lot to say. But the only thing I really wanted to say real quick was that in this arena, there are people who are honest with themselves and honest with other people. And then there are people who are here to deceive and scam and fraud people, right? And it seems to me that people can't tell when they're being lied to, because Ranty one day says he's a flat earther, then he says he's a globe earther, and then all he has to do is say, I'm a globe earther, or it's a globe, and then whatever he says, those globers will believe. They will trust him now. They're so used to being lied to that they are willing to trust someone simply because they say, I am part of your group, therefore all the bullshit I spew from now on, you guys have to believe it. And they do. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's probably all a big distraction to take away from what's going on with Sean Hufford and the drunken rant from Team Skeptic and Red's rhetoric, his panic mode. He wants to pay everyone off. You know.
Yeah, it's all over Twitter. Even conspiracy cats. Look at that. Look. This is them on Twitter. I mean, look. They really like the idea that I drove my son down to the beach. I think personally, I think Ranty might have lost his camera, right? Because Ranty could have gone there himself. Must be a bit embarrassing for them to have a flat earther that lives just down the road that's found a picture on Facebook and then stealing another 14-year-old boy's... Oh, who's that? 14-year-old boy's...
Right, he could have gone there himself.
Right.
Must be a bit embarrassing for them.
Right.
Where are you getting that feedback, Brian?
A
Right.
flat earther that lives
Right.
just down the road.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, so Ranty lives just up the road and he's had to rob my lad's picture. And now they're all, as you can see there, conspiracy cats. Hashtag thanks Bev. So, Ranty, I'm thinking, Ranty's thanking us thanking me for taking my son to Southport, to that car park, to go and take that picture. So he can rob it and pretend that he can show everyone that he doesn't understand how to do geometry. I mean, it's very good of him. I mean, what they'll do is they'll not ever hear any of this. They'll all be happy in their little group of people, knowing that my son, my 14-year-old son, has taken a picture. They're thanking me. Everybody's thanking me on Twitter. Loads of them. I'll just put this. Send him a link to this, just so that they know that we can. They can come over at any time. Any of these people, free to come over, free to come and chat.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me of that 20-minute Jim Panda visit Ranty did. With some guy at the end said, "Have you talked to Bev about this yet?" And Ranty's like, "No." So you haven't even talked to Bev about this?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "No." Like, there's no point. He's fucking scared to talk to you.
Yeah. He's always been scared to talk to me. Like, why did he not want to come and check out what an auto level does? Why did he not want to go and point some lasers at the beach, Southport to Blackpool? Why didn't he want to do that? Ranty's a bit of a weird one, you ask me. This is a bit very strange. I'm just writing this. I need to send him the Discord invite link, copy link. He won't come because I think he said something about him not being able to do any live stream. Fucking hell. So he sent him the Discord link to come over here. That's Conspiracy Cats, all of them. Free to come over at any time. Let's get some more links out. Can anyone want to post them in Jose's or Gems? Posters. I'm not allowed in there because I've left. Anyone wants to come in and have a chat about Ranty and the picture that he's made of my son, or the picture that he's robbed from my son, they're quite willing to come over. We've only got 6 people in the chat. This would be the best way of the ballers to keep away from all of this sort of stuff. Right, so can I put the video up. So there is a picture that Ranty, have we got the first picture? Has anyone got that? Rather than the one without.
Oh, I don't know. B-Ball just posted it somewhere.
What, the original the original White Swan?
Yeah, it's both yours and the guy from Facebook.
Yeah, I don't want the other one. I want to try and run people through the. There we go. Let's find it. There it is. Right, so let me get this as a screenshot. This is the picture that Ranty gave Kat. Copy. And it's coming in the live chat. There you go. So, this is the time frame, or the time, whatever. Last week, Conspiracy Cats, after not doing any videos for a long time, decides to put a video out to do with flat earthers.
Sorry, Bev. Cat's in the chat, mate. Maybe Cat wants to come in.
Oh, is he coming? I thought.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to come in, but I don't think so.
Okay, right. So, we'll carry on through the timeline. Cats puts a video out with this picture. Now, he's free to come in anytime. If you want to come in, Cats, we can go through all of this. But you made a video, you Cats, because Ranty had give you a picture. This one. This picture, Ranty had got off Facebook. That's what we said. That's what you said in the video anyway. I know Ruhef probably had something to do with it, but we're getting a false narrative. We don't want to be doing that. You said Ranty gave you this picture. He got it from Facebook. You showed a car park. And I looked at the picture and thought, something not right about that picture. It's very crisp, very clean. But there's something else not right about it. Knowing that that's where we filmed the sunset, the Fata Morgana sunset, the best Fata Morgana sunset on the internet, might I add. Right, so we filmed it just over the way and sort of 90 degrees to where that picture's taken. That's where the sun's coming down, as is shown by the mountains in the background. So we decided to go there the day after, I think, because I said to my lad after I'd seen this, I said, we should go there and take a picture. You should take a picture and try and replicate that picture as best you can. So he did. We went there and took the picture. Now, the idea of me taking that picture or going there with him, because he said there was something not quite right with it too. Now, I initially thought that it looks wrong because the mountains are lit and the Blackpool and Lytham St Anne's seafront doesn't seem to have any light on it. Very strange. So we went and let me get the other picture. We went and took a picture of Blackpool. I should have had this ready, shouldn't I? Oh, it's not even in there. We went and took a picture, but I've not even got the picture. I need to put it in there. So we took a picture anyway. Yeah, I'm going to have to put the camera. We went and took a picture. Ranty's... we went there to confirm where the light was on the... we went there to confirm where the light hits within the on Blackpool seafront now. See that one? This is what it looks like. That's the picture that we took. Now, you can see the picture in the background. Very, very arty. Look at the clouds in the background and the definition on the mountains and the definition in Blackpool. I'll put another couple. So we went there and took these pictures. Now, the reason we went there to take the pictures was to see how the light hit across Blackpool as it was going at that late at night. And as you can see, the sun the sun's all the way across the front of that. There's no dark parts or dark portions or anything. So that's what I did. And when I went there, I said it's a white swan, Ranty. It's a usual picture, that one, apart from the background, apart from the fact that there's a dark bit. I didn't bother saying about the dark bit. I just posted the picture to say, look at that. Anyone with a discerning eye looking at those two pictures, knowing that they are taken around about the same sort of time of day, would see that one of them has a really dark portion and the other one is completely lit with all of the light that's coming down on the mountains here. This light is coming across here. This light is coming across here. All lit. So we went there to do that. Then we end up with, I take a picture, obviously. I show them that as they're talking about it in Brandon's, to show them that very picture. Copy image. Then this is what I see in the chat from Ranty, or from Almost Unbelievable. He puts that in and says, thanks, Bev. Well, it's not me. It's my son takes all of the pictures. To keep pointing that out. I will have to keep pointing that out. My son's pictures. So Ranty's doctored the picture that my son took and made it extremely dark to make it sort of match the one above. But he still can't make it dark enough to get rid of the light on Lytham and St. Anne's. So, I don't know. That's all I was going there for. We were going there for, was to look at that other picture. Now, I don't know if Kevin... Is it Kevin... Someone... The guy that did the original picture. I'd love to have a chat about, you know, how you took the picture and how the picture was made. It looks very nice. But so we went there, we took that picture just to take the picture to check that it looks a bit wrong. I'd say that in the top picture, Ranty's original picture, this one, Blackpool looks like it's a sunrise. The sun would be over to this side, and this bit here with the mountains looks like the sun's coming from this side. So I don't know. I'd say it doesn't look. These two don't look the same. This isn't Blackpool like this is Blackpool. So we go the next day to go and try and find some, take some more pictures, but it's not as good conditions. Doesn't look quite as good. Let's see where we take some more pictures.
It seems like Conspiracy Cats is going to come have a conversation about
Oh,
this.
that'll be good. That'll be good.
But I haven't seen him on the landing page yet, so I'll keep an eye out. And if he does, I'll give him a roll to get in here.
See, we've got this as well. We went there We went there to
Yeah, cats. I don't think he'll show up.
take some photo
No
shoots
way.
with the auto level that day. The next day, see, most of those were in a video form because we couldn't see much of. See, lovely photos taken of an auto level with me in the background there with the staff. Now, I didn't take that picture either. My son always takes all of my pictures, takes all of the pictures that we have. And we've got some videos. But what we mainly did the next day when we went, we did a small time lapse, which we've turned into a GIF. Shout out to the Nug. I don't know if you can see that. Can I make it a bit bigger? You see what's occurring there? That is a time lapse of Blackpool from across. Well, it's a time lapse of that picture that they're doing trigonometry to, I think. Messing about with angles or something, which is it's brilliant. But I mean, you can see that that's what happens when you look over at that sort of bay area. I mean, there's not an awful lot of water there. It's takes a bit for the water to get there. So it's very hot and humid, and what's happening there at that time is it's much closer to sunset. That's just before the sun goes down. That where the air's cooling, and what happens when the air cools? The image lifts in the view, as you can see there. It's up and down. It's only up, but it's a GIF, so it's looping. But that is what's happening. If you can see, Blackpool Tower is changing shape. These bits here are it's like Skunk Bay. There's a wobble in the picture. That's all because of the air. So we've been there and we've took a few pictures. You can just see the mountain. If that one's, you can see we moved across a bit, and the peak is more like in the correct position from where that other guy took his picture. So yeah, we've been there. We've found the position of that place, and we've also found that there's an image moves about in the screen over a time lapse, and that's a half-hour time lapse. That's what happens in the last half an hour just before sundown, because I think we finished that and then turned the camera to film the sunset at the position there. So that's the sequence of events. We've watched the video of Conspiracy Cats. If he's still in the chat, shout out. I mean, brilliant idea. Whoever idea it was. I said at the beginning of the week over on Brandon's when I first posted the picture of the white swan. It's an April Fool's joke, right? Ranty's tricked you guys, or you guys have tricked Ranty into coming forward with this argument. I can't work out who's tricking who and who's fooling who. It's either you guys are tricking Ranty or Ranty's tricking you guys. Either way, doesn't really matter. You guys look like fools. You're just taking other people's pictures. Ranty lives just down the road. Why hasn't Ranty took these pictures? I mean, that must be embarrassing. He spent five years doing this, I think. And the best he can do is find some pictures on Facebook. It's a bit embarrassing. So we're going to go over a couple of videos. Anybody? That's the timeline, right? For the pictures, me taking my son to the position to take the pictures of Blackpool Tower from the position of the guy that somebody says from Facebook or something. I noticed he gets a name credit mention on the video. That's handy because he obviously you asked him obviously for, and he might have said put my name in it or something, whatever. No, my son didn't get any of that, cats. That's weird. Kevin did, but not my lad.
Just before you move on, Bev, I just want to say that I did post the Discord twice in the YouTube channel for Conspiracy Cats to come in here after saying he was coming, but I don't see him in here yet. So.
Well, got a few people watching now. Shout out. Conspiracy Cats, if you want to come over, anybody's free to come over and talk to any of this. And
I can repost the link if he needs it.
Yeah. My son, I asked him if he wanted to be here. He's not really interested. He just takes pictures. I'm the sort of spokesperson. And he can't really be dealing with all of the bullshit. But, I mean, Conspiracy Cats, this is your chance now as well. He can't really understand how Ranty and you are saying thank you to me for letting him take that picture. And he doesn't really understand your proof of what it's meant to mean. He just takes pictures. That's all he does. He's been sat in a dinghy on Bedford Levels taking pictures. He's took pictures of Fata Morgana. He's watched sunsets from different positions. He's took pictures of us doing a water level test. He's always the thing. We've got a picture of him. I'll put that in the chat. We all have on the level tops. Shout out DP. We all have on the level shots, and I think we got my lad gets one, and this is his top. He is on the camera. He's not on the level, he's the cameraman. Everybody's always been told this. He takes all of the pictures. He takes all of the credit for every picture. He's a natural. I can't do what he does with the cameras and the pictures and all of that. He does it all. So, Conspiracy Cats, if you're out there, right, that's his picture. Ranty should have checked. Ranty should have known, actually. I'm sure Ranty, I've told Ranty about that many times. So, it's a little bit strange that nobody ever checked that. So, if you want to thank me for taking him to the car park to go and take their pictures, I mean, you should thank yourself, really, because it was you that put that thing out. Or you could thank Ranty, because Ranty gave you that initial picture and that car park.
Yeah, Bev, I think they're thanking you for forcing Ranty out of the argument with Geometry and sending him over there to be a Glober.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd be thanking Ranty as... I don't know. He's like he's with one of them with the misunderstanding trigonometry. I like it. Cats, you're a teacher. So you and Ranty could like get together now, right? Now you have somebody who can help you with your trigonometry and all of that. I know Ruhif tries. Bless him. He can't. Does all right. But yeah, like Ranty going over there to you guys should be much better. We'll got some clips, I think, that might help for you to realise and see where Ranty's coming from. I think he's wanting to be a Mick West. He's that Data of the Flat. Has he changed his name?
Data of the Flat. He keeps pushing that. what is it? A 2D plane?
Yeah. He's took
I'm
away.
like,
He's
Dave.
took away his little E though, hasn't he? He's
Did he?
lost.
Okay.
He's lost the little E Earth.
Yeah.
Nice one. Right, so everyone up to date on the procedure of Cats making a video that Ranties I thought was an April Fool's, to be honest, Cats. I thought it was. And then I thought, wait a minute, it can't be that good that they can actually think that they can call it a white swan and get away with it. And yeah, you do, don't you? You think it's a white swan.
I don't think they understand the logic, Bev.
The white swan. Yeah.
They don't understand the black swan logic.
Yeah, well, they think the black swan's a picture, right? So therefore, they get another picture, and they think that calling it a white swan is some sort of a counter to a black swan, because they know so little, and they understand so little. The black swan, white swan argument is black swan is a sort of like a scientific sort of thing. It's classed as a falsification argument, whereas in seeing one black swan, you can falsify the statement all swans are white. Meaning there's one different one can falsify an entire statement very easily by finding something that disproves it. It's based on the formulation of a modus tollens, and a modus tollens is the contrapositive of an initial statement of a if P then Q. If not Q then not P. It's one of the oldest forms of logic there is. But the basics, what you have to do is you have to have been fooled by somebody into thinking that a black swan is a picture. That's first step one in this misunderstanding of the logical argument. Step two is to be tricked by somebody into thinking that a picture can be called a white swan. Like a white swan is just any old picture that you go, that proves a globe. Doesn't. It's a white swan. It's an everyday picture. We see it every day.
Just another white swan.
Just
Good morning.
another...
Sorry I'm late. Can I say something with my shit mic?
Go on. Try. Speak up though.
Okay.
Let me get it.
Okay, I'm gonna try and fix it.
Oh.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on. I've turned you up.
Phone's ringing.
All right, back in a minute. Bev, are you looking in live chat where I drop the horizontal and vertical diagrams that Cats and
Yeah.
the Ranty Bunch dropped yesterday? Does that look like a curve that they're looking over, or a hump, or?
Looks like two right lines to me. They've even got rulers on them. Now, rulers, if they've got numbers on them like that, dead straight, aren't they? They're dead straight. And that, I mean, although it doesn't actually show a right angle, that looks pretty. I mean, they've got to be at right angles. I mean, if they're not at right angles, then it wouldn't be vertical, would it? That measured distance would have to be a horizontal measured distance, and that measured distance for height elevation is obviously a vertical measured distance there. Two right lines. I mean, lovely.
They couldn't even get the scale. They couldn't even get the scale correct.
I know. Yeah, my missus said that's a 0.52 odd degrees and this distance here.
If you look it up with mine,
that's
if you actually look up with mine, I get the scale right.
One there. Look at that.
Katz is saying that he's still waiting for the debunk of their claim that a photograph proves the globe. Is that what he's trying to say?
I don't know. We're still waiting for him to come in here and explain.
Rob, your mic is bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come back.
Sorry, Rob. So, like, Cats, just come in here and say what you've got to say, man. Why didn't Ranty go and take this picture for himself? Why does he have to rely on people from Facebook? I thought he was the cameraman. That was how he bigged himself up. He was the optics guy. This must be embarrassing. He has to scavenge Facebook and then wait for young boys to go and take pictures of it to prove, obviously, that it's been messed about with. There's something wrong with the lighting in it. And rather than noticing that there's something wrong with the lighting in the picture, he decides to say that it proves G.L.A.R.P.er again. It's really good, this, Cats. I mean, your positive claim, or I don't know whether it was your positive claim or Ranty's positive claim, that picture proves a G.L.A.R.P.er. It was Globe, wasn't it? Ranty said that proves Globe. Positive claim.
No. Friday night he said he was a flatter.
We're going to go over those in a bit.
I'm sorry.
Don't jump the gun.
Yeah.
Hey, you're giving it all away. We're just trying to lay the thing for Cats. Is he still in the chat? Is he?
Yeah, he's hanging about. Oh. Great debunk.
Nice.
Yeah, he's keeping his distance from here. He's still in the YouTube chat, though.
Well, that's good.
Cats will only enter an environment where he can control images. If he can bring one image of his own, he will not go into an arena where somebody can lay out different images. That's just Cats.
Oh, yeah, we know. I know how it works. When all of the timing people out on the chats when they were asking questions and saying all of that stuff where you were saying that I done something. Well, I don't do anything. I don't take pictures. I just drive the car and do the talking and the thinking and asking questions. What I do mainly. Cats, is that why you're scared? Might be. Come in though. Come in and have a chat. We quite do that. We do talking a lot as well.
He's not going to come. I literally put 6 to 8 links of the Discord in there for him.
Yeah.
He's not coming.
Yeah, I told him he has a right of reply and he could come in, but he said, no, thank you. I said everything I wanted to say yesterday on the live stream. He's just here.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it there.
Yeah.
If I can be told how this was debunked, I'll come and chat. So tell me, what am I debunking? What am I debunking? I definitely drove my son to that car park. Yeah, he definitely pressed the button, and I most certainly posted that picture in Brandon's Discord to show them that we'd been there. That's it. So what is it you want to debunking? You guys are the debunkers. You debunk reality. Let's go.
Cats, there's nothing to debunk. All you've been showing is you guys don't take perspective and occulting into account. Literally, it's a horizontal plane.
Let's see those triangles that they keep drawing. That looks like, would that be classed as an even zero elevation? Cats. Go on, Cats. See those? You drew a triangle, and Ranty drew a triangle. They both got straight lines in them. That's weird. I still
think my triangle looks beautiful.
Yeah. Your triangle looks a lot nicer.
Mine's at least to scale.
Yeah, that's such a narrow angle. In fact, I'll put a picture up so you can see what the actual. Let's see. I think it's that one. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it is. That's that's the landmass there. You can see as it carries on over the edge. Possibly St. Bees, but it'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you could see St. Bees from all the way over here. I don't know whether Ranty might feel embarrassed if he were to do that. So yeah, that angle that you're looking at is very, very tight angle. Nothing like what they imagine it to be. When we're in their drawings, when they draw their triangles with straight lines.
That's a very, very misrepresentation of how you actually see it.
See this one? I think this one's a bit... That might be a bit... Even that's got a zoom on it. But that's a bit more accurate. That angle is... it's... you know when you do that and you see people doing things like that as well? I'm talking to you as well, Conspiracy Cats, if you're out there. And Ranty as well. Do you imagine that people actually measure that angle to check for elevations of things? It'd be a bit silly for you to think that, because you just take a benchmark, the closest benchmark, and you do differential leveling. That's all you do if you wanted to find the elevation. The elevation is a measured vertical change in height. So this drawing angles to things, it doesn't mean anything. When you're doing your trigonometry, you're doing a horizontal distance to the object and then a vertical height. Then, well, that's a triangle. It's a triangle with a straight side on it. In the bottom, you've just made a horizontal line across the bottom of what you call even elevation. And then a vertical change would be measured vertically from that straight line. Yeah. And, if you look, Brian Mabbitt's also put in there, there's the GIF with the angular nugget size. You can see the Blackpool Tower has a similar angular size to the chicken nugget. Well, it's a chicken select.
And the time lapse. Yeah, and the time lapse shows it moving all over the place.
Yep. I
think Miles Davis would be freaked out by the fact that the chicken nugget is the same size as the Blackpool Tower.
Yeah.
I think that would blow.
Can you go full screen with that, Bev?
There you go. That's just a video. Half-hour video. This bit here, particularly. You can see what happens. I mean, we've been doing a fair bit of work just recently on water levels, and there's some interesting findings that seem to say water rises when it gets cold. It's just stuff we've found. I mean, there could be many different things. We need to look into it more. But this also seems to have a similar effect. The temperature was going down because the sun was going away. And there was an effect in what we saw all the way across. Like an accordion. You can see it. It's stretching. And the height of Blackpool Tower seems to be changing. We know it isn't. But that's got to be optical. Through some sort of effect of the water and the cooling of the air in the water, perhaps. I don't know. But it goes to show that you can't really tell what's going on. It just moves around. I mean, I'll go back there and get a better shot because I quite like this. This is like a Skunk Bay across Blackpool. It may be even better if we can get a better, longer time lapse and we can get Skunk Bay effect across there.
I guess Katz thinks that the mountains should be taller than the tower. Typical Miles Davis retardation. Yeah.
No, he couldn't do that.
That's why they show the orthographic view. They think it should because it shows an orthographic view.
Oh, right.
Larger.
Well, rather than
It's actually-
drawing two different triangles, they want to try and fit them both together on.
That's a
That's
rookie mistake.
Really strange, that behaviour. I'm wondering if any of them have ever heard of the Stadia method of range finding, because you find that things get smaller in the distance. I mean, that's the basic principle of it, based upon the distance and the size of the object. It's a call it you guys might call it angular size. I don't, because the angle stays the same all the time. It's the relationship between the distance it is away and the actual vertical size of it. That's what comes into play when you are talking about these Stadia range finding things. We will do a video. I mean, we have shown people in the Discord chat. We've been over this. People, when we've been out there with the auto level, with the phone on the back so everyone can see what's going on, and there's a picture, you can see what's going on through the auto level. When we were originally testing the 100 meter water level to check that it was horizontal, not to check that it was, to show that a 100 meter water level was horizontal with the auto level. So most of the people in this chat will know about that, and anybody is free to come over, have a chat with us. We will go over this if it needs explaining multiple times. I don't mind. It's good to keep going over it. It's good for people to hear it more times. There's people that hear things over here, right line geometry, that you can hear it over and over and over for a year, still not get it. One day somebody will say something to you in a slightly different way and it'll click. So yeah, we don't mind going over things many times and to try and help people. We'll come at it in many different ways. I'm sure when we've been explaining stuff in the past, we've even forgot about how we used to explain things. So there may be some methods that we used to use in the past for explaining things that we may not use, but explaining things again, and simply with the trigonometry. Cats, I mean, when are you doing your video? Thanks, Bev.
Yeah, I want to say
Crazy
hashtag thanks Cats for bringing us this optical example of something that's immeasurable. I think that's great. You know, even though you can see the horizontal, right line geometry, you also realize that at that distance there's so much distortion from optics that it'll never prove a globe. And I totally agree with you, Cats. A photograph will never prove a globe.
No, I'd say thank you, Cats, because my son's pictures are brilliant, and no doubt people will get to hear more about my son's pictures through this. That's good. Also, I can see the benefit of this is we're going to be able to show people the right line geometry. I mean, that's what this is all about. I mean, we've been on the level for ages, and surely you've got to realise that elevation is all about that. I mean, we can now show people how the surveying and horizontal checks, and all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, meaning that all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's how surveying works. That's how you measured your elevation. That's how you got to find out how high the mountain was. Not because you did an angle, because somebody had already checked it. Somebody had already measured the elevation with horizontals being parallel. Whatever, says Bev. I know how the Stadia works and how to calculate distance using the Stadia and tan. It's just a relationship of 100 to 1, but you don't seem to know how to do this.
He does understand that
It
tan
doesn't. I
requires
don't
right
think he.
geometry.
Yeah, if he's using tan, I don't think he does understand the stadia. Stadia is like the hairs within the scope. You just read a number. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah, it's,
times it by 100 because they're normally at a ratio of 100 to 1.
Over what distance would that be, Bev?
Whatever you could accurately read through the hairs. You know, it depends what sort of accuracy you want to measure it at, right? They're only an average anyway for stadia hair range finding.
What do the manufacturers say it's accurate to?
Oh, I wouldn't know, honestly. I mean, nobody really uses stadia of range finding now anyway. It's a bit old school, and you would only do it for a rough estimate. You'd never use it for pinpoint accuracy. You'd just use it for I don't know, plotting the elevation points of the land. But yeah, I don't know. It's based upon similar triangles, but the similar part about the triangles is there are isosceles triangles, which will share the same vertical at the end of them as you move away, which would necessitate that all verticals were parallel. I mean, I'm surprised that nobody's actually been telling anybody this. It seems like there's a load of people. Is that you, Brian, again? Bashing about in your kitchen. Nobody seems to have told people that the geometry part of this, again, involves the two right lines, the horizontal and the vertical, being perpendicular to each other. That's the relationship they must have for you to be able to use stadia range finding. This is
Do you want to look at any clips that we gathered earlier?
I'm just going to find a way to get the screen.
Yeah, shout out to Shills for letting us know that Ranty went over to Jim's earlier for 20 minutes, and that was interesting.
Right, I'll play that. Which one do we want first? Oh, wait a minute.
Whatever you want to do. You probably want to deafen yourself, though. If you're going to play something, deafen yourself. That way the YouTube audience can't hear us talking in Discord.
Okay. Deafen myself where on Discord.
Yeah, if you're going to play something for YouTube, just deafen yourself on Discord. That way they won't hear us talking or smashing pans all over the place, you know.
Right, so
or whatever we do.
It's all right. You know how we roll here. Right, so I think we go...
Can you hear me now?
Oh, go on. Let's have a guess.
Still horrible?
Yeah, you're like a mouse, but go ahead.
Horribly low.
No, I got nothing to add in with my shit mic.
Oh, you were just curious if we could hear you while you don't say anything?
Right, you guys want my screen. Yeah, I can't deafen you guys. You've got to listen to it too. Right, I think we'll go over the Mick West bit first. This is on Brandon's on Friday night. So this would be on the sequence of events. This would be the night before the live stream of Ranty's and Katz's. Well, we'll get to that in a bit.
The night before.
Yeah. The night before. So they've had like a week, I think. This is a week's worth of Conspiracy Cats putting his video out about this picture. right? And then obviously I go and do my picture. Well, go and take my lad. He takes his picture. I show it them, and then this is Friday night. So this is 33 people in the chat. Shout out. I think this is Ranty's trying to give an excuse as to why he might be changing. But this is a bit late. We'll go back to a little bit we'll do a Scooby-Doo in a minute. But this is pretty pertinent.
I've specifically gone out of my way to try and discover looming for the globe Earth for a year. I tried to do that, I couldn't find it.
Right, so Ranty has specifically
let's go back to 2017. Right? Okay, let's go back to 2016. Right, let's go back a little bit further and say, okay, so when these guys, the flat earthers, came out with the P900 and they started seeing really long distances, far further than they should on the globe, and they were really destroyed.
They were seeing really long distances, far further than they should on a globe. Now, Ranty's meant to have been doing this for a while, right? Now, I just live in reality. Now, when I see something in the distance, if I can see it, I can see it. If it's not there, I can't see it. Right? I don't say I see further than I should, because I don't. I just see what I see. And for somebody...
you don't have to... You don't have to beg a question of the globe.
Yeah, I don't have a model, right? I think that may be what's happened here, is I've been brought up under really strange circumstances, and I have no model. So I don't have a model to see further than, and I just have reality. That's all I have. And I have to explain things in reality, make it fit. It doesn't have to fit a model. It just has to fit reality. And if the explanation works, then I'm good with that. So I thought that was a little bit strange. Carry on.
Destroying the globe earthers, right? And they had nothing, right? And then in 2017, just 4 years ago, some dude called Mick West came up with this 7/6R refraction, and the globe earthers jumped all over that with no evidence whatsoever. There was no evidence at all. There's no proof at all for 7/6R. There's no proof of looming, and I have specifically gone out of my way to try and discover looming for the globe Earth for a year. I tried to do that.
He's gone out of his way.
Everybody comes in expecting frozen yogurt. No.
To try and he's trying to find looming and stuff for the globe Earth. Do you want to hear that again? Because I'm not.
Frozen yogurt.
Yeah, I don't know who the frozen yogurt was.
Have specifically gone out of my way to try and discover looming for the globe Earth.
He's specifically gone out of his way to discover looming for the globe Earth. What does that mean? That's crazy. You can go and have a look at stuff in the distance as much as you want. You're doing it for a model. That's crazy, Ranty. Crazy.
But even that alone.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, but I'm saying even that alone, that comment. If he's saying he couldn't find anything, then why all of a sudden with one picture, all of a sudden he says no, it's globe? Doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, none of this actually makes any sense. But I think this personally is what Ranty's telling us what he's doing. Right?
Carry on. To do that, I couldn't find it, and there's been no demonstration of that. So, but yet the globe earthers still hang on to this belief that there's 7/6R refraction, and it can be infinite over 6R refraction.
Where did you get the R from?
Yeah. But let's just forget that. The point.
Forget R. Geometry. Once again, dismissal. Hand wave dismissal. Forget geometry. Shout out, Rob Keane. I noticed you had a decent mic there.
Yeah, that was my plug-in mic. I can't find it.
It's a good comment, though. What about R? I think you do it again in a bit. Carry on.
The point is that we are
Well, it's
looking
important.
at...
What?
I said it's important.
Yeah. 7/6R, but Ranty Hamways dismissed it.
Yeah, forget about that.
Yeah, forget about that. Don't shush.
A cheat sheet for the globe that can basically destroy any observation that a flat earther puts out, any observation, because they can just say, oh, it's this because Mick West says so, right? But what happens if Mick West was wrong? What happens if there isn't 7/6R? What happens if refraction doesn't lift things up beyond the curvature of the Earth? You know,
and
Because
it's
there's no
actually
proof
making
of
them
that.
sink. And it's actually making them sink, appear to make things disappear bottom up. Exactly, Ranty.
No, so my question is, you know,
No, another second Hamway's dismissal for Jeremy. Jeremy just said stuff sinks, which it's there in the picture. We've got a GIF up and down. It does sink and rises. Does both.
You have
Depends
33 watching.
of the temperature again. Yeah, shout out. That's why keep it like that. Be happy.
go back pre-2017. What's Mick West got? Why is Mick West the one guy that you are holding up with this? Because let's go back. You guys are quoting 7/0.
Right, Mick West. When was the last time anyone ever heard of Mick West? Right, why is Ranty talking about Mick West? People don't just randomly start talking about Mick West. Ranty does.
6R refraction, terrestrial refraction, but it all stems back from a guy called Mick West in 2017, who nobody really knows, right?
He was
With no
on Joe
evidence
Rogan.
of this. No evidence of this.
He
There's
was
no
on Joe
evidence of
Rogan,
anything that
Ranty.
he put out there. No evidence of what you're saying. There's no proof of that. For 4 years we've been trying to disprove that or prove it, and nobody's been able to do it, but you still preach it. So tell us, guys, why are you still preaching it? Why are you still pushing it when there's no evidence for it? Go.
He's not really sounding like a Glober at the moment.
What?
You know what I mean? Like, just the way he's talking. Like, he's yelling at the Globehead preachers.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, but he's also telling them Mick West. I mean, when was the last
Mick
time
West is
anyone
an
heard
idiot.
of Mick West?
I kind of have it like he's getting frustrated. Why don't you guys have any information?
Yeah.
That's more like what I'm getting.
Yeah. I think this is a setup, right? Mick West, he hasn't been able to prove or falsify Mick West, obviously, because it's straight lines bending. You can't do that. It doesn't happen, ever. Right? But what I think what he's doing, he's setting up for a chance here that he can explain it for the Globers. He's going to be the new Mick West for the Globers. He wants to be the optics guy. He's saying to the Globers, Ranty, the great...
Anyone heard of Mick West?
Oh, the great Ranty can't do it.
I kind of have it like...
Oh. So I'll just play this.
Obviously, his baller contract didn't start till the next
He
day.
hasn't been able to...
Oh, who's that? Right, I'll play this because this is quite telling what he says here.
I think that was a question for Globers.
Like Brandon said, they turned their model into an unfalsifiable thing.
I just have one question. Is there anything, just any one thing that the Flat Earth believes that is not have any proof on, and they keep going about the whole thing after year
So
after
nobody
year?
came back. With all the fucking Globers in the chat right now, nobody came back with a single thing. Just some dude turned up and asked another question. Nobody responded to that. Fine, thank you. Right, I'm leaving for tonight.
The same, you can't be throwing stones when you live in a glass house.
Bye, Ranty.
See, so that's Ranty left. because nobody could answer that from the Globe side. I think Ranty can answer it, or he thinks he can answer it. So that may be why he's gone over.
Did he come back?
The Globe side need him. No, I don't know whether he did come back. I think he sat in the chat doing some really strange chat things. I couldn't listen to it much more because it turns into like a paid NASA shill, rumpus, Brian Leakey, Lemon, shouty thing.
Yeah, several people were there, and they told us that he was asking everyone.
Yeah, I've got that. That's the next bit I wanted to go to. Right? I wanted to do it in this order. I didn't want to put Mick West in between these ones. So I think that's, for me, there's something to do with Mick West and 7/6R and Ranty. Somebody's put something in Ranty's head to do with Mick West and 7/6R. Now, I have talked to Mick West, and when I did, he didn't know anything about his curve calculator. So Mick West obviously isn't the mind behind it. He's just a name, right? He's not a brilliant man. He doesn't know any calculations or anything. He didn't even know the 8 inches formula behind his curve calculator. Didn't have a clue. I've got the clip of that. I can, anybody want to come and listen to it, I'll dig it out for you.
Bev, just to confirm that anybody go and look at Mick West's calculator. When it first started, it was bare bones.
Yeah.
Nothing to it. And 3-4 years later, you can see what he's added to it. Plus, I asked him, because he's a video game programmer, so he would know this in his video game programming. There's a convergence point due to perspective.
All right, Data.
Yeah,
thanks.
That's bad. Yeah. So Mick West came round, and we have chatted with Mick West. Data. Yeah, we have talked to Mick West, and all you need to know is that when I was talking to Mick West, Zanuck piped up and said how he helped Mick. Mick, can you remember, Mick, when I helped you with your curve calculator? And then Mick West said, well, I don't really know who you are, but I mean, a lot of people helped with that. Well, a lot of people helped, including Zanuck. So, you know the type of people that you've had on that curve calculator, right? It's a fantasy thing. It's not there. It's a calculation of how much straight lines bend in your imagination. I've never used a curve calculator because it just simply doesn't exist. You don't need to calculate curves. It's hard to measure curves. You can just end up with a slope or a grade, a distance, a vertical distance from the horizontal. It's a straight line, grade.
Don't surveyors measure curves?
No,
Rob, they don't.
Yeah, they don't. They just measure distances, straight line distances, either a
I know
vertical
this guy,
drop
B-ball
or
for
a horizontal.
life. This guy, B-ball for life, he takes his auto level and he shoots it across the ocean in Hawaii there and says he's measuring curvature like a surveyor.
Nah, B-ball for life doesn't do that. He's just been and bought. He's G.L.A.R.P.ing with a serious tool abuse. Serial tool abuser. You want to see some of the stuff he's putting out at the minute?
Did he use his measuring rod?
I don't know. There's a picture of a measuring rod at the side of somewhere. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, did y'all want to stay on track?
Okay.
All right.
Right. Well, this is this next bit now is the bit. This is quite telling. This is Ranty on the Friday night, 1 hour in to the show. I'll let you listen.
Don't bother, man. These people, they're cool.
I can out-Saros you any day of the week, man, and it's not difficult to do. And I can
You can look up the description of the Saros cycle, and it will tell you it doesn't show up in the same position for this reason.
Could I chip in for just a second? Could I chip in for just a second for terrestrial refraction? It's just a quick questionnaire between all the panelists, and then I would like to, hear Adam say his thing. But could we just go down the list and just ask people what they think of terrestrial refraction, if it's a real thing or not? Is that okay? Take like 1 minute.
Yes,
Go for it.
Okay. B-ball, do you believe in terrestrial refraction?
Yes.
Right. Oh, concentric circles. Do you believe in it?
No. 7/6R. No.
Right. Okay. So let me go back. B-ball, are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Globe earther.
Concentric, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Flat earther.
Okay. Right. Okay. So Crit, are you a flat earther, globe earther, and do you believe in terrestrial refraction? Right. Okay. Dr. Bob.
Yes, terrestrial refraction does exist, and obviously I'm a glober.
Okay. JC711. Kosho.
Say again.
Same again.
Yeah. Terrestrial refraction, of course, is a real thing.
Okay. Physicists. Yeah. Rakia. Okay. Rob on the level.
Rakia's like, nah. I ain't playing the game.
Do you believe in terrestrial refraction?
7/6R. Where did you get the R from?
Okay, and are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I'm a realist.
That's a good one, Rob.
SE.
Brilliant. Well done.
Damn.
Yes, sir.
Are you a 7/6R refractionist? And if so, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
This is what I believe. The Earth, their model is covered with 70% water. Water is flat. So I believe at least 70% of what we call Earth is flat and level.
Direct question, man.
Also a good answer.
That's my answer. Take it or leave it.
Also
Silent
good
Zero, what's your answer on that?
confirmation of answer.
I'm a flat earther. Yes, I believe in refraction.
Okay, interesting. Right, Adam Meakin.
That's an interesting one. Believing in refraction.
Oh, right. Right, okay. I believe that the Earth you could describe as terrestrial. I believe there's a thing called refraction. Do I believe that light refracts at a rate of 7/6 of a presupposed R value? No.
And are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
They're flat, mate.
Cool. Right. Bob Dole.
The Earth is only what can be experienced through one or more of our five senses, and I would be in the flat Earth category, not the ball Earth category.
And do you believe in terrestrial refraction? 7/6R?
Do you believe in Santa Claus?
I would not make a
Yeah, belief in refraction is a bit of a strange one,
for
right?
discussional purposes.
Refraction is
okay. And lastly,
you can...
Tom Walbrand.
I'm a glober, and I do believe in it.
Thank you very much. That's all I want.
The keyword is
guys.
terrestrial.
And I appreciate every one of you taking part in that.
They don't even know
So
refraction is.
I believe it's
They really-
Adam's chance now to jump back in.
Whoa, wait a minute.
where you
No,
were.
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So that's it.
Come
You just
on,
asked and that's
What are
it.
you going to do? You're
What's
gonna
your
hang me now for this?
answer?
Come on, Randy,
What's your
come on.
answer?
What's my answer?
Yeah.
My answer as a flat earther, absolutely, I do not believe at all whatsoever in 7/6R over refraction. Mick West's bollocks that he invented in 2017, based upon a faulty set of experimentational. Well, it wasn't even experimental. It was just thought processes from what was he called now? I can't remember now. But in any event, it's just 4 years old, guys. It's just 4 years old. You globers are believing in something that some guy called Mick West put out there, 7/6R refraction from 4 years ago, and you've hijacked it because it's like an OP kind of like it's definitely OP. It's an OP kind of we can disprove every P900 and every
I don't get
P1000
Ranty.
observation now because we have this 7/6R refraction.
Hang on one more second.
Yeah, go on. I'm off. Go on. Paused.
I said, I don't get this, Ranty, though. You said this was the night before, or the
Yeah.
hour
Yeah.
before the...
Remember he said
Huh?
though. He said, as a flat earther, I
Yeah.
don't believe any of that bullshit.
Yeah. And he keeps saying, you Globers don't, right? As though he's talking to another group of people. But, yeah, there is some really strange stuff going on here. It sounds to me like he's trying to please the people he's with at the time.
I don't think he knows what's going on himself. Maybe he's in two minds. He just wants to, I don't know, people pleaser kind of thing.
Well, I think he's just going to confirm here.
And if it doesn't work, we'll just increase it to 8/6R. And then if that doesn't work, we'll just increase it to 9/6R, right? And essentially, that's what happened. Because if you go back pre-2017, you know, the P900 was out and flat earthers were crushing the globe earthers with all these observations that defied the globe mathematics. And you guys needed something to come out with. You guys needed something to hang on to. And some guy made this mathematical equation up, and you guys jumped all over it and you all accepted it without any proof whatsoever. There's never been any proof of looming whatsoever. So my answer is I am a flat earther and I do not
And if it
believe in
doesn't work,
7/6R.
we'll just increase it to 8/6R.
Who's that? Bri?
We'll just increase it to 9.
Is that Bri again?
Brian again. Yep.
Yeah, right at the time. Let me just do this back, right? Because that was a pretty crucial part, that.
Sorry, mate. I just noticed Dell in the chat.
Yeah.
What's up, Dale?
Hey, Dale.
Right, I might have to go back a bit.
To come out with. You guys needed something to hang on to, and some guy made this mathematical equation up, and you guys jumped all over it and you all accepted it without any proof whatsoever. There's never been any proof of looming whatsoever. So my answer is I am a flat earther and I do not believe in 7/6R. There you go.
Well, the thing is, they
There
say
you go.
proven the globe.
Ranty. I am a
And then
flat
the next
earther.
day.
Friday night.
12 hours later? I don't even know.
And I mean, like you said, they've been looking at that photo for over 2 months. So how can he just... It doesn't make sense. One photo says it makes him a glober, but they've been looking for 2 months. And now, 12 hours before that presentation, he said he's a flat earther.
I think this is at 46 minutes. Here we go.
Same heights, everything. So if I've got a flat earther confirming this, what can I say? It's drop. And we know that there are people living at the bottom of that mountain. So they're either living at the bottom of the mountain underwater, or it's a globe. And I think that there are people living at the bottom of that mountain.
You got to change the banner, Kat.
Oh, was that, you know, because I don't want to speak for you, and it's not going to be an easy thing for you to say what. But I'm going to ask, because people in the chat are going to know, based on what you've just said, what is your final conclusion? Could you sum it in like 2 or 3 words?
I think after...
Or can you not?
Well, the past 2 months have been basically going through this image and trying to come to terms with what's the reasons for why I see flat in my location, and why does this image show drop looking over my location. So there's definitely a conflict there. And, you know, I've been discussing it with you. We've been finding things out, and we might have a different explanation. We may have a different explanation for what's going on that could be incorporated inside of the globe model, but give validation, not just to the work I've done, but why other people see further too. But based upon all of this new evidence, and that's what we're all looking for, is new evidence. I've been asking for it for a while, for proof of the globe, proof of drop, especially in my location. And thanks to Bev,
My lad.
Thanks to the gentleman that took this original image, I've got to say, I'm now back on the Globe side.
What the?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
look at one picture.
Yeah. Ray,
What?
we're done with Ranty. Go on, Ranty. Go on. Make
Does
your
he
money.
not remember what he said? Like, what, within the past 24 hours? Does he not remember what he just said?
He might have been drinking the night before. He might have forgot.
Wow.
He might have forgot.
Double speak.
You know, this is what I was saying earlier. Is this guy a deceiver, or is this guy being honest with himself and honest with other people?
I don't know. It's like you said earlier, right? Who is fooling who here? Is Ranty taking them for a ride? And is he fooling them? Like I thought initially. I thought this was an April Fool's, right? Or have these cats and Ruhif fooled Ranty into believing that the trigonometry can have straight line triangles that sort of have bendy lines in them after you've made them triangles? I don't know who's fooling who in this.
But they're not. Yeah, they're not fooling anybody. If anybody out there believes that Ranty is a Glober and he is someone that you can trust, man.
Yeah. These two pictures, this one, top one, Facebook picture, this one here, robbed from my lad and doctored to make it look darker, so it looks more like this one. Looks nothing like that. The reason we took this was because this light portion here is there, right? It's not there on this picture. That's the reason why we went to go and take the picture.
There's so much problems with that Facebook picture. I said it cannot be original. And
Yeah.
I'm still struggling to get the actual author of the photo so he can send me
Kevin.
the original, but so far nothing. Yeah, it's
Kevin Jackson. He's
Yeah,
here.
but I can't get hold of him though. I can't get a hold of that specific person because I want his original.
See, it says there, it says, thank you to Kevin Jackson for allowing us to use this photo. Well, that would be this top photo. I can't remember, to my recollection, my lad has never been asked by anyone if they would want to talk about this picture or if they can use this picture. Ranty's just taken this one from a 14-year-old lad, whereas
and you would
Katz
think-
has said he's given credit to the other guy.
And you would think after 2 months they would invite that guy on to talk at least and say how he took the photo and where he took it.
Yeah.
Because
And
he
then-
was making speculations.
He was in the chat. A guy named Observer was saying, everybody on here on this, these knuckleheads on the live stream, they keep saying where I was, but they're all wrong. They don't know where I was.
Yeah, that was right at the beginning, wasn't it?
Well, I tried to comment. Every comment I comment got blocked.
Yeah. They
Even
did
though
that.
Katz and them invited me. I mean, a few days before that, they invited me to go on. And then they just ignored me, and then, yeah,
For
that's
proof
the
of
last
the
I heard of it. They probably thought I knew what I'm going to bring up.
If you can find that.
Observer he was called, wasn't it?
But like I'm saying, I've even been searching on Facebook for this guy. I just can't seem to find him.
Maybe he's not real.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't think he was real. I thought the Observer in the... Look, Kevin did use a Nikon... This is Arctic Reflections. Wow.
Now, how would you know?
How does Arctic Reflections know more about this than...
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe he's him. You can't even find him, but he knows everything about him.
Yeah, that's...
So they don't know the exact location, but they know the aperture and everything.
And
he
the
used.
camera.
That's great.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they find a Facebook link or a YouTube link or anything? Just Kevin.
It seems like he might have... Can you delete comments after the fact? I bet you can.
They were deleting super chats from FPV Angel. Or comments, one. Somebody deleted a super chat on there. That's the only person I've ever seen delete super chats was Ranty.
Yeah. I don't think Ranty had a spanner, did he? Or I don't know. I mean, there seems to be a lot of comment. I know there was a big chat at the beginning with Observer.
All I know is when the dynamic duo Ranty and Sean Hawkins get together, man, they are going to be proving the globe, I bet.
Well, they deleted my comments after Ruhif himself asked me to ask a question. I asked 2 different questions. They deleted all of them.
Yeah, and actually, even when they asked Bev something, they blocked him. And you could see on his live stream that it's blocked after they ask him a question. And then they go and say he's not answering.
Yeah? Dishonest.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of comments that have been deleted from here.
Yeah, it's like a needle in a haystack. It's probably going to be impossible to find. But as soon as I say that, you'll find it.
One of the questions was, how about them shadows in the back? I didn't want to read that one.
Yeah. It's gone.
Do they know the shadows in that background shows a different angle of the sun than it is of the Blackpool?
Obviously, you can see where the sun is with the shadows casting over that. Yep.
That's why I said it's 2 different pictures interlaced.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense in that photo.
Yeah.
All this stuff he was doing right here was a mess.
Ruhif spent a load of money on this computer program. That's what's taken the time. Ruhif's been 2 months on working on this.
I could have drawn in Coral Draw for him in an hour.
Observer. There you go.
There it is.
That's the
I live in a van down by the river. He's a jokester. That's the old Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same guy.
Yes, it is me. I went there earlier, Observer. Anyone of mods, feel free to just ban anyone. It can't be.
You see, and that's what they did with us.
Yeah, there you go. Everyone keeps mentioning where I am located. None of them have been correct yet.
Yep. And he won't tell you either.
No. Is that all he said? One of the first things.
And yet your photo was kind of in line where that one was.
I went there earlier. Yeah, there's no more comments. That was about all he put, I think.
Observer. I wonder if he got a channel on YouTube.
Yeah. You can't.
Because you can just look at his icon and try and search it.
Copy.
Then we can see when it was created. Maybe it's just a troll account.
Yeah. It's dead hard to find people now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find that observer guy. There's a lot of observers out there.
Yeah.
And you would think with such an image like that, if he did have a channel, he would stick it on.
Yeah, I mean, like, we'll still give him a shout out, right? Any time he wants to.
Shout out to Level Earth Observer.
Or proof of the globe, proof of drop, especially in my location.
Proof of the globe.
Drop.
Especially in my location. Why has he never been there? I can't believe he lives at Blackpool and he's never been to Southport and looked back and took a picture of Blackpool.
Kosho's here.
I can't believe that. There's something wrong there. Kosho'll be proud to have him. He'll be sorting it out for you. He'll sort. I mean, like all of that time, Kosho, you've not had any globe proofs. You've got Ranty on side now.
Yeah, no.
He can draw triangles like nobody's business.
He puts rulers on screens for you guys.
He can look at stuff. Well, he can show you his pictures. We're not so sure he's got a camera anymore. I don't know why.
I heard that was your picture.
He can't really have took 666. Like thumbs up.
It wasn't Bev's picture; it was his son's.
Yeah, it's my lad's picture, Kosho. You know that. My son takes all of the pictures.
It looks like he did some good work.
Very good.
He presses the button like nobody's business. You want to see him? He does a zoom, and then he presses the button. He puts it on the tripod and does all of that stuff.
There's an account called Conspiracy Cats. It's in here that I gave the live stream, so we'll see if that's really him or not.
Nice.
He won't talk. I bet you a nugget he won't talk.
I bet you I'll see that nugget and I'll raise you 2.
I'll dip that nugget in sauce.
Yeah, and a cup of barbecue sauce.
So,
all right,
do you reckon then, Kosho, that Ranty could get some pictures from Facebook and obviously steal a young lad's picture to prove the globe? I mean, how embarrassing would you be? If imagine you are one of the flat Earth opponents or components or whatever, right? And you've gone for 5 years. You've done GoFundMes, you've got cameras, you've got drones and all of that stuff you've been doing. You said you've been working for the Globers to try and find their refraction, or lumen it was, wasn't it? He's been working for the Globe hard to try and find lumen for you. He's not found any. And then what he does is he sees a picture on Facebook. I don't think he did find a picture on Facebook, but I mean, let's say he did. Let's say it's a genuine story. He found a picture on Facebook. Kevin, I don't know why Kevin gets a shout out, but and then they show the location of it, and then rather than Ranty go in there himself because he's got a camera, he might have a camera still. But rather than him going there and taking it, and then he can do the cheering and the I'm the fucking great Glober. I've to look at this picture I've taken. I've took hundreds of them, but he doesn't do that at all. He finds a picture off Facebook, and then he waits for me to go there and show him that Blackpool is dark, and when you two take a picture at that time, Lytham St. Anne's is all lit up because that's where the sun's coming from. It's coming across the water, it's coming across the bay and lighting up Blackpool, Lytham St. Anne's. How do you get a black thing? That's why I was doing, Kosho. What do you reckon about that? Should we put that in again?
You kind of said a lot there.
Yeah. I'll get you the picture.
I think he probably
copy image. What would you say? Can you
probably was the straw that broke the camel's back, perhaps.
What?
Did you hear him the day before on Brandon's show, the night before? Kosho?
Yeah, somebody was telling me that he was arguing against something. I forget what.
Yeah, he was arguing against 7/6R refraction, and he said that he was a flat earther. The very next day, he went and live streamed with Conspiracy Cats and said that he was a G.L.A.R.P.er.
Yeah. Can I ask you for your... we've got 33 people back in the chat again. Shout out to you 33 people watching. See that picture there, Kosho? That's the one, the 2 pictures that Ranty's robbed from other people. He's not took himself. But see the top one? See the way that Blackpool and that little bit of land, it's dead dark, innit? And the mountains in the background are all lit. Well, when we went, see the mountains in the background, they're lit a similar sort of way with the shadows, similar sort of shadows on them. But see the way Blackpool looks all lit up? Isn't that weird? I know Ranty tried to make it look darker and by shading it and doing all of that with, but it's still obviously lit by the sun, isn't it?
The bottom one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we went there for my lad and to take that picture. Just to show that Blackpool gets lit up when the sun is hitting the mountains in the background. The Blackpool also gets lit up, but it's only in one of those pictures, isn't it? Really weird.
Show them the original, because that one is doctored and darkened.
Yeah, that's the one that Ranty doctored.
I found Kevin.
Right, is that picture on there then?
Yeah, I stuck it on. It's actually a thing he did for Cancer Foundation.
That picture? Nice. Nice of him.
It's a print.
Oh, nice. It's an arty one then.
Mm.
Yeah, here we go. This is what the picture actually should look like.
Let me see.
Can you see that, Kosho? I mean, look how light it is. See what
These are all at the same time?
That's the same picture. Yeah. That's from the time that Ranty... See, that one that Ranty's put underneath that other one that's dead dark. Blackpool. Yeah, well, that's why we went there, because there was something wrong with it. It just looked wrong. So we went there to go and see if Blackpool ever gets dark like that at sunset. Which is obviously what the mountains were, but it doesn't. Just doesn't.
I see.
Yeah. So that's a bit weird, isn't it? And then have you seen the GIF when we did a time lapse? I'll put that in there. You can have a look at that.
Let me take a look, yeah.
Yeah. See that? See what happens to that image?
I'm watching. Come into view.
See the way it goes up and down? It like moves around in the screen, doesn't it?
They've darkened the original video.
Hmm?
They've darkened the original. Apparently he took it on 29th of January. This photo.
Yeah. Right, so what do you reckon to that, Kosho?
I'm not sure what...
Do you think that bottom picture, me putting that in there and showing them that Blackpool or Lytham St Anne's is all lit up by the sun, and the fact that other picture isn't all lit up by the sun, would that show to you that it was a globe?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I probably have to know more about these pictures.
What is there in those pictures that would prove to you that it's a globe?
I'm not sure. I probably have to have somebody explain to me what they think.
You've got Ranty, you've got Ruhif, and you've got Conspiracy Cats to look forward to now. Like all of these proofs that you guys have never come up with. Those three have just done it. Like, I'd imagine you'd be jealous.
Of what?
Of the fact that those three people, Ruhif, Conspiracy Cats, and Ranty, have all come up with the globe proof that you never managed to do. They must be way better at trigonometry than you are. Like, why have you never done that? And not that, I mean, like, Ranty's ever took the picture, but you could have found a picture on Facebook and then robbed some kid's picture and proved the globe that way, couldn't you? Just do some crunchy numbers. You know what it's like. You can take a picture and prove the globe nowadays. But you've got Ranty on side, Ranty Cats and Ruhif.
Yeah, I guess the real credit should go to your son then, right? You took the picture.
But he takes pictures all the time. I mean, he doesn't want any credit for taking pictures. I think credit should go to him.
I don't know why anybody would be jealous either.
Credit should go to him because
can I get my mic in here?
He's exposed a shill, hasn't he?
Hey,
yeah, go on.
Kosho. Didn't that sound ridiculous? Didn't what Bev say just sound utterly ridiculous?
what he drones out about most of the time usually sounds very ridiculous. I didn't listen to half of it though.
No,
It was very
just that
long and
last
drawn out.
statement. Come on, man. No, come on, man. I asked a legitimate question.
He asked me if I
Why
was
didn't you give me that, like,
because they came up with some globe proof.
Here's the shape of the Earth. Come on,
Say
man.
again?
You
Drop
didn't
your trailing
proof of the shape of the Earth?
I can't. I didn't hear that. Say that one more time.
Something about the shape of the Earth.
Do pictures really prove the shape of the Earth?
Do pictures really
Pictures
prove?
prove the shape of the Earth? Some of them do, sure.
Thanks.
So, Kosho, do you trust Ranty as a Glober now?
Do I trust him as a Glober? What does that mean?
He says he's a Glober. Do you trust what he says when he says it's a globe and this picture proves it? Do you believe him?
I trust that he's had a change of mind. Yeah, I believe so. I'm not gonna really think of mine.
I mean, even being a flat earther for 5 years, even the day before, he's a Glober now, right?
I mean, the day before you were a flat earther, you were a Glober. So
I don't know if I was ever a Glober.
Nah.
I was a sci-fi fan.
I've never had a model. Fortunately. Quite good. Yeah, Jem's in the chat. He says, "Lol Bev, yet again deluding himself into thinking we are trying to prove the globe, and that our goal is collecting evidence that proves the globe. You are off your head, Bev." Well, no. Ranty said he'd been trying to prove looming for the globe. He'd been working for you. He couldn't do it. He's gone off his head about Mick West and 7/6R. He might be jealous of that or something.
You're understanding what
and
Kevin
then
just said?
then Ranty has said he's found a picture on Facebook, and then my lad goes and takes another picture to show that there's something wrong with the lighting in the first picture that Ranty's got off Facebook. And he says that also proves the globe. He said it proves the globe.
Right. So do you understand what Jem had just said, though? Jem had just said it's not. You're confused for thinking that it's our.
It's not. No, not you guys. That's why I said it's not you. It's
I know. What
Cats,
I'm telling you is that
Ruhif, and Ranty. That's why I
Just
said
Ranty.
you guys should be embarrassed.
Ranty is the only one out of those three, out of all of us, me,
awfully-
Jem, them three, that is a flat earther. He's the only one who believes.
No,
that
he's a
Earth is
glober now. He said he's a glober. He's much better than you, dude.
When he went out to prove it to himself, that wasn't anybody else's doing. That was his own doing.
They did a show about it. They're saying thanks to my lad for helping them. Like my lad's picture exposed Ranty as a shill, and like we're glad to have him gone. Like he misunderstands geometry just as much as you guys do. You can all sit together with Ranty now. You can all praise Ranty and Ranty's proof of the globe.
Being a shill. What evidence do you have that he's a shill?
What, Ranty?
It's funny how Kosho and Jim show up at the same time too.
Not here.
Oh, we're ignorant. We haven't watched this thing. Explain all that shit again to us. No,
I'm asking you a question. You just you're claiming that he's a shill. The guy who went out and figured this out for
The
himself.
guy that took a load of money, for cameras that he didn't even bother going to Southport to take a picture. He just robbed pictures off people on Facebook and young lads.
Sounds like this was for himself, though. It's not his.
No, him and Cats, and they're doing very well. They're probably doing better than you for money-wise, those guys. Look at the little network, Conspiracy Cats, he's getting himself together. He's getting the whole team. Did you see Unbelievable Productions the other week when they were watching lights going round trees? Or possibly spiders dangling from cameras. They are getting Sean Hufford in. He's an optics expert for him. Right? Are you guys in on that or not?
Yeah. This is not a competition to try to convince Ranty. Ranty tried to convince himself. And Ranty did that.
Yeah, he's come to you. Yeah, but he's now on your side, though. I mean, you've got to compete.
You're the only one in this diluted battle war. There's no sides. There's people who believe something.
I'm not
and
on a
there's people who
side.
are wrong.
I've never been on
Yeah,
a
well,
side,
then I
dude.
don't know why you're saying sides.
Because
You
you
believe
guys, you
something.
G.L.A.R.P.ers
believe
do
something,
have a
and now he
side.
doesn't believe it anymore.
You guys definitely have a side. You guys are the ones that have a side, Kosho.
That's only your delusion, but in reality, Ranty's a person who believes something.
Yep.
Now he doesn't believe it anymore. And it's
No,
because
no.
he sought out the
I'd
truth.
say Ranty's gone where the money is. And I'd say Ranty's going to get more money than you now. Did you see his shirt? You see the house he's living in? He's got a grand piano in it.
I gotta ask you, why do you frame everything as like a competition between somebody and somebody else?
Do you think that's real? I wonder if that's even real. Is anything real about Ranty?
You guys focus on the wrong things, man.
Kosho?
Oh.
I notice you're back round here. I mean, this must be extra special things, because don't I make you feel sick?
A little bit. It's usually why I don't usually come in here, but I came here to see what y'all were talking about.
You come in here to
Couldn't
talk
see it.
about my lad's pictures?
No.
Couldn't
No.
see it
You
on
asked about
YouTube.
them.
Do you want to
Yeah.
come in here? Come in
you're
here
the
to
one told
talk
me
about Ranty's proof of the globe?
Oh, I'm not really that concerned with it, really.
I know.
I just was.
Why did you come in here then?
Again, to see what you guys see what was going on. So you guys are talking about.
Well, that we're
You
talking
guys,
about. We're talking about Ranty's proof of the globe. He robs pictures from little children. Well, little children. He's quite big.
You
Actually.
you just happened to stop by, huh, Kosho? You just happened to drop in, see what was going on.
He was just passing through.
He was walking down the sidewalk, man.
Yeah,
Window
no
shopping.
idea
So
what
I don't
we
know
were
if you guys ever
talking
used
about.
Discord before. There's servers on the left side. I click through them sometimes, right? Just happens to be
Really?
one of them.
Oh yeah.
It's not
That's
that
what you
difficult
did
or
today.
anything.
That's what
But,
you did today.
Yeah, I mean,
You
usually
think we're
usually there's
stupid.
nobody in here. Whenever I scroll through them, I look at the ones where there's people in them, and usually there's no one in here. So there happen to be people in here today, so I'm going to see what you guys are talking
Yeah,
about.
so you got an audience. You just stopped on in, huh?
No, I was on mute when I came in here.
Fucking hell, Merle's here too. What's going on?
Wow. Hey,
I thought-
welcome back, Mel. Welcome back.
I thought, thank you. I thought Kosho was here for the ladies.
You know that, man. We were asking about you today, Merle. Or Walter. That Ranty
What are you
thing's a
saying?
big talk over there, so they've been talking about it all morning. Chemo has.
Does he have a shit mic or what?
Yeah, that sounded pretty shit. Kosho.
Saying Walter? You trying to dock somebody? What were you saying?
Was Walter Bislin over there? It's the only Walter I know.
I don't know what he's doing now.
Did Kosho just say something about Ranty being over there as well? Because I think we've got that little clip to play. If that's all right with you, Kosho. Is that what we're talking about? Ranty being over there? Because you know nothing about this, but you have been talking to Ranty this morning, haven't you?
I'm gonna say I knew nothing about this.
Oh, you didn't say?
You don't listen, Bev. You don't listen, and you say things in the strangest way, and then you make claims like he's a shill or something like that.
Yeah. Did
But it
Ranty
seems like
say
he
anything
was-
about robbing my lad's picture? Or did he say anything about not asking for permission to use the picture?
I didn't hear him bring up your son at all. No.
Did he bring
Take a
me
look
up?
at that picture, Bev.
I didn't hear him bring you up at all.
Oh, okay.
These pictures are from two totally different angles.
Yeah. Yeah, I said that.
So how has he compared them?
Because he's I don't know. We went back the other day, to put the peak in the right place. But like I said, the first time we went there, we didn't go there to replicate the picture at all. We went there to go and see if Blackpool could be dark like that at sunset, which is obviously how the light is hitting the mountains in the background. And what we found was it can't, Kosho. What do you reckon? Do you reckon how could Ranty possibly have missed that fact? That I reckon he's never been there to have a look. Because that's what I did immediately. First thing, that photo looks wrong. I tell you what, I'll go and have a look. I went, had a look. Yeah, it is. It's wrong.
Yeah, Voight's here now.
Wow, we're getting loads of
Looks like it's happening in that first picture.
big guys. Pardon?
It looks like it's happening in that first picture.
It looks like it's dark, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what we said. Yeah. It looks wrong. It almost just looks like Blackpool is at dawn and the mountains are at sunset. It's completely opposite. So we went there to go and have a look, and guess what we found, Kosho? Look. Can you see it? Can you see the light hitting the beach and everything there? As though it's not like the same as the top picture. Even though the mountains are, because the mountains are getting hit by the light. But Blackpool is different. Now, which one do you trust? Kosho?
You must
Ranty says he trusts me. Did you hear him say that? No.
I didn't hear him say that.
He did. He says he did. He said he trusts me.
He probably said a lot of things to you. I've not heard him say everything he's ever said. But yeah, those look like two different times. I don't assume they were the same time, right?
The mountains are.
Those two pictures, one on top of one another?
Yeah, the one on top has the mountains at the same shadows as the mountains in the bottom picture. But Blackpool is under different lighting conditions. Have you ever heard of doctoring photos?
Those shadows don't in any way look the same. What are you talking about? The mountains are lit up on the top picture.
Yeah, they're covered in snow.
Yeah, they look lit up. Yeah.
Yeah, lit up like a light. Like they switched them on. Mustn't have switched them on in the bottom one, right, Kosho? The point is Blackpool, Kosho. Blackpool is it lit in one of them? Even though Ranty tried to make it as dark as possible. Does it look lit up?
It looks like it's a different time of day, yeah. The other one looks like it's
Blackpool does, yeah.
After sunset.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
Not really.
The
I mean, that's
different parts of the same picture look like they're under different lighting conditions. Very strange,
that would be
Kosho.
weird if I didn't already have a phenomena that would allow for that to happen.
No.
That's why I posted a GIF that I showed to you.
Have you questioned the guy that took the first picture, Kosho?
I'm not sure who took either of the pictures.
No, I've questioned the guy that took the bottom picture. In fact, I was there when he took that bottom picture. He didn't doctor it. That's the actual lighting conditions of it.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So,
is the other one doctored?
You must be glad to have him on your side. I bet he'd fit right in with this. You'll be defending things like this all the time.
In your mind, there are sides.
Yeah.
In your mind. In reality, there's no sides.
Okay, yeah, but you will be defending this for Ranty for ages now. You'll have to, won't you?
I don't know why I would.
Because he said this is a globe proof. You have to defend it now.
It's for him. For him, this showed to him that the Earth is a globe. I'm happy
so
for
it's
him.
not for you then.
It's not like a.
Is it?
It's not like a thing that he's presenting to the world.
It's not a proof for you then, Kosho, is it not?
I still don't even know what's going on in these pictures.
Okay, but they'll give you some numbers and draw some triangles.
Yeah, maybe. Then I'll surely listen to anybody who's got something to say. But doesn't mean
it's in the video. You should watch it, Kosho. You should watch it.
I'm sure whatever Ranty's done.
Yeah. You mean you don't keep a check on when you get the globe proofs?
What are you talking about?
This video, Kosho, I don't know why you're coming in here.
Kosho,
if you're not coming in here with genuine intentions, Kosho, I don't know why you're doing it.
Why would Ranty's proof that proved to him?
No, it's a video. Kosho, I'm going to mute you, Kosho. I'm going to mute you, right? So, Kosho, you have come in here and we are talking about a picture that Ranty, Flat Earth, on Friday night, he said he was a flat earther. Then on Saturday, he says he is a glober. And they show these pictures. Ruhif, Conspiracy Cat, and Ranty, all of them lay down their proofs that this is a globe. This picture These two pictures prove a globe. Now, that's what they claim, and that's what Ranty says. It's a globe proof. So, Kosho, do you not take note of other people's globe proofs or not? Go on. You can answer that now. Do you take note of other people's globe proofs, Kosho?
I've already answered you, Bev.
I didn't.
I'm not sure what kind of conversation you think this is. Where
I
you
didn't
ask
hear
me
you,
a question
Kosho.
and talk through my
Do
answer?
you accept Ranty's globe proof picture from Facebook? No. That's not very good. Well, I mean, Kosho, your word doesn't really stand for shit, does it, Kosho? What's your best proof of the globe? Actual. If you want to, you do a globe proof fight off with Ranty. That'd be interesting. I heard you had him over there in Gems earlier. Was he doing a demo? Did he not talk about his proof of the globe? Model? No. That's good. Do you not want to talk about the globe anymore, Kosho?
I tried talking to you, Bev. You just talk over me.
Okay.
And then mute me.
All right.
So,
Okay,
said
then.
you-
Keep quiet then, Kosho. We'll carry on. So, Ranty's gone to the globe. Obviously, people like Kosho isn't bothered about Ranty coming over to the globe. But, like I said, I think you're going to lose a bit of your limelight, Kosho. I think there's a new rising globe star coming in. Coming in with the guy with the guitar as well. Ranty and Cats can be singing together. Singing about the globe. Comments. Globe comments or whatever.
Hey, Bev, you can buy a copy of that photograph that they were using.
Oh, can ya? Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Who was that just showed me that? Voight. Yeah, Voight. So I went and looked, and you can actually purchase a copy of that
Nice.
image.
So it's not just like a proper. It's not just a photo. It is a composition, right? It's a.
Yeah, it's a winter snow-capped mountains of the Lake District. That was a white capped. Yeah, well, that wasn't a white swan at all.
No. Well, a white swan's just a picture of. It's just a picture, isn't it? Nothing
I guess
special
there was,
about a white swan.
I guess if the mountains were all covered in snow, that wouldn't be a normal everyday thing.
Well, no, I suppose not. No.
What the fuck are you talking about, Cats? Ranty? What's going on with y'all? Are you trying to deceive everyone?
I'd say so.
Thanks for a heads up, Voight.
Yeah. Wow. And anyone any idea, again, I'll keep asking this. Anyone any idea why Ranty wouldn't have gone there to take this picture for himself?
It's hard to take a picture if you don't have a camera, maybe? I don't know.
Well, question
Wildcats,
whether Ranty has a camera. Cats went there apparently and took a picture of it. It was looking a bit cloudy. I'm not so sure Cats actually went there either. I'd say that's probably a lie too. There seems to be a lot of liars going around here, but I mean, Cats, surely if you've come all the way, I don't know where you live, unless you live round Southport, give us a shout. I'll show you how an auto level works. I even show you me 400-meter water level with no leaks. Fucking, it's amazing some of the shit we can do around here. Yeah, unless you do. If you do live round here, Cats, give us a shout. Gladly get together and show you how to use an auto level at the side of the canal. You even go and have a pint by the pub when they open. Well, they're open.
Is there always snow all over the mountains there?
Ranty's darkened it in the bottom picture. Surprised he didn't darken it that much.
Oh man, they're so deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Like I say, I went there to take a picture, or to get my lad to take the picture, to check if you could get Blackpool dark while it's at sunset, and you can't. Well, we couldn't. Maybe a different time of year. Maybe Ranty could go and get a picture and show us if he can get his camera. He was giving it away, wasn't he? He was giving it away after he got the police out for that guy. So yeah, anytime anybody else want to come in and have a chat about the picture, Voight's having a go. Do you want to? Have you got any particular opinions on Ranty's globe Earth proof from this picture? I like how you can generate an angle from a picture from Facebook. That's fantastic. I don't really know if anybody can do that in reality. No, his voice typing. I bet he hasn't got a mic. Text chat troll.
Yeah, it could be a speech impediment thing, maybe.
A peach impediment?
Peach, yeah, peachy, yeah.
Why is the next Jamie Brown?
I wonder why Cats and Ranty did not provide this all of this information about this photograph with the snow-covered mountains and the big write-up, and the fact that you can go and buy this photograph. Wow.
Yeah.
And it talks about the location from where the photograph was taken, and it's got all the labeled mountains, and hang on, I've got all that right here.
You do the research. Who did that? Is that already on the... Don't tell me that's on the Facebook thing of the mountain peaks in the background.
Oh, it's not on Facebook. No, it's on nationalparkprintshop.com.
Oh, really?
Yeah, look in live chat.
Oh.
Very deceptive, Cats. Wow. What are you guys trying to do? You think we can't figure this shit out? You don't realize how smart we are, man.
It's in the Lancashire News, Bev.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that is nice.
Dunning-Kruger Globers.
Oh, Scarfell Pike. I wonder where... Does that one go even further over? Cleary.
Oh. Which one?
That picture that you've got there.
No. That's where it cuts off.
Yeah, I could do with it going just a bit further over to the left and see how far we go to the left.
Yeah. It just shows you the reflective nature of light when it hits those white snow-covered mountains, man. It, bam, busts out.
Yeah, it's
That's
got
probably
that
in
little peaky thing. You see that little, like a rocket ship in the far left-hand side? That somebody else was talking about that. I think the son was talking about it in my picture. Or the lad's picture. I don't know what that is. Might be I don't know. We'll have to go and have a look.
I was trying to read that thing. Is somebody sleeping? What is that?
Yeah. Sounds like gods.
I got it covered.
Who is it?
It was gods.
It's gods.
Was it?
Yeah.
He
was about to. He was about to.
If he's not eating, he's snoring.
Yeah. He's there. Are you there, gods? So yeah.
Yeah, a view of Blackpool and the lakes. This incredible shot was captured by photographer Kevin Jackson from his vantage point in Southport. This print features Blackpool against the winter snow-filled caps of the Lake District. For each of these prints sold, 25% of the print purchase price is donated to charity. This donation will be split. Blah.
Nice. I wonder. I think that's probably why they had to put his name, right? Because it's professional artwork, right? They don't need to borrow when don't need to give credit to when it's just sort of young kids who take pictures. Like
The guy that took that picture claims that he usually takes pictures of the stars.
Oh right.
So he's used to overlaying pictures then.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, nice work. Spot on. Well, I think we pretty much exposed them as a complete fraud.
Yeah, ranty. And cats. And Kosho. Kosho, you're not willing to defend Ranty yet. He is on your team now, right? Or is he better than you now because he has his own proof? Like, at least when like just God's breathing in your ear every now and again.
Why does he keep getting unmuted? God, Scalpel, wake up! You're snoring.
Yeah, that it is about where I was, I think, where we went to. There's a little hump across there on the walk. Nice picture.
Allie's pointing at something right there.
Yeah,
Tried.
There's something there in the distance, but I can't see that. That looks like a shadow of something that I shouldn't really be there. But hey, I don't want to analyze it too much. But I'd say that there are other people that should be doing those sort of things. That analyzing those. I put my GIF out today. The GIF of the. I'll keep putting this one out.
God Scalpel is an admin. He can unmute whenever he wants to, guys. He's fine.
So that one. And I posted that GIF and asked, where would you measure an angle from, Ranty? Because he was saying thanks to me. Thanks to me for taking my lad to take this picture. But I was asking where that would be. And you know what they said? Somebody, I think it was Arctic Reflections or somebody like that, asked me for the camera, the focal length, and something else I think they wanted in order to make a GIF to show that everything's moving around in the like Skunk Bay type footage. Yeah, we need to have different things. I mean, I don't know. You seem to have double standards all over the place. These people that have have an imagined model. I think somebody say something about water being underneath the bottom of the mountains.
Yeah, Ranty said something about all the houses would be underwater if it wasn't a dip. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's
it
like
might make sense to Kosho. Kosho, did you make any sense of that? Oh no, sorry, I don't think you've watched it, have you? You've not watched any of.
No, he just spends all his time in gyms. He really doesn't research anything. He just kind of wings it, basically. What do you call it? Freestyle, just talking about things that he learns from Jeremy or somebody.
Yeah, Brian's been drawing lines. Straight lines everywhere, Brian.
Brian's obsessed with right line geometry.
Oh, look, Kosho here. Look at that.
Just random shit. Yeah.
Look at that.
Trying to make
I
a
tried
case.
to work out the angles from the peaks to a point in the foreground. And if you look to the right, the peak on both of them, there's a sort of a building there that I've just gone across the top on. It's more or less the same angle. But then you come to the tower, and from that peak on this picture to that picture is totally the opposite way. Now, it could be perspective, I suppose. It's as though the middle of the image has been distorted. But I don't believe pictures anyway. I won't use pictures because we know what optics are affected by the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the point that we were going there, right? When I told my lad to take that picture, it wasn't to confirm a globe for Ranty. It was to show that the lighting on Blackpool looked wrong. That's the only reason we took that picture, to go over there and show. And also
I would say it's all been altered. I'd say it's all been photoshopped.
Well, I'm not saying anything about it. I just say it's worth, I personally would have enough doubts to not be able to say that proves anything. It's just a picture. And pictures don't really prove anything. But if you're somebody who's spent 5 years trying to look for a lumen, is it for the globe side, for the globers? Then
I'd say one thing about these two images. They definitely prove they're not in the same location. Just because the angle of the peak right behind the tower is to the right of it in the top image, and it's slightly to the left of it in the bottom image. So what they're measuring against what the elevation of the top picture is, I don't know. It's just complete nonsense.
They're not measuring anything. That's the point, right? What they're doing is they're taking a picture, they're putting a guy at the position of taking the picture. They are then measuring it from Google Earth, I take it, measuring a distance to Blackpool Tower from wherever, like maybe Google Earth, maybe some other more advanced program. But they're measuring a distance and they're getting it off a map from to Blackpool Tower, and then they are going, how high is Blackpool Tower? And they're going up. So you've already got the distance to Blackpool Tower, and you've got the height of Blackpool Tower. Then they'll go distance to the mountain. There's another distance line. And then they'll go elevation of the mountain. Whoop, there's a vertical line as well. So what we've done is we've built 4 right lines with a right angle at the bottom end. What's the trigonometry they're doing? I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand what they're doing. I doubt it they understand even what trigonometry's doing, because trigonometry is used to find the side. It's to predict the side of the triangle that you don't know. Well, all the sides are known here. 2 of the sides are known at least, so you could just use Pythagoras to work out the other side of the triangle. I don't know what else do you need. Well, it appears that Ranty and the people like that are using Blackpool as an angle. Well, why do you need an angle if you've got all the length of the sides of your triangle? It's very strange. Very, very, very strange behaviour. What about you, Kosher? What do you reckon? You any good at that? Maths? Trigonometry? Oh, no, you don't know anything about trigonometry, do you? I remember that. Cosine and all that laugh. That was good fun, wasn't it? Get Rumpus in to save you. That's a nice picture as well. Glenn putting that in. That's from Winter Hill. That's the Isle of Man. Impressive. Winter Hill's quite high up. Seems to be a lot of pictures taken from around this area, around here. A long distance away. You can see things with cameras, especially with these fancy P1000, P900s. Don't prove anything. Not a bloody thing. I'd be interested if any of these people can find anyone that does actually measure angles like that. For any particular reason, it'd be interesting. We got nobody else coming in.
That is definitely the image that they've used.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been sat on it for a couple of months. I personally don't understand what Ranty's doing and why the idea of linking it to my son and his picture. It all seems very, very strange.
Yeah, Kevin Jackson, Astro Cookbook. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. Nice. He must live from around here. I wonder if that is the guy that was in the chat or whether they just got a...
Hey, yeah, thanks, Gleam. Appreciate that. Good job, man.
The top image there is that purchased image, and then the two below are the one they used and Bev's underneath it.
Yeah, my headset's gonna die. I just want to say goodbye. If I don't get a chance to, my headset dies. So my other mics are shit.
It's a pity you wanted to be here for this.
I'm still here though. I'm still here. Going anywhere. I just won't be able to talk.
Look at all those vertical wind turbines and that Stephen Cheatley that Gleam shared.
Yeah, that's the Isle of Man in the background there, though.
Wow.
That's absolutely phenomenal. That is.
I
don't know how they've got it looking so high because Winter Hill. That. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of those.
Yeah, it's a super zoom technique that they just zoom in, like they take the shot in the foreground and zoom in and pull the mountains up close.
Yeah,
it would never look like that in reality. It's just too far away.
Yeah, he's done quite a few of those ones from.
He's a professional photographer.
Yeah.
These guys, yeah. All kinds of tricks.
Yeah, he's gone. Just you take over for a minute. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, appreciate that, Gleam. Good, quick research there. Yeah, great job. I think we've fully exposed the situation. Is there any doubt in anyone's mind with what's been going on here? It's pretty obvious.
It's just a setup, mate. I've seen, like I said before, I've seen Ranty take them, I don't know, it was nearly $1,000. And I said then, he's going to be flipping. I thought it'd be sooner than this. I thought it was about 6 months ago, but I've been told it was nearly 12 months ago. So maybe it takes them 12 months to get it all set up for him and join the team.
Yeah, you got to go through certain things, I'm sure, and they got to make sure you're not going to flip flop back and forth. They got to pay you and get you out of a bind and get you off a waiting list for hernia surgery, and sometimes people get in vulnerable spots and they end up doing things maybe they wouldn't have done. But I'm not here to judge anyone. I'm just saying, what they put out here is not legitimate. Why they did it, I don't know, but it's not being honest with themselves or anyone. It's a deception. They're just trying to fool you into thinking you live on a ball.
Have you seen the GIF of the plane coming into land and it looks like it's landing underwater?
No.
And you end up just seeing the tail stuck above the water level.
Yeah.
Well, I did ask them which airport that was, and I looked into the airport, and the airport is 500 and something feet above sea level. So they have literally just grafted in through Photoshop or whatever the sea level higher than what it actually is. And that's what they do. And they pass all these memes around just to keep these ballers, on the ball in effect.
Yeah. It's everybody knows there's optical illusions. You can watch that time lapse and see. I mean, there's a lot of time lapses that will show you what happens out there, and it's not measurable. If you think you're measuring something, come back an hour later.
This is a deception, mate. You cannot get that view from anywhere of that landing strip underwater. It's physically impossible.
Oh yeah.
Because it's 500 feet higher than the sea level. I can't remember the name of the airport now. But it's all deception, and all these people fall for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Everybody's putting a lot of crazy stuff in live chat. Yeah, I don't know. It's big money pushing these people out here. Different organizations push people out here, whether it's Lemon or it's, Data or whoever. But everybody's got something they're trying to promote, and they want to come in and do that, But at the end of the day, are Cats and Ranty better off now? I don't think so. But
I think we will be better off without him.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Do you think you'll get away without him? Are you talking about Ranty?
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah, I think. Do you reckon, like Brian just said, without him?
Mm-hmm.
Do you presume that Ranty's not been around recently? I mean, he's not had his channel, but I mean, he's still been around, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's probably been going through his indoctrination or re-indoctrination process for the last 12 months.
Well, how welcoming Ranty's been to us and the level argument already. Imagine how he's going to be now. He's a Glober. Right, he's going to love it, I'm sure, now.
Yeah.
Well, I was having a one-to-one conversation with him about Earth spin, that I didn't believe that if we were spinning at the rate they say we're spinning, and that the Earth deforms because of that spin, and water is humped up 16 miles, wouldn't we detect that on the surface of the Earth with things like plumb bobs? And he just stopped talking to me and fucked up. So that told me a story.
I got to jump out for a minute, but I will say, all you globe heads out there, trust Ranty. Believe what he says. He's really a glober. He's the guy. He's your messiah. He's your savior. He will set you free. I'll be back.
All right. Yeah. I'd have to agree. He's set it up that he's Mick West's gone away and 7/6R obviously isn't working because R's not there. You're struggling with R because that's obviously geometry. Everyone knows there's no globe geometers. I think Ranty's coming over to the Globers to help you. He realises you're struggling without Mick West. Like Cleary says, you trust him. He's come to save the globe. He realises you're failing. He can fix the problem.
Have you noticed the sort of maths type people have took a bit of a backseat of late?
Mm-hmm. Well, they whatever's still around, he's having a go. And Ruhif, obviously, that he got tremendous credit from Katz for being a, I don't know, what did he call him? Like a mathematical debunker or something. They said he does models or something.
Yeah, think of a number and take away the number you thought of, and you end up with, yeah, I remember that from school.
Yeah, I see now what Ranty was convinced by. It's pretty compelling. But I've posted some pictures that basically do the same thing. We've been showing these types of pictures for years. But it's good that he's not.
Are they your globe proofs then, Kosho?
I'm sorry?
Those pictures that you've posted, are they your globe proofs?
No, I can't remember who I got this from. Somebody taking these pictures.
So you don't think they are globe proofs either then?
These ones are pretty compelling too for the same reason.
Do you think they are for you? Are these things that you've posted, are they proof that you live on a globe, Kosho?
I think this is pretty compelling evidence that we live on a globe, absolutely.
Can you answer the question, please?
I just did, Bev.
No, are they proofs for you?
Ridiculous question, but
Kosho.
These are definitely evidences for flat Earth.
So not proof
I don't know
then.
what you asked about proofs.
Just evidence.
But if that's a word you like, then use that word.
No, I use proofs because proofs are proofs. I don't use the word evidence because evidence isn't proofs. That's why I asked you specifically, are they proofs for you? And you said no.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say that you don't know what a proof is.
You're all right with that. You do know what proofs are, right?
I'm certain that you don't.
In mathematics. Do you want me to read you a passage?
Like geography and geology questions.
Geography?
Yeah.
No. Geometry. Proofs. In mathematics. In mathematics, Kosho. Fundamental mathematics. Do you know what a proof is?
Yeah, I do. And then logic as well. And proofs only exist in logics and math. They don't exist in observations of mountains.
No, the geometry is what you plot, isn't it? Geometry is the like the so what you call mechanical representation of the lines of the things in order that you do trigonometry, surely.
Well, the pictures I've posted, similar to one Ranty's convinced him.
Mm-hmm.
There's mountains that you see, and then there's mountain that you don't see that's hidden by something. And he's convinced, as am I, that it's the Earth's curve that's hiding the rest of those mountains.
Mm-hmm. Nice. So mountains being, like you say, hidden, or you just mean smaller?
No, hidden.
Hidden.
Part of the mountain is not seen anymore, and he's really? Measured the same thing out.
Which bit of the mountain isn't seen?
In the 3 pictures I've seen and I've shown, is it not clear?
Okay, so what is it that's causing the obstruction of the part of the mountain to you?
I would say Earth's curve.
A curve.
The fact that you're on a curved surface and there's a big chunk of it in between you and the mountain.
would you have just conflated elevation with curvature?
Absolutely not.
No. So when you get an elevation for the position of the mountain, how would you do that? Would you do it like Cats and Ranty does, where they just draw a straight line and then do like a vertical height at the bottom of the mountain?
I think the way they did it was pretty clever, actually. They used objects in the foreground that they knew the heights of, objects in the background that they knew the heights of, and their position and the angles that they would make from his position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, make
clever.
a triangle. Did you see it? They're quite good at doing that.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it shows you what where they should have intersected, and the fact that the foreground objects, those towers, go above the mountains, tell you that it's not just elevation that's making them lower than the mountains, not just a distance away from them. They're actually dropped because of the Earth's curve.
See, look at that. See those there? I should have put 2 pictures in the chat there. Do you reckon to those? Do you reckon to those, Kosho? You like them? 2 triangles. One of them's Ranties, and the other one is Conspiracy Cats, I think. What do you reckon? Do you like them?
They look like they're from the video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
See the straight line along the bottom?
Sure, yeah.
And you see the straight line all the way up the top, for elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what they do is, in reality, when we're measuring distances, we measure a horizontal distance. That tells you how far something is away. And then they measure a vertical height. That gives you your elevation from sea level. Yeah. Now, when you said there was something part missing and Earth's curvature, where in those pictures would you put the curvature, Kosho?
Well, the fact that red line in the top picture, it doesn't even touch the tower, telling you that there should be from that frame at the bottom left corner where the person's standing, they should be seeing the mountain above the tower because there's a little gap there.
Oh,
so
that means like my lad said, I've not took any perspective into account.
Just trying to answer the question, but if you see that back mountain, the back part of that line, the blue line,
it gets smaller as it gets further away. Right, we did that at the beginning,
which is doing in this line, which is doing here as well. The fact that it's getting slower, the smaller as it gets further away, is still going to be reflected by in this.
So where's the curvature to block the image? Show me, please, in that picture.
In this picture, the one with the blue and red line, in order to get that top part of the back line to be below the middle line, you'd have to bend or curve that bottom line down to where now that tower in the middle line looks higher than that back line.
Okay, so in order for you to make that in your head correct, what you have to do is bend one of the straight lines of a triangle.
No, you have to bend the surface there. That bottom blue line is meant to represent the surface of the Earth.
It's one side of a triangle, that.
In this picture, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's geometry. So are you saying, in reality, that line isn't straight? Or are you saying you don't understand that trigonometry is? Which one?
Do you understand what's going on here, Bev?
Yeah, it's a triangle.
Yeah, this triangle is meant
three straight sides triangles.
This triangle is meant to represent
180 degrees.
180 degrees. They're showing what's supposed to be happening on a flat plane.
What?
And the fact that this doesn't occur.
What are they showing? Are they showing that they don't understand that objects get smaller when they go into the distance? Is that what they're showing?
This reflects that, Bev. That's what the line. That's what the whole point of that line.
What do you mean it reflects it?
That straight line. Yeah. If you were to draw some building in the background that was much taller, but still met up with that red line, from the person's point of view,
draw a building in the back behind that triangle, Kosho.
Excuse me?
You say draw a building behind the back of that triangle.
In this blue and red triangle, if you made another line much further, and you made it go up and intersect where what that red line would continue on to, then even though that blue line is much taller, they're going to appear to be the same height from the person's point of view.
Yeah.
They're all going to be the same height.
Okay. How do you curve one of those lines? Because you said that it was being hidden by curvature. Where's the curvature in that triangle?
That's the whole point, Bev, is that this picture here is meant to represent what you would predict to happen on a flat Earth.
Yep.
And it's not happening this way. So it tells you that this model that he's drawn is not correct. If you want,
where's the other model? Where's the dude? Where's the other model?
Well, I just tried expressing it to you, Bev, but you just
you're saying that is what you imagine the flat Earth model to be, but you obviously haven't understood perspective. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Where is your model?
You understand that because of perspective, that person's point of view, from understanding, everything that intersects that red line is all going to appear to be the same height from their point of view.
That person, from the person's perspective that's looking at that, they see a triangle with 3 straight sides, 180 degrees.
I would not see a triangle, man. They'd be standing there looking at like a blue tower and then a blue tower further away.
All perpendiculars to that bottom line will be vertical, won't they? Like, see the way you've got Blackpool Tower? That'd be vertical to that, perpendicular to the blue line at the bottom. As would the other bit at the other end, the elevation of the mountain.
I'll wait for you to finish eating, man.
It's pretty obvious you can't explain it, Kosho. It's okay. We understand there's a lot of G.L.A.R.P.ers struggle with the trigonometry and triangles and geometry and stuff like that.
It's like one of the easiest things to understand.
Not
I'm
for
having a hard time
you,
explaining
dude.
it to you.
Can you not remember the trouble you had with cosine?
What was the problem that I have with cosine? And what did Rumpus come in and
you thought it was a side of the fucking triangle?
Rumpus not come in and say I was correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't realise it was a function, did you? You thought it was
you don't
a
even remember the
side.
context, do you?
No, Kosho, we've already been through this. You struggle with it, and
why bring it up and try to
you
change
just
history?
confuse people.
You try to bring Rumpus in, and all Rumpus did was...
I don't try and bring Rumpus in.
All he did was say that I was
Sleeping
correct.
Warrior. Sleeping Warrior called Rumpus in, didn't he?
And he
He
confirmed
came
what I
and called Rumpus in because you were struggling, and Rumpus came in to try and help you, but he just made it much worse.
You guys
ended up both of you getting confused about trigonometry. Yeah, that's a good episode. I'll find that for everyone if anybody wants to go and look at it.
Yeah, I remember that because I thought it was funny. He kept saying cosine, kept calling me cosine.
Yeah.
And then we went and you guys called Rumpus to try and prove me wrong.
No.
Rumpus
I didn't call Rumpus.
I said.
He's saying that.
Yeah.
Rumpus runs scared of us here. He just calls us morons, doesn't he? That's his only line of defence now. He can't engage in a conversation about anything real. Because
what is it that I got wrong then, Bev? If you want to bring it up.
You labelled a line on a triangle cosine. Cos. One of the sides.
Which side would be representing the cosine, that's right.
Yeah. But the side of a triangle does not get labelled cos, ever.
Yeah, you can label the sine cosine. What are you talking about?
You labelled a side of a triangle cosine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's not the side of a triangle, is it?
You get a circle. Sure, one of the sides you can represent as a cosine. The other side would be the sine.
So, let's get away from your misunderstanding of trigonometry.
You're the only one misunderstanding anything right now, man, but all right.
you might be able to get together with Ranty. He might be able to team up. You do a double globe proof. You could misunderstand the trigonometry part of it, and Ranty could understand the application of it. It'd be a great team. Where do you think you suppose you can get the curvature in a triangle from? How do you do that?
As I told you a few times now, that picture, the triangle, is meant to represent what would happen on a flat Earth. Now, because it doesn't work that way, and that's not what the observation shows, the only way to fix that is to curve that bottom line.
Is not flat. That's what I said originally. When you look at that picture, you can see the mountains. That's why I thought it was an April Fool's joke from Ranty's. Right? It's not flat. Ha ha ha. There's mountains in it. There's a big spiky thing. Obviously, vertical height. Right? All of these things have a vertical height. It's not flat. It's not 2D. Definitely not 2D, because there are mountains. There's an elevation change showing in the picture. It's. I thought. I mean, I'm still hoping that Ranty's playing a long one, right? You know, fooling everybody. There's a chance he could still come back and go, ha ha ha! Yeah, I got you. Woo! I got you.
Well, at least you can embarrass me today, because on this picture here. The sine and the cosine. Are those not sides of a triangle?
What?
The picture I've posted in your live chat. Representing the unit circle and the sine and the cosine. You see those?
Do you think that's the side of a triangle is labelled sine and cosine, dear?
Yeah. You see that because you just read out what it shows.
Yeah, the cosine is the opposite, the adjacent over the hypotenuse. Yeah?
Sure.
Right, well, doesn't that adjacent mean the sort of angle?
Yeah, that would be the opposite of that angle.
Yeah, so it depends which side you're on and which angle you're talking about as to which side you're going to be talking about, you dickhead. So it'd be a bit pointless calling one of them sine and one of them cosine, because if you take the angle, you change them, you dickhead.
Yeah, all that matters is you decide.
But that's all right. I mean, don't you worry about it.
You decide where the origin is. That's all you decide. Once you decide where the origin is, the cosine and the sine are going to be represented.
The cosine is a relationship of an angle to a side of a triangle.
I mean, I posted it for you there, man. You take a look at it.
You don't?
Yeah,
fine.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah, you just posting a picture again. Useless. That's something Ranty would do. Post a picture and go, look, that proves it. You don't understand what it is, even.
So earlier when you said that the cosine doesn't represent the side of a triangle, what do you mean by that?
You do understand SOHCAHTOA, right? You've heard of it.
I do.
Yeah. Right. You know what does that mean? The sine is the what? So opposite over the hypotenuse. So it's the opposite angle over the hypotenuse. The sine of would be the opposite angle over the hypotenuse. So which side are you talking about? Oh no, you're not. That's right. You're talking about two sides and the relationship with an angle.
And that's just one relationship, the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? So
And
this is showing you
that
what
changes,
the cosine
though,
represents on the unit circle.
Kosho, it changes, doesn't it?
This shows you what it represents. No matter where you put this angle, the cosine is going to be across that x-axis. Same way the sine is going to go across the y-axis. They're always going to define a side of that triangle.
It's not a side, is it?
That is the side of the triangle, sir.
It's not the side of the triangle. It's the relationship of two sides to an angle of a triangle. Now, what you do is you use the unknown side to figure out mathematically and predict the size of that unknown side using an angle and the relationship of that angle to two sides of a triangle, one of which is usually unknown. Because that's what you need when you're doing trigonometry. You need a right angle triangle. First off. Then you need an angle other than the right angle, obviously. Another angle, which means you need all of the angles, actually. And one side of a triangle. That's it. Triangles always have 180 degrees. That's handy to know, isn't it, Kosho? There's a mathematical proof for triangles always having 180 degrees, and that basis is used in trigonometry. It's rather handy. It comes in really handy. Doesn't it, Kosho? I mean, I don't know how many people actually do trigonometry anymore. Most people did it in school. I don't know anybody that really does it outside of school. And when was the last time you actually did any trigonometry, Kosho?
I just taught an older man some trigonometry just now.
Did you?
5 minutes ago, yeah.
Really? Right, and what would you use that for?
You can use trigonometry for anything, man. You don't. There's no part of the triangle that
I can't use trigonometry for
you're
cooking me
figure
tea.
out. If you know 3 out of the 6 parts of the triangle, you can figure out there are 3 parts, which comes in handy a lot.
6 parts of a triangle. What are those 6 parts of a triangle, Kosho?
The 6 parts of the triangle, the 3 sides and 3 angles.
Wow. Anything else you can tell us about the triangle? They have 180 degrees, right? Mathematical proof. All triangles have 180 degrees. Triangles have 3 straight sides. How about that? That's another good one. Trilateral figures. Anything are you going to do? It's just 6. Okay. Have you ever done trigonometry? No, that's a bit. Have you ever seen a triangle with more than 180 degrees? Breaking the mathematical proof that triangles only have 180 degrees.
What are you trying to ask me, Bev?
I say, do you go along with
I know
Jem?
what you're asking me.
Yeah, do you go along with when Jem says triangles can have more than 180 degrees? Do you go along with that?
Is it your understanding that Jem invented this? Made this up?
What, mate? Jem? No, Jem was the first person, I think. Yeah, he may have been the first person. I think that he... Yeah, Jem was the first adult grown man that told me that triangles have more than 180 degrees. He did. He was the first one that said that. Like sighted triangles, like in reality when you're on top of a mountain and you're sighting angles. He's the first person to say that triangles have more than 180 degrees. Like, not just like made up triangles either. Sighted triangles with straight lines having more than 180. He's adamant that it's true. Possible. Yeah. Quite a few people have stuck up for him. Would you?
Well, it would depend on the context, of course. Because, as you know, on spherical surfaces, you're going to have triangles that have more than 180 degrees every time.
When you stood on top of a mountain, though, you're not on a spherical surface. You're just looking at one mountain at top and then another mountain peak. You're sighting lines because you can see them. You're sighting them. And that's an angle. That's what they call an angle in reality. It's sort of like the basis of triangulation.
Those mountains are on a spherical surface, then the angles between them, at least in one axis, are going to be above 180 degrees.
What? angles of a triangle, like not each individual angle. There's no way you could have an individual angle greater than 180 degrees on a triangle. You'd be looking the wrong way, surely.
Make a triangle. Triangles aren't made up of just one angle.
Yeah, 3. Yeah. Yeah, but not the internal angles. We're not going all the way round to measure the angles. We'll just go the shortest distance in between the 2 points, right? That angle.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, so 180 then, right? Looking from mountain.
Yes, as you already know, yes.
Yeah.
As you already know, triangles on a sphere make have angles that equal up to more than 180 degrees.
No. There's no triangles on a sphere. Triangles are a 2D shape, aren't they? And the surface of a sphere is not 2D, is it?
Well, I think all surfaces are 2D.
No, a square, 2D shape. A circle, a 2D shape. A triangle, 2D shape. Yeah? Polygon, 2D shape. All of them, 2D shapes. A sphere, however, 3D shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what happens when you take, let's say, the volume of a sphere? You end up with what kind of units? Cubic units, meters cubed, something like this. Whenever you deal with area,
how do you measure volume?
Well, the units I use are usually cubed every time.
Okay.
For surface area, the units I use are always squared.
Yeah,
because I'm describing the surface
we're talking
area.
we're talking about the shape, right? The surface of a sphere is bounded, right? The sphere is bounded by its surface. Now, a sphere is a 3-dimensional shape with constant curvature. It's sort of unique, isn't it? Within the shape realm, a sphere.
Not really.
Not really. It's definitely differentiated between all of the other shapes with 2D surfaces, like a polygon or like a cube.
Surface of a cone. Yeah, surface of a cone is also 2D.
Yeah, all of those shapes have 2D. Like, you can't roll them, can you? Because they've got like clunk, clunk, clunk. You know, obviously a die. All of those sort of shapes, they have flat sides on them. A sphere is different than that. Constant curvature. It rolls. You know what balls look like.
It's like a cylinder. A cylinder rolls, and you can wrap something around it.
It's got circles at each end of it, though, hasn't it? It's got those 2D bits at either end. That's definitely not spherical, is it? That's just cylinder.
Exactly. And that has a surface area.
Wow, you're really good at this. Shapes that aren't like spheres. Should we do that? Do you want to play a game of non-developable surfaces?
It's your contention then that cylinders, the surface area of the cylinder is 2-dimensional.
It's a developable surface. Yes, Kosho. A cylinder is a developable surface, meaning it can be expressed on a 2-dimensional plane without any distortion. Yeah, you know, like a cube. You can lay a cube out, and you can make all of those different shapes of. But when you fold it back up again, it goes back to a cube. It's a 3-dimensional shape that can be expressed as a 2-dimensional thing. Well, you can't do that with the surface of a sphere.
But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you
impossible.
The surface of a cylinder, though, if you were to wrap something around it, or just to measure how much surface area it has.
Absolutely, I've just said it's definitely a developable surface, as in it can be expressed on a 2-dimensional surface. Yes.
See if you can try to focus on the question. I'm asking you if the surface of a cylinder is 2-dimensional.
I've just told you, yes, it is a developable surface, Kosho. Do you not understand?
So the surface of a cylinder is.
I believe you don't understand.
2-dimensional.
Yeah.
The surface of a cylinder is two-dimensional. Is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
No, it is a non-developable surface, Kosho. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface, which means it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional surface without distortion. It is a non-developable surface.
But you're understanding that surfaces, if they're non-developable, that they're not 2D anymore.
They cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. Do you want me to say it again? What is it you don't understand, Kosho? You seem like a bit slow behind on this.
You're answering a different question.
No, I am answering the question. You just appear to not be able to understand some very basic facts.
I didn't ask you if it could roll out onto a plane. I didn't ask you that.
Yeah, you did. It's a two-dimensional surface, yes.
You're saying that any non-developable surface is not two-dimensional.
A two-dimensional surface is a plane surface, Kosho.
No, two-dimensional surface.
We call them flats. Don't get triggered. But a two-dimensional surface is also called a plane in mathematics, and then in common talk, when we say it, we call it a flat. Right? A flat surface is two-dimensional and is a plane surface. Now, a sphere is a non-developable surface, which means, I'll say it again, it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion.
Right. But can you express it two-dimensionally? Not on a plane, but can you express it using two dimensions?
Yeah, dude, do you want me to say it again, or are you
No, I want
just
you to answer the question
really slow, Kosho? I don't want to be making it out like you're thick.
Well, why don't you try just answering the question instead of making up your own question that I'm asking?
It's not making up. I'm trying to be as exact as I can, especially within the mathematical terms of what we're talking about. I want to be precise, Kosho, so I don't make you confused with anything.
Let me make clear what the question is.
Seems like you can get confused anyway, but carry on.
Let me make sure that you're clear what the question is, Bev.
I understand.
The question is not can you flatten out a sphere onto a plane in two dimensions? That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking you is the surface of a sphere, just like the surface of a cylinder, is it expressed using two dimensions?
No,
in two dimensions.
It's a three-dimensional surface that bounds a three-dimensional object, a sphere. Yes. Right. So
yeah. So is a.
It's not 2D. No, Kosho. Definitely not 2D. If it were 2D, it would not roll.
A cylinder is also not 2D. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Right. A cylinder is not 2D, but the surface of a cylinder is 2D.
A surface of a cylinder is a developable surface. Yes, Kosho. It can be expressed on the two-dimensional surface. Yes.
All surfaces are 2D.
No.
Yes.
No.
A
sphere is 3D. Kosho. I'm really surprised there.
You point to any sphere.
Telling Ranty this one. Is
you can point to any sphere, any ball, and I can represent any point on that ball using just two dimensions.
It's a three-dimensional. If you can point to a ball, it's a three-dimensional shape. It is a Euclidean sphere. Three-dimensional, Kosho.
On the surface, though, every point along the surface can be expressed.
If you're pointing at it, it is a three-dimensional shape.
And every point along that surface can be expressed using just two dimensions.
No, it cannot.
Absolutely can.
No, it cannot.
I can prove this to you. This is a known fact.
No, the surface of a sphere, in reality, is a three-dimensional shape. Therefore, the surface is three-dimensional. I know it's tough for you, but I don't know why you're arguing these sort of things either. I mean, it does make you look a bit silly. It sounds like you're not wanting to go along with basic reality for some reason. Now, I can only assume that reason is a model.
Bev, the reason is that you're not really clear on these things, and you invent rules that don't exist. So all surfaces are two-dimensional. All surfaces can be described using 2 dimensions, including the surface of a sphere. It can be described using just 2 dimensions. There's none.
Why do you think Euclid deemed it necessary to redefine it in solid geometry in book 11?
He didn't redefine anything to do with the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, he did.
He did not. He defined what a sphere was. He didn't find how to.
Redefines a surface right after he redefines the 3rd dimension into solid objects.
There's a reason why non-Euclidean geometry exists. It's to describe the things that he didn't get to.
Okay, so what you're saying there is Euclidean geometry, in reality, the sphere that you just talked about earlier, you can just throw that away.
No.
For what reason?
You don't throw it away, Bev.
Okay.
That would be a fool's
Okay,
mistake.
so it still applies then, right?
Throw it
So
away, Bev.
a sphere is a 3-dimensional object, right?
You don't listen, Bev. I said non-Euclidean geometry explains the geometry
this is going to get boring for everybody. Should we start explaining this a little bit better, Kosho?
So you don't throw either of them out.
Should we start trying to explain this a little bit better to people, Kosho?
Well, you can go ahead and describe to me
I'll do Euclidean geometry. You do non-Euclidean, right? In Euclidean geometry, a sphere is a 3-dimensional surface. Now, also in that geometry, right after defining a shape as being having length, breadth, and thickness, he then says a surface is that which bounds the solid, right? So it is around the solid. So therefore, the surface would take on the shape of the object that we're talking about. Now, if that object has 2-dimensional sides, then the surface would have 2-dimensional representation of it. But a surface of a sphere, a 3-dimensional shape with constant curvature, is bounded by that surface, right? The surface bounds that shape of constant curvature. Therefore, the surface has a constant curvature to it. Therefore, 3D. Okay, you please give us your view now of non-Euclidean.
A cylinder has constant curvature, does it not? A cylinder does not have constant curvature.
A cylinder. Is there a cylinder in non-Euclidean geometry? Or are you using Euclidean geometry?
Cylinder that I'm talking about now.
Euclidean geometry.
You're claiming that a
cylinder is Euclidean.
Yeah, you're saying that if an object exists in 3D.
No, I'm saying a cylinder. I'm saying a cylinder is a Euclidean shape, right? Please carry on and talk to us about non-Euclidean geometry. Please explain.
I think I'll decide what I say, right? Just like you decide what you say.
No, I was saying we're going to get to clarify. I went with Euclidean. You please do non-Euclidean.
I'm going to discuss what you just said, Bev, about the cylinder and the shape, the surface wrapping around a 3-dimensional shape. And if it's wrapping around a shape, as you said, that's 3 dimensions.
Euclidean shapes.
The surface is 3 dimensions.
Euclidean
which
shapes.
What you said earlier.
You're using Euclidean shapes, right, though? Lay off my geometry. You use your non-Euclidean. Go on.
You're contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting anything. I'm just saying
Euclidean. Did you not say that a surface is wrapped around the shape that it's conformed to?
Give us the definition within non-Euclidean geometry. Give us the definition within non-Euclidean geometry of a surface, please.
You're not going to confront what you just said?
Please give us the definition in non-Euclidean geometry of a surface.
You're not going to confront what you just said.
Can you not? Kosho, come on. Of course you can. Come on. Give us the definition of a surface in non-Euclidean geometry.
Bev, you just said something, right? I'm trying to respond to what you just said, right?
You're not able to respond
want
to
to
what I
respond to
just
what you
said,
just said.
Kosho.
It's not even a
It must be
conversation.
embarrassing, Kosho.
Yeah, I'm really embarrassed.
Yep, I would be.
Bev, you're contradicting what you're saying. You're saying at one point that a cylinder surface is two-dimensional. And then you said that the surface
It's a developable surface, isn't it? You know, Gaussian
It
curvature.
doesn't matter if it's developable or non-developable. It doesn't make it 2D or 3D. If it's wrapped around a 3D object, that doesn't mean the surface is just being described in 3 dimensions. The surface is still described in 2 dimensions.
Yeah, because it's a developable surface, Kosho. You still don't understand, do you?
Yeah, I do. When you take the surface
Are you not going
area
to get
of a
somebody
sphere,
in to come and help you? Or are they all laughing
right.
at you
when
as
you
well?
when you take the surface area of a sphere, the surface area I think is 4 pi r squared.
Wow.
Okay? You're gonna get squared units as your surface area of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
It's not cubic units. It's 2-dimensional units.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 pi r squared. Because
right.
pi r squared is a circle, right? It's the area of a circle.
Area of a circle, that's right.
Two-dimensional surface, right? And you just get 4 of them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Then you get the surface of a sphere with the same radius.
Isn't it weird? Yeah, but you're just using circles, aren't you? Pi r squared. It's a 2-dimensional surface. So it's lucky that 4 of them make a sphere, but then it's not really the surface of a sphere, is it? Could you imagine how do you put 4 circles on top of a sphere? How do you do that? Do you think you could do that?
You're just talking about how much area is on there.
Yeah, but do you think you could get and wrap it up for blanket time, right? Do you think you could wrap a sphere up if I give you 4 circles and went, go on?
Well, if I had 2 inner pens and I needed to make a sphere, I wanted to know how much ink I would need to make the inner part of that sphere. I have one of the pens going around the axis, and the other one of the pens going up along the center axis.
You're losing us viewers, Kosho. This is boring.
Well, I'm just telling you how I would do it, man.
Your misunderstanding of geometry and all of this stuff is putting people back. You're making people stupider, Kosho. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, no, I'm being serious, Kosho.
You're just contradicting what you're saying.
No, saying I'm contradicting myself, Kosho, doesn't mean anything because I'm not contradicting myself. You're the one that cannot answer basic questions about your supposed non-Euclidean geometry. It's a bit how do you say? It's a bit weird, right? That we've gone all of this time and you guys still think you can go you don't understand as a way of doing something. It doesn't mean anything, Kosho. And you just
point out that you don't understand.
You just
You're
look
pointing out
stupid,
yourself.
Kosho.
You're nonstop showcasing it.
Showcasing what?
That you're not only contradicting what you're saying, but you don't understand these simple concepts.
What
and you're
simple
asking silly
concept?
questions.
Come on, Kosho. What simple concept?
Like what a surface is, how many dimensions a surface represents, how you can represent a surface, and the difference between surfaces on developable surfaces and non-developable surfaces. And it's claiming that one is 2D while the other is 3D for some reason.
No. A non-developable surface means you can't express it on a 2-dimensional plane without distortion.
That's right.
Yep. Okay.
Who says that? Who says that that's what you have to do, though? Who says that you have to represent the sphere?
Just basic common sense, Kosho, shows you that a cube is different than a sphere.
Yeah.
Right? One of them has straight lines, and the other one has a surface of constant curvature. constant
And
curvature.
a cylinder and a cone are also different shapes.
Well,
These are
a
all different shapes.
two-dimensional plane has no curvature. So how can you have a two-dimensional plane with constant curvature? Simple answer, Kosho. You can't.
Two-dimensional planes can have curvature. That's
They
what circles
can't,
have.
Kosho.
Circles are constant curves. It's a two-dimensional shape. Okay? Now, three-dimensional shapes would be the cone itself or the sphere itself. The surface of the cone and the surface of a sphere and the surface of a cube are all 2 dimensions. You represent them in two dimensions.
Your understanding is really poor, Kosho. Really poor. A sphere is not a two-dimensional shape, is it?
That's right.
Yeah. So it can't have a two-dimensional surface, can it?
Right, but a cylinder is not a two-dimensional shape either.
No, but
And
it
you
is.
said yourself that
It
it
does
has a
have a
surface.
developable surface. A sphere
Yeah,
does
but that
not.
wasn't
A
that wasn't the
sphere
reasoning you gave.
does not, Kosho.
The reasoning you just gave for a sphere not having a 2D surface was because it was a three-dimensional shape.
Yeah, of constant curvature.
Right. So a cylinder has constant curvature.
Not at the ends where it's two-dimensional, Kosho.
Around the middle.
What do you not understand? You're shockingly inadequately prepared for a geometric conversation, aren't you?
I'm sure, Bev.
Well, why did
some
you
reason-
just
for some
why
reason you
did
think
you just
some
say
surfaces
a
are 2D
surface of a cylinder has constant curvature
That's Bev.
at the ends?
Parts of it.
You know
No, not
what
at the
makes
ends.
the shape a cylinder?
Yes, I do, Bev.
Yeah, it's the circle
Bev, if
bits
you
at
make
the
a-
end,
if you-
isn't
if
it?
you make a line going
It's the
around center
circles
of
at the end, isn't
cylinder,
it?
it's going to be constantly curving.
It is the circles at the end that form a cylinder.
Well, the whole shape forms the cylinder.
Pardon?
But the center,
Pardon,
if you
Kosho?
were to make a path along the center of a cylinder, it would make a circle all the way around.
It's just because the circles are the things that define the cylinder. Geometrically,
Right, so-
of course.
So then why are you denying that they have constant curvature?
A circle is a two-dimensional shape, Kosho. Isn't
why Are you
it?
denying that it has
It
constant
doesn't have constant curvature because it's a two-dimensional shape.
A circle does have constant curvature. It does indeed.
A
If
circle
you go around
is
circle,
a
the line around a circle is
two-dimensional shape.
the line.
Kosho, you're shocking to this. Are you this? You're not the best, right? Are you the entree? Are we going to get someone better? Go ding ding,
Yeah,
round
sure.
2 as soon as Kosho's tapped out.
This is the best you have is this rhetoric to try to hide away from the fact that you're getting these simple things.
This is getting boring,
wrong.
Kosho. Your inability to understand a two-dimensional surface.
Well, am I
is
contradicting
pretty
myself in
bad.
anything I'm saying? Because you're contradicting yourself in almost everything you're saying.
No, a 2D, two-dimensional shape is a plane or a flat. No curvature to a two-dimensional plane. Right? You cannot curve that two-dimensional because the moment you enter that other dimension, it is you add the third dimension, don't you? You add the 3D to it. Now, it curves if it goes around the surface of a sphere. That's not 2D. Cannot be. Right, Kosho?
You know, somebody asked Jeremy a very simple question the other day.
Who?
Somebody asked Jeremy a question.
Why are you
They
talking
asked
about
him-
Jeremy? You've got something Jeremy
I
on
thought
your
it was-
mind there or something.
I thought it was a good question.
Wow. Go on.
The question
Why are you
was,
talking about Jeremy? Jeremy
the
just
question
popped
was-
into your mind. That's
The
nice.
question was,
You're normally talking
this-
about
I made a
women. Is
gift-
that what's it?
I made a
You
gift
and
representing.
Jeremy got a
that
special relationship.
If you don't want to focus on this anymore, Bev, I
Do you,
absolutely
you
understand.
want to bring him in? Bring him in. You can have a chat about it.
You ready to continue, Bev?
I know.
The question I was asked
interested.
was about a an object moving in a straight
Questions
line
you
up and
asked
down.
him, or somebody asked him? Who asked him this question?
Is it late for you?
No, I'm just asking you. You're bringing Jeremy up. What is the relationship to the question? Did you ask Jeremy a question, or did you just did Jeremy ask you the question?
Is there somebody else here that's able to continue this? Because not really focusing, Bev.
Go on, please continue. Let us know though. Who's
Is that a
asking who
bouncy
the
ball you
question?
got? Like a bouncy ball going up and down. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, somebody was asking him what if the ball was on a path. If you have a string, for instance, the path of that string or the path of that ball, it's in 3D space because it's happening in your room. But truly, that line can be expressed using 1D. So even though it's in 3D space, it can be expressed using 1D.
No,
the same is true. Say again?
Conceptually, a straight line is one dimension.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you'd only need one dimension to describe the entire path of it. You could express it in 3D, but it'd be a waste of information because you're focusing on the line and where it is on that line, and where it is on that line is going to be one-dimensional function. And the same with this two-dimensional
position in 3D space.
Yeah,
it's positioned within 3D Euclidean space.
No. It's positioned along it's positioned along that line.
Yeah,
that's
Can you draw a one-dimensional line?
Start pointing an end point, and then you could put points at anywhere along that line in between. But you need a start and an end for a line, don't you?
And that's the crux of this conversation, is even though a sphere exists in 3D space, the surface of the sphere can be expressed using just 2 dimensions.
It's not.
Same as this plane.
It's 3D,
the same plane that I've drawn with a red ball on it.
No, a 2-dimensional plane is 2-dimensional. There's no curvature to it. None. Zero.
So this black plane that I've made here next to those 2 lines, it's a tilted black plane, and the ball's going around it. You can express the position the ball is in, no matter that it's tilted, no matter anything. You express that position using just the 2-dimensional surface of that plane.
If it's in a plane, then it's a 2-dimensional plane. It's on, right? A 2-dimensional plane, the black thing.
The same is true for the inside of this bowl.
No, the ball is a 3-dimensional thing that is rolling about on the 2-dimensional surface.
So that plane, where
they're definitely different, aren't they?
No, that's what I'm saying. The plane where it's tilted, there's nothing different. It's, of course, the position is changing in 3D space, but you can express its position purely just by the 2D plane that it's on.
Yeah, the 2D plane is the thing that the ball is rolling on, Kosho. Yeah, they are different, aren't they? One's a ball, the other is a plane.
Yeah, one's a bowl, but yeah, the other's a plane. And the thing they have in common is they're existing in 3D space. Their position in 3D space is changing, but their position can be expressed using just a 2D surface that they're on.
What, the ball is on the 2D surface?
Right.
Right? So the ball is not the 2D surface. The ball is on the 2D surface.
What's going on here. The question is not what is the ball. The question is the position of the ball. The position of the ball can be expressed using just a 2D.
The question here is the surface, it being 2D, is a flat plane with 0 curvature. That's the issue here, Kosho.
That tilted plane is not laying flat. It may be flat like that, but it's not expressed.
How would you express that position of the plane within 3D space?
Coordinates. It's XYZ. It's XYZ are changing the whole time.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, but that's still a flat surface. 3. The point is that its position can be expressed purely by the surface of that object, the 2D surface.
A 3-dimensional object on a 2D surface?
No, 2D surfaces are existing in this 3D simulation.
I don't really get your point, man.
The point is that a 3D sphere or a 3D cylinder or a 3D cube, okay, those objects exist in 3D. The surfaces, the positions along the surface are all expressed in 2 dimensions, in
Not a sphere.
a squared function.
Not a sphere.
A sphere as well, just like a cylinder, just like a cone, just like a cube. There's
What
nothing
shape
different.
is a sphere?
Say
What
again?
shape is the surface of a sphere?
The shape of the surface. The shape of a surface of an object is the same shape as the object that it's surrounding. So the surface of a sphere.
What shape is the surface? So a spherical is 3-dimensional. Excellent.
Yeah, all just like a cylinder, just like a cone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 3D surface.
Right. And Bev said those surfaces are 2D. He said a cone has a 2D surface and a cylinder has a 2D surface, even though they're 3D objects.
I said a cone and a cylinder are developable surfaces. Yeah. You seem to misunderstand, don't you? You really don't get this.
You guys keep backtracking on what you're saying. He just said
you
he
seem
just said
very confused, Kosho. You've been doing it all. You've been doing it all night.
So
how
are
you
those,
can
are those
still
surfaces
think
2D
that
or
a
3D
surface of a
based on
sphere
the object they're
is
surrounding?
2D? You must be crazy. You've just
Then
told
why did
us
you
to
say- why did you
explain.
say what you
You
said
don't pay
earlier too,
attention.
then.
You don't
said
pay
the same
attention,
thing you
Coach. I
said.
even said that earlier. See, you don't listen.
No, you said the
And you
same
said
thing
we're
that he said
backtracking.
earlier too. That those surfaces are 3D because they're surrounding a 3D object.
Sphere is a 3-dimensional object. The surface is 3D, but
Okay.
on a cone or cylinder, you have 2-dimensional surfaces, right? So, and it is a developable surface, so it's not a sphere. So, what do you?
Okay, so is
Why
a
do you want
cone
to conflate
3D?
it?
Cone's not 3D. I mean, a cone is 3D. Cone's 3D, but the surface of a cone is not 3D. You agree with that? And a cylinder is 3D. Cylinder's 3D, but the surface is not 3D. You agree with that? But when we say a sphere is 3D
no.
and the surface of a sphere is not 3D, you disagree with that for some reason.
No, the surface of a sphere is 3D. Yeah.
So is the surface of a cylinder 3D?
In my opinion, yeah. But it has 2D surfaces on it. On the ends.
That's the same as a sphere.
No, it's not.
Well, you'll find that your own thinking about this is contradictory in itself, and I don't know what to tell you except for that surfaces are 2D. That's why they're expressed in square units.
In conceptual mathematics, but in
in
reality,
real life. And whenever you paint something or you're doing anything or you're making a flyer for the outside of a can, you use the surface area of this object, and they're going to be in squared units.
oh, what are we talking about? A cylinder now?
Talking about what?
Are you talking about a cylinder?
A cylinder, any 3D shape, the surface is always going to be expressed in 2 dimensions.
No. Mathematically, but not in reality. If you have a curving surface within 3-dimensional space, it's a 3-dimensional surface.
Yeah, well, if you had some object that you needed to paint, whether it was a sphere or a cube, and you had you had to get the paint exactly, you had to get the right amount of paint, you'd have to figure out how many square inches or square feet a sphere is, which you can do with that equation, and you're going to get a function that's going to leave you with the square inches or square feet, and it's going to tell you what the surface area is. It doesn't matter if it's developable or not.
Hey, Kosho, is the paint measured in volume in the can?
In the can, yeah, sure.
So
paint is taken up the inside of a can.
The paint is actually 3-dimensional.
No, the paint is going to be painting something 2-dimensional. Yeah. It's
How much
painting
of a
the surface
volume? How much of a volume of paint would it take to cover a 2x2 square of area?
I can tell you. It probably depends on the paint.
It's kind of weird, right?
No, I mean, it depends on the paint.
Well, we're
weird.
talking about 3D reality, right?
Yeah.
So you're using a 3-dimensional substance to cover a 2-dimensional area.
Sure. If you had nail polish, for instance.
That doesn't throw up red flags for you?
Not at all.
Oh,
Nail
that's
polish or whatever, they can tell you, or let's say it's paint for a wall. It may say that this paint you can do 100 square feet. This
how
much
thick is
paint
that paint
is good for.
on that?
I don't know. It could be whatever size it is, whatever size paint jug that is.
Oh.
It may be able to do 100 square feet.
So
That
there's thickness to that. There's thickness to that area.
Yeah.
We're talking real world, right? I mean, sure you use the calculation, but
there's not a
paint has a
calculation
thickness.
to use
the
it.
paint has a thickness, right?
Yeah, it's going to depend on what kind of paint you have, and the paint is going to
So
be.
you're applying a 3-dimensional substance to a 2-dimensional area.
Yeah. I mean, you've done
So
this.
you're making a conceptual measurement reality with 3 dimensions.
No, you measure walls in square feet. You know this, right?
I think the point just flew right past you there, but carry on.
You measure walls in square feet. You measure the floor in square feet. When you paint something, it's going to be the surface of it. So the point is, it doesn't matter if it's a cube or a sphere. If it's 100 square feet, is the total surface area. It's going to be the same amount of surface area.
Would one coat of paint be a 3-dimensional surface?
One can of paint?
One coat, 2 coats. Would you
Oh, a
consider
coat.
that
It would be
2-dimensional?
painting over a surface.
It would have thickness to it, right? In the real world, it would be.
Are you asking like if the paint itself exists in 3D reality? Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, I mean, so you're looking at geometric or mathematical conceptual definitions of things, and they talk about 2D surfaces, right? But in reality, those surfaces actually have thickness to them in the real world.
Yeah, but the surface itself is expressed in 2D. Even if it doesn't matter how thick the paint you're putting on it.
That's what you do, Kosho. That's you do that. Right? 2 dimensions in mathematics is a plane surface. Right? There's only really weird people on Discord servers that I know that say a surface is 2-dimensional. They're not, obviously. A 3-dimensional surface isn't 2D. No, I don't know anyone else that says it is, apart from a really weird group of people. Now, I'll just point out here that Kosho's gone here because he was asked how he would justify trigonometry using straight line triangles and then being able to curve one of them. This is where Kosho's gone. 2-dimensional. 2-dimensional. I mean, it's how Kosho explains bending straight lines is by saying a 2-dimensional plane is actually a curved surface. Right, Kosho?
You didn't ask me that at all. I didn't say that statement you just said. I said it all either. What I said was surfaces are always expressed in 2 dimensions, is what I said. And it's the truth.
Show me one. Show me one in reality. Show me a 2D surface in reality.
Show you a 2D surface in reality? Any surface.
Yeah.
If you go put down floor, if you put down floor anywhere, you're going to say, how much flooring do I need? You're going to do square foot. You're going to measure how many square feet that is, and that's how much wood you're going to get. You're going to paint a wall, you're going to see how much square feet it is.
So it
That's
has no
how much
thickness
paint
to
you're
it.
going to use.
You guys just can't. You can't deal with reality. You know, you stay in mathematics like Chunky Brad Boy, and you just can't ever get into the real world.
Yeah,
it's just.
Do you measure surfaces in 3 dimensions when you do anything in reality?
Wow, that's a pretty bad obfuscation if that's the best argument you've got against it, Kosho. That we show you shit in reality and go, look at this. It's curved, isn't it? And you go, well, it's 2-dimensional, isn't it? It's like, no, it's not. It's not fucking 2-dimensional.
That's what they are.
Right.
The only people.
Right. I've got a cup here. Right. I've got a cup. Right. Now, the outside surface of the cup and the inside surface of the cup, are they both 2-dimensional, Kosho?
Yeah, the surface of your cup is expressed in 2 dimensions. The cup itself exists in 3 dimensions.
Which bit of the 2-dimensional surface of the cup can hold the liquid? It's got a cup of tea in it at the minute. Which surface, the two-dimensional surface of the cup, can hold that liquid? All of it?
You're thinking about this in the weirdest way, man. The
No,
surface of the cup is 2 dimensions, okay?
Yeah, okay,
The
so-
cup itself exists in 3 dimensions.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
It's really
the bit
not
that we're
hard.
talking about. Right? The
You needed to
actual
be-
bit in reality. That's what we're talking about, Kosho. Right? When we say the three-dimensional surface, we're talking about the in reality thing that we're actually there, holding, touching. The stuff that you can actually deal with in reality, Kosho.
You deal with the 2 dimensions of the cup in reality. If you were to make some kind of sticker that goes around the whole thing, and you want to make sure it goes around every part of it, you would have to determine what the surface area of that cup is. The 2-dimensional surface area of that cup. It wouldn't be 3 dimensions. It would be 2 dimensions.
No, it's a three-dimensional cup, Kosho. Three-dimensional. That's how it can hold a liquid. If it weren't, it wouldn't be able to hold a liquid. If it was a two-dimensional cup, it would be no good at being able to hold a liquid.
You said anything about a 2-dimensional cup, Bev?
You?
No,
you said,
I did not.
You said
I said
every
this
surface is 2D. Well, it's not. There's 3D.
Surface is 2D, Bev. Absolutely. That's what a surface is.
You know,
that's what the definition
you sound
is.
like,
I don't make these words up.
You know what you sound like, Kosho? Flat earther. You're a 2D earther, aren't you? Everything has to be 2D. To you. You're special.
Everything or just surfaces?
You're a special person. Everything you touch is 2-dimensional, isn't it, Kosho?
Everything or just the surfaces?
Well, I don't know. Everything
I
you
know you
touch.
don't know.
What do you touch, Kosho? The surface of things or not?
The surfaces are described in 2 dimensions, man. I
Okay,
don't know
so
why-
you are a 2-dimensional everythinger, right? Not just the Earth. Everything to you is 2D.
He's a flat earther.
Mm-hmm. He's a proper flat earther. He's
If
like
you,
a flat
if you were to
everythinger.
start out, with the surface away from the shape, and then go, okay, I've got to put this surface back on my shape. If you've turned your surface into a 2D surface, you can't then put it on a 3D shape. It's 2D. So if you take the surface off a 3D shape like a circle, it's still 3D.
Just, from a math definition right here, it says the outside layer of an object, this is a surface, it has area but no thickness. It is a 2-dimensional boundary that can be flat or curved. Huh.
Ah.
So this is a definition of the word that we're talking about, guys.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. That's what I've been explaining
It
to you.
doesn't to me. A 2-dimensional surface is length times breadth. That's 2 dimensions. That's a plane surface, Kosho.
Yeah, that's how you measure spheres, though. Spheres have 2 angles.
Spheres have what?
2
That's a
angles.
lie, Kosho. You
Use
need,
2
you need
angles.
4 pi. You need 4 pi to get the area of a sphere. You don't need that for an area of a plane.
Yeah, when I was talking about the area, I'm talking about the
It's got 2 angles,
said length
Kosho.
by
What are you
width.
talking about?
So instead of using length by width, you use 2 angles. You use one around the axis and one angle that goes up and down. That's why you
What?
have longitude and latitude.
No, say
2 angles.
Sorry, say that again. You've got 2 angles on a sphere.
This is how you make every position of the surface. Yeah.
No, we're talking about a sphere. You said there are 2 angles.
That's
Please
right. That's like you said.
explain.
Length times width. I'm trying to, but you keep cutting me off, man. Like I told you just a second ago, you have one angle that goes around the axis.
Sorry.
Right? Sorry.
Around the axis.
Yes. Like if you have a, let's say you're making a sphere.
Yeah,
have
you
one
know
axis.
all of the positions of the sphere, right? There's the center, there is a radius, there's a diameter, there's a circumference, right?
Well, the
They're
radius
right.
and
So please explain axis.
The radius in this, well, just like in a circle, you have a origin, right? So
Yeah,
the origin
center.
of a sphere. Say again.
The center.
Or the origin But the origin of a sphere would be the same thing. It'd be at the center, just like on a 2-dimensional graph, but it'd be on a 3-dimensional graph. And the axis, the z-axis, would be that axis. So the one line,
axis,
one of those radial lines will go around that axis.
Axis.
Yes.
AXIS.
Yes, axis. Yes. Okay. You understand this?
Yeah. Go on.
Okay. So one of those lines will, one of those radial lines will go around that z-axis.
Right. It would be the diameter.
Well, the radius is going to, no matter where that line is going to be the same length regardless. So the radius
The axis, yes. The axis that you are going to put it on is like putting a needle through the middle of a sphere, right?
Sure.
That's one line. Okay, right. We've got that. Yeah, we've got it. That's one line. Where's the angle?
In geometry, you make a circle by
Where's the angle?
Center point and a line, the radius, making it go around in a circle.
What?
That's makes a circle in Euclidean geometry. But in to make a sphere, you make the line go around that z-axis, and you also make the other axis, or the other directional line is the other angle, which is like I think it's called polar. So it's going to go from the top to the bottom.
Isn't that your z-axis?
Well, one is going around the z-axis and
around. It's an axis.
Yeah. So this radius
X, Y, Z
axis.
Yes. Do you want me to get you? I'll get you a GIF. We had this made, right? These are the axes. X, Y, Z axis of the coordinate system that you're going to be using, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So those two angles that we just discussed.
No, Kosho, we did not discuss an angle. We put a needle straight through the middle of a sphere. Yeah? To be your Z axis. Yeah?
It's a reference to what you're going around, yeah.
Right, okay. So here's the different planes. There's the X, Y, and the Z axis there. You understand that? Surely you do.
Things are a little weird though, but yeah.
3-dimensional. Yeah, it's spinning round as well. It gets confusing, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't look confusing. It just looks kind of.
It's a perpendicular.
Around and things are moving. I don't know why that's happening, but
it's a perpendicular. Yeah,
imagine one of those is not moving, and it'd be the z-axis in the center. Okay, one of these lines, one of these angles, will be going around that z-axis.
Around.
So that's one angle.
It's a straight line axis, right? X, Y, or Z. Right. Yeah, there's no. Where's around go? I mean, it is spinning around. Is that what you mean?
Around it.
You mean spinning around like that?
That's why there's an angle. That's why I said there's two angles. One of the angles is the line as it goes around
the angles. They're all perpendicular to each other. X, Y, and Z axis are all perpendicular. That's why we call it a perpendicular.
Why are you having such a hard time with this, man? The
z-axis I'm not having a hard time with it. You seem to be struggling. You keep saying around an axis.
Yes, that's why you have three. That's why you have two angles, because one of the angles is going around that z-axis.
An angle's going around. Would that be a 360 degrees? Like
exactly,
circle?
It goes around in 360 degrees. Yeah. That's one of the angles.
Right angle?
That's not an angle, then, is it? That's just a circle.
Yeah, exactly. That's just a circle, but you have two angles to describe the sphere.
Where's the other angle? What? Like a circle isn't an angle.
Jesus Christ, man. One of those angles. This is how you define any position along the sphere.
You've just told us you define one of the angles as 360 degrees, which is a full circle.
360 degrees that it can use around the z-axis, exactly. And then you have
around the z-axis.
I'm not going to keep trying this, man. If you're just going to talk over the answer, then
you're really struggling, Coach. I mean, you got like 90-degree angles, right angles, planes, 3D, X, Y, Z. You have a vertical, horizontal. Why are you confused?
Yeah, exactly. So you have the radial that comes out of the center, out of the origin, and the angle, the first angle in the circle, or in the sphere, I mean, is going to be the angle it makes as it's going around the z-axis. The other angle is going to be going from pole to pole.
It's delusional, isn't it?
You can define any point along the sphere using just those two angles.
I bet he doesn't even understand what he's saying himself. Like, there's no ballers that are following this show. No one.
I can draw this out for you, man. It's really simple.
Go on, draw.
Yeah, why don't you draw a 4D space for us? Draw something 4D.
No, you just need this in 3D, man. So
Do
the surface.
This is a surface. Do it in 2D.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The surface of the sphere can be described using just these two angles.
Yeah, I want to see
what
that.
Angles? You've got an origin,
Exactly.
and you're just waving that bloody stick around in a circle.
You're not waving it around. You're describing the position using those two angles.
What angles? You've not
Angles
even
I
given
tried
us
to
an
express
origin
to you.
point yet. Where are we measuring the first angle from, Kosho?
Wow, bingo. So the thing I told you about 18 times, about the z-axis, one of the angles goes around that axis.
Where's the z-axis on a sphere, Kosho?
Yeah, one of those, exactly. One of those angles goes around the z-axis.
Which angle? Which part?
Jesus
Where
Christ.
do you fix it on a sphere,
There's no, I
Kosho?
can't explain this to you, man. There's no point. You know what the z-axis is, right? You know what the origin point is, right?
The
You know what both
center.
those things mean.
The center of a sphere. Yes.
Yeah.
You know
The
that.
center-
You know
the
that
center
doesn't
of a grid.
exist in spherical geometry, right?
The center of a grid.
That only
XYZ
belongs in Euclidean space, right?
So the center of the grid is going to be the center of
What
the
grid?
XYZ coordinate. Yes, we're talking about.
Are you making a grid?
axis.
Straight lines.
Well, we're talking about the z-axis, right?
Yeah, the one that goes
gotta
up and
know where the
down.
angle
Yeah,
from.
we call it the vertical one. We do.
Yeah, so one of
in
the lines
reality,
going around that.
the vertical
okay,
plane.
360 degrees. Okay, that's gonna be your first angle.
No,
wherever
no.
wherever
that's
that
one.
line is,
That's
wherever that
a
wherever
fixed
that
position.
line is, whatever
Kosho.
angle it is,
Like a
that's
plum.
that's what that angle is gonna represent.
Okay, so we can hold
The
a
other
plum
angle,
up.
Bev,
Yeah, we can hold a
a
perpendicle up.
you don't want to know the answer.
And
So-
that will give us our z-axis, won't it? In reality, Kosho, we're talking about here now. So, in order to find our z-axis, what we do is we hold a plumb bob up. Yep. And then we've got our z-axis. Now, where do we measure an angle from to get our first angle? Kosho? Kosho, come on. You can do this. I know it gets confusing. Once we've
I bet
set
he's
our
taking a
frame
mulligan.
of reference...
This is what's happening, Bev. You're talking through the answers
Oh, have you
and
just
asking me
drawn that?
questions while I'm giving the answers. And then
Yeah,
right now, you
that's
just ask me to. You just
yeah,
ask
X,
me
Y,
to
Z.
talk.
We can see
You're
that.
talking
Yeah,
through
that's the X, Y, Z axis. That's exactly what we've been
Well,
talking
look at this
about.
fucking GIF. Stare at it until your fucking face goes numb, and then maybe you'll understand it.
Okay, so where's the angle? Please, Kosho. You said 2 angles. Please show us, because there looks like... How many angles can you see there? 1, 2, 3... I can see 4 angles there already. They're all right angles. Like we just said before. Clearly just said before. X, Y, Z. Cartesian coordinate planes. All perpendicular to each other. Right angles.
Yeah, that's right line geometry right there, man.
Yeah, and you use once you've got your XYZ coordinate frame reference, obviously in 3D Euclidean space, because you're in the middle. You're definitely not spherical geometry, that right, Cleary?
Yeah,
that's 3D. Obvious.
Define the radius.
That's your azimuthal and your vertical angle, right? They're the 2 angles that we were talking about.
I mean, if you don't,
I see horizontal and vertical.
Yep.
No problem.
yeah, you only need 2 coordinates to describe the surface of a sphere. The radius is already defined.
No,
Now
what you
only
need
those 2
in
angles.
reality, Kosho,
You
what
need the
you
angle that's
need.
going around the axis and the angle that's going pole to pole.
Yeah. Okay.
Using the straight lines.
Yeah.
The radius.
Yeah. So where do you measure these angles from then, Kosho?
Let's see. Let's try to go back to what I told you.
In-
I said
in-
one was going around
In reality,
Don't
Kosho.
ask me a question. Just talk over the answer.
In reality, Kosho.
One of the angles you measure around the z-axis.
In
That's the first
reality,
angle.
Kosho.
I'm not gonna attempt this again, dude.
Yeah.
You're not gonna stop. You ask me a question just to talk through the answer, dude.
I'll say it again, just to clarify, Kosho. Kosho, I don't want you answering a wrong question, so I will rephrase it. In reality, Kosho, how do you measure these angles? Feel free to say, I don't measure them at all, Bev. If you want, to be honest. Or you can have a go at whatever you think.
It's like he wants to take the 3D Euclidean space and then stick it on top of a 3D Euclidean sphere. But he has no geometry for that.
Yeah, he's like,
So
I
he's
think
stuck.
what he wants to do is he wants to take 3D Euclidean geometry, use all of the angles involved in 3D Euclidean geometry, and then go, there you go, surface of a sphere. It's a globe. Like, Axiom 1, as we do.
It's a globe.
Yeah, it's a globe.
Really?
I'll use Euclidean, but just imagine that I'm using non-Euclidean. I can think it's non-Euclidean and end up with a sphere. Because I'm
You can invent
a
photos in your head
G.L.A.R.P.er.
for them to say.
Kosho.
Because you won't let the people actually talk, right? I've told you about 20 times now that the first angle is going around the z-axis. That's where it's measured. It's measured by wherever that line is going around the z-axis.
You don't understand
The other angle
angles,
is
do
defined
you?
as
This
pole
is
to pole.
shocking,
Wherever
Kosho.
that angle is from pole to pole
You
is the
don't
second
even
angle.
understand an angle.
Those two angles represent the coordinates on a sphere. Any coordinate that you have on a sphere can be represented by those two coordinates.
When was the last time you measured an angle, Kosho?
Yeah, or how about this, Kosho? Is the Earth a sphere?
Yes.
So it's a two-dimensional surface you live on. Is that correct?
We use two dimensions to describe the surface, and those two dimensions are angles.
Nice.
How do you describe a mountain or a valley?
Describe it however you'd like to describe it. Doesn't have anything to do with its
2D
position.
surface.
Is it
Its
a
position
is
along
it
the
a 2D?
surface is described using longitude and latitude, which are
2D.
angles.
Is it 2D? A mountain?
The mountain has elevation, but at the
So how do you
position
describe
along the
that?
surface of the Earth is
Is that
described
2D
longitude
elevation?
and latitude.
That's it. That's not a good descriptor.
Yeah, every position
You're
on
lacking.
Earth, any position on Earth, you can describe using longitude and latitude. You know this, right?
No, you can't describe the surface you live on as a two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, you can actually, and this is done by every GPS. This is how it's given to you. They add in elevation depending on its actual elevation, but you can figure out where you are just by using the longitude and latitude.
Just using
Because it's described at positions along the
two-dimensional coordinate systems on a two-dimensional plane, right? That's where two-dimensional coordinate systems work best, right?
Yeah, two-dimensional coordinate system can work out on a two-dimensional surface.
Plane,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah. We done, yeah.
Yeah, good job.
All right, that's
Welcome to
why,
reality.
that's why our coordinates are angles. They're not, grids like on a
We have
X, Y,
grid
and X,
system
Y grid.
in the UK. We definitely have a grid system on the maps.
Yeah, the coordinates that we use are angular coordinates.
When was the last time you measured an angle, Kosho?
Time
Go on. Specifically.
earlier today.
Ooh, go on. What was it? What was the angle that you measured?
Just measuring something out on a map.
Yeah, what angle was it that you measured?
What angle are you at?
31 degrees north.
31 degrees north. So you measured a latitude line?
You can measure the elevation of the sun or the stars, and you can find your latitude.
Is that where you measured the angle then?
No, not for mine personally. I've done that before though.
No. I was asking you personally. I asked you, when was the last time you measured an angle? You said earlier today at 31
Earlier today,
degrees.
yeah.
And I was asking you where that angle was.
was on the screen. I don't
On
know.
the
I don't know what
screen?
you're asking right now. Yeah, I was measuring something out for somebody else. I wasn't measuring something in reality. In reality, I've measured the angular elevation of the sun.
Okay, no.
And things of that nature.
What did you do when you measured an angle earlier today? It was on the TV screen. What did you use to measure the angle?
I have programs that did it for you.
No, that's
They
not
can
measuring
align it to
angles,
what
is
the
it,
angle is.
Kosho? You seem to be struggling with measure.
It's not difficult, man.
The
I mean,
meaning of the word measure,
the thing will work it
Kosho.
out for you.
You even struggle with the meaning of the word measure, don't you?
No.
So
Not at all.
when you measure an angle, do you not use a protractor?
I haven't used one in a long time.
Okay. So what
in the
tool
computer, you can measure things without having a protractor.
did you use to measure the angle that you just claimed you measured earlier today?
It was built into the computer. All I had to do was move the mouse and the cursor. It took the line. It gave me the measurement.
Okay. So you use the computer to measure an angle. Nice.
Is that important for you to know?
Yeah, because we now know that you don't understand the meaning of the word measure.
Really?
Yeah.
So if you measure something in the computer, it's not measuring.
You calculated something?
No, I measured it. Calculating is when you take the numbers and you do some formula. You calculate something.
Like
measuring.
Like what you did.
No, I didn't do that. I used the computer. I literally moved the cursor, moved the line. It tells you what angle it is.
So you didn't measure anything?
Yes, I did. This is getting silly, dude.
No,
you're laughing because you know I'm right.
Yeah.
No, dude. If you have a picture on your screen and you have you want to see how many pixels across it is, you're measuring how many pixels it is across. Or if you have some sort of ruler or something like that, something that can tell you how long it is, you can measure it by comparing it with something. This is not,
You can measure by comparing it with something. Like
that's how all measurements are made.
With a protractor. Yeah, you get a protractor and put it upside and you can measure the angle by comparing it with a measuring angle device that measures angles.
I feel like you're having a hard time with this, man. The angles in this program, you can just move the cursor and it will show you what angle it is.
You just drag it across.
You want to see how
and it
big
tells
something is. Yeah. You can compare it to something else or have some size reference and compare it to that.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain this to you, but you can measure things in the computer.
Okay. So what was it that you were measuring an angle for someone?
It was a map.
It was an angle for a map.
It was in a map, yeah.
It was in a map. Okay. So what was the angle for then? A heading?
A test I'm setting up for somebody.
Oh, setting up a test? That sounds good. What sort of a test? An angle test?
None of your business, Bev.
See whether people can measure angles.
I don't feel the need to describe it to you, Bev.
Okay. It sounds good though. What
Sure.
would you be using in reality to measure angles with, Kosho?
Well, these people, if they were going to measure the angle, which they're not, you could use something like what Aristoteles did. If you wanted to measure the sun, you can use sticks and shadows, or you can use a protractor and a hanging weight
shadows
and
for
try to measure the
measuring
angle
the
that way.
sun.
Either of those could give you the angle.
Sticks and shadows for measuring the sun.
Either of those two will give you the angular elevation of the sun.
The angular elevation of the sun. That sounds cool.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that that proves nothing.
Okay, well, I don't know what that's in response to, but I was just asked how you would measure an angle in reality, and this would measure an angle in reality. So Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't responding to what I just answered.
Yeah, what he's talking about is Aristophanes. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it doesn't show you the shape of the ground when you're measuring
Who
things
said
in the
anything about the
sky.
shape of the ground?
Oh, I thought that was like the big
No, follow the
arena
conversation.
that we
Bev
were in.
asked me how would you measure angle in reality.
Okay. And how would you measure the angle? That was the
I
question.
just told you. In one case, you would look at the length of the shadow and length of the stick.
That's measuring the sticks. It's not an angle.
Well, we learned earlier in class that if you
You're
had
saying
three
that
parts of a triangle,
you think a length of a stick is an angle?
The two lengths of the stick and the 90 degrees that are in between the one and the ground, those are the three parts of the triangle that you can use to determine the other three parts of the triangle.
Oh, and what would that mean?
Well, that would tell you the angular elevation of the object that's giving light.
It would give you a triangle with the length of two sides and all the angles, obviously.
Yeah, that's right. And one of those angles would be the angular elevation of the object that it's getting light from.
No, it'd be an angle of the triangle that you've just made.
Exactly, which is created by the object shining light onto it. So that's one way to measure an angle.
Well, that's
specifically the
just
angular
an
elevation
angle
of
of
the
a
sun.
triangle. What are you going to do with that? You say
whatever you
How
need to.
do you measure the angle?
I just described that to you, Bev.
No, you didn't.
Another way.
No, what you
another
did
way
was
to do it.
you described how you measure the length of the stick and the length of the shadow. Then what you said was you calculate the angles.
That's
you don't
right.
measure the angles. So again, I'll ask you again.
For this measurement, you do a calculation.
Because you might,
calculating involved.
yeah, well, you might need to hear the question, right? How do you measure an angle, Kosho?
Well, the one way I already described to you.
That's a calculation,
measure
not
the
a
two lengths of the
measurement.
stick
That's
and
it. Once
calculate
again,
what the other three sides of the triangle would be.
Once again,
that would give you the
once
angles
again,
of
once
the other
again,
object.
Kosho, you are not understanding the word measurement. You get confused with calculation. Calculate.
It's not confusing in any way whatsoever, man.
Yeah.
In any way whatsoever.
You've just been running all the time from how to measure an angle because you
I
don't
give you one
know,
way. I give
Kosho.
you totally another way. No,
You
that's
don't
certainly one way to measure
know
an
how to measure angles. You're that bad,
That's
Kosho.
absolutely one way to measure an angle. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Another way you can measure that same angle, if you're trying to determine the angular elevation of the sun, another way to measure the same object is to use a
Why are
protractor.
you trying to measure the
sight it,
angular?
have
Don't
it
look
hang
at the
weight.
sun, Kosho. Don't look at the sun.
Wait,
It's
hey,
not very
I'm only gonna try this once more, dude, and then I'm not gonna engage anymore.
Yeah,
Because I
this
try to
is
give you
why
the
you
answers
don't
that
like
you
coming
talk to
round here,
yourself.
isn't it?
But yeah, the
You get
protractor,
exposed
use a
as a
protractor,
fool.
sight it at the sun, have a hanging weight hanging where the angle is. You can measure the same object in two different ways, the angle of the object in two different ways, and they're both valid. There's nothing invalid about either of those methods.
What was that? Say it again. A protractor and a weight.
I won't be saying it again, Bev.
I think he said a protractor. You can get a protractor and a weight. That sounds impressive. And you can do an angle from that. You can measure an angle from a protractor and a weight. You know where an angle is like the inclination between two straight lines, or from a point to a point. An angular distance measurement or angular measurement. Just from moving a theodolite from one point to another, and you reference that towards like a protractor on the ground or wherever you reference one line to one radial mark on a protractor, and you move to cite the other point, and then you measure the angular distance that you've travelled from one point to the other. That's how you measure an angle. You do it in reality all the time, Kosho. Like those angles that you were doing before, X, Y, and Z. You were talking about two angles, and one of them would be your azimuthal angle, referenced from like north as a center point. You have to have a reference point to start to start measuring an angle. You then turn through that angle That's one of your angles that you reference. And then what you do is you can have a vertical angle from that position. That gives you your two angles. But you are the center point. That's you, because you're the one measuring these lines. So in that picture that you drew before, you had an angle at the center of a sphere. Well, that's you. You're the guy that's measuring the angles. That's how you measure the angles. So you can think of yourself as the center of a massive sphere. It's sort of spherical trigonometry. That's the way it's worked. Pretty impressive, that, isn't it, Kosho? That you are the person at the center measuring those angles. Because that's the only way you can do it. You can only measure them for yourself. Right? You have to be the person measuring. Otherwise, you're calculating. You're not measuring. Do you think we can sort the words out, Kosho, and use proper words? Not confusing words, obfuscation words that you can have double meanings in. It's not helpful with mathematics. Are you done, Kosho? Can we move on and we move back to Ranty? Is that what you're here for? Get us away from talking about Ranty and his misunderstandings of trigonometry. You can come in and obfuscate and pretend that you don't know anything about. It takes it off Ranty, right? It makes Ranty look good, Kosho. That's what you've done today. You've made Ranty and his misunderstanding of trigonometry look good. You've attempted a good attempt, though. I'll give you not many people want to play the 2D, 3D balls game. That's Brenda had that one first. 2D balls. And you did well. It's ridiculous, though. You realise that after a while, Kosho, right? A ball is obviously a three-dimensional Euclidean shape.
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
I've got this guy in chat telling me you can't take 3D shapes and flatten them out into 2D. Like a cube, you can't flatten it out to make a cross. I'm failing geometry, he says.
Yeah. Is
this really what we're down to dealing with? People who are going to deny that you can open up a cube, a 3D cube, and create a cross out of it.
Yeah, when they hear
See, now he's saying, draw me a 2D cube. No, your 2D version of that cube is your cross. Oh my God, this is just unbelievable.
It's IG, don't worry about it. It's, known.
How can they be happy being so
trolls.
retarded?
Yeah.
Just listen to me and learn from what I'm saying, dude, for fuck's sake.
Thought IG was a woman, Mobius. I mean, it might be a man. I'm sure IG's been in it. Or was that IG? Is there another one? Are you doing? Yeah, it's the difference between developable and non-developable. Can it be expressed on a two-dimensional surface? And cubes and cones and cylinders can, yeah, they can be. A sphere cannot. It is a non-developable surface. You normally tell because which surfaces can roll. They're the ones that are normally non-developable. Like a hyperboid or a Pringle. That's when You can't flatten a Pringle. You get all crushed. You can't make a two-dimensional surface of a sphere. That's what it is. I think that's one of the best, or I say best. That's not probably the best word. It's one you struggle with, right, Kosho? It's the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. It can't be, because a sphere is a three-dimensional shape. And nobody I know really would say that it is 2D, unless you find a G.L.A.R.P.er that knows where it leads. And the true fear of all G.L.A.R.P.ers, I believe, has been exposed here tonight, Kosho. He's shown everyone that everything is 2D to a G.L.A.R.P.er. So in reality, the true flat earther is people like Kosho that have to have everything being a 2D dimensional surface. 2D is flat. Kosho is a flat everythinker. So especially the earth that he lives on. He walks on 2D, touches 2D. The mountains, they're all 2D. Everything's 2D. Flat.
Now he wants some evidence of this claim that we can turn 3D shapes, 3D solid shapes into their 2D counterpart.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, are we in, like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
has this person ever gone through primary school? Done anything about solid geometry whatsoever?
Nah.
Like, dude, I'm seriously, you're putting smiley faces after your comments as if you've, won something. You look like an absolute fool.
He thinks he's trolling you, right? He is trolling you, but that's why he thinks it's funny. Because he thinks you're
he's going to stay here forever. He's the one that looks like a fool to anybody who reads these comments, not me. Like, anybody who comes across these comments is going to be reading this going, what the fuck is that guy on about?
Yeah, the G.L.A.R.P.ers are a special breed of people. They can't accept reality. They've got a model that
amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Stupid shit.
The White Swan Sisters.
Yeah.
Cash thinks that somebody's going to come over there to agree to disagree and try to debunk what we've already destroyed. Everybody should be clear on what they did and how badly they failed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say, do we feel sorry for Brandon tomorrow? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Like I say, I said last week, I think Ranty's doing an April Fool's. There's still a chance he is. Or somebody has played an April's Fool's on him. Mm-hmm. And that's
we're all individuals, Brandon. It's just Brandon, Everybody always wants everybody to answer for all the shit, whether either side, But hopefully Brandon has the integrity to not get associated with that deception.
A good show anyway, Kosho. I mean, Emma's not even here and you braved it. I hope we didn't make you too sick.
Maybe you learned something, Kosho.
You're always welcome to come over here and do a presentation anytime you want, Kosho. Would you like to come and see the presentation for a proof level is horizontal? Or would you be like, as Gary told you, don't watch it? You can't debunk it. You can't refute it. And you might have to accept that level is horizontal, and there's a proof in reality for it. Oh, you'll be pleased to hear we've done the test for the water level, and there's no leaks. We've managed to make water level leak free. No leaks involved. Not even Brian. So that'll be good news for you, Kosho. You can tell the team back there that the water level test's going good. Even the new little one, the thermal test one. I'll put that out tomorrow, I think. We're waiting for some good day. I don't know what the weather's like. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. 17 degrees.
I don't remember when we started live streaming, but it seems like a while ago.
4 hours we've done.
Is that all?
Streaming, yeah. Oh, Kosho! Brilliant! I saved that. I wanted to have a word with you about this. Are you on? Is this your version of the water level test? You know when you fill
that looks good, Bev. He's got tilted verticals in that one.
I know, yeah. I was on about it when we fill that water level up, Kosho. Would all the water not piss out of number 1? I think it would. I don't think there would even be any water level left in tube 2. I don't think it'd even reach tube 2, would it? So I don't know how you get your horizontals from that. All the water would piss out, Kosho. Absolutely. It's a nice explanation of the Donegon, though. I do like it. And, you know, are you there to speak, Kosho? I'd like you to respond back.
I'm just working on something.
You know, on that, you've already got 2 horizontals that are perpendicular to each other, haven't you? Have you? 3 is that 3 to 5 and 2 to 6? And could you also put one in 1 to 7? And would all of those be horizontal?
Yeah, but none of those lines are there.
They would all be horizontal, though.
Yeah, they would all be locally horizontal, yeah.
Locally to 1 and 7, locally to 2 and 6, locally to 3 and 5.
No. Like those red lines, one is local to 6, one is local to 4, and there's a water level that's water level from 2 to 6, and it's parallel with the horizontal that it's at 4.
Yeah, see, that's what I was on about. See, that water level from 2 to 6, if we had the water level from 1 to 7 and the water level from 3 to 5, would all of those 3 levels be horizontal and parallel to each other?
Yeah, they'd be horizontal at position 4. You know, 1 to 7, 2 to 6, 3 to 5. They would all be horizontal only in the very center of both of them, which would be at 4.
But those would be. So let's say you went with one that was from 2 to 7.
Okay.
And then 3 to 7.
Yeah.
Would they both intersect at 7?
Yeah, I mean they both meet with 7. Yeah, they both intersect at 7, but they wouldn't be parallel.
The 2 horizontals would intersect at 7.
Oh no, the horizontal for 2 to 7 would be in between 4 and 5, and the one for 3 and 7 would be at 5.
Yeah, but they would intersect at 7.
Well, if they're sighting 7, then they would intersect at 7. Yeah.
Right. So you think that horizontals can intersect?
They can intersect other horizontals. Yeah, like there's 2 red lines on there that intersect. Yeah.
How do you have horizontals intersecting with horizontals?
Because they're locally horizontal.
But that would mean that the perpendiculars to the horizontal would be different, right? They would also intersect.
Yeah, they intersect at the center of the ball.
Okay. Do you think... No. The intersect of the different horizontals established by the water levels.
Yeah, but the verticals wouldn't intersect anywhere except for at the center of the ball.
Center of the ball? We're just using water levels.
Yeah, but we're talking about the verticals intersecting. I'm just saying they're not going to intersect.
But a water level establishes an even altitude.
That's right.
Right.
So even elevation.
Oh, an even elevation as well as an even altitude.
Well, I would use even elevation.
That. What?
I would use even elevation. That's what I would use.
Okay. Would you use an even altitude as well then?
Personally, no.
Oh. Why?
I just understand it to be defined differently. I know elevation is generally above sea level, so elevation, and the altitude is above local, whatever the ground is locally. So you could be
like 1 inch off the ground.
The ground is elevation, and above the ground is altitude, right?
Well, no, I would say that from sea level, you're describing elevation.
No, elevation is whatever. It's the land, isn't it?
Right.
This is where I get confused in this conversation. Is like in Kosho's mind, the water level doesn't show horizontal, right, Kosho?
No, not at either of the points, but in the center between them, there's a horizontal.
Well, how would you those lines that you have from 2 to 7 or however you got them drawn? How do you make that line?
Well, you could cite that line to the other line. That just wouldn't be horizontal. But water levels aren't meant for that. Water levels are meant to have an even elevation.
No, I'm asking how you make that line that you've drawn between the water levels.
Cite them to each other.
Cite them with what?
Dark shot.
You could say that one with some sight and cite the other one.
Dark shot.
And every object that it's intersecting, everything intersecting in between you, like you make a post in the middle of those 2 positions, and you could, set up a post there, and you'd have an even elevation. You'd have a horizontal at that middle position, but at even elevation along those water levels.
Well, how would you keep it established throughout sighting them?
Well, it depends on what the purpose was. You're saying keep what established the water level.
You drew the line. You drew the line between the water levels.
That's right.
That's using a site. Establish that in reality.
Yeah, using a site, you would do that. So it's like if you were at one end and you sighted the other end, and you had a water level in the center, you could see where on the water level does that site intersect with.
But that's not like you're saying, like looking through something, sight it and see if it's
some kind of optical device. Yeah.
So how far?
I mean, it depends on how far you wanted to do that. I mean, depending on how far you were, it would depend on how much higher that middle part would be if you were sighting one end of the water level to the other.
So if I'm at one point and I'm sighting over, you'd see it lower.
If you were at one end of water level and you were sighting the other end of a water level, you would see the center part higher.
Why would you be sighting a water level?
Well, I mean, he's trying to recreate this image.
Who is?
Talking about this image.
What image? The image where water level drops constantly.
Yeah, the image I've made. Yeah, you're trying to see how would you make that line, the blue line.
Yeah. Do you want to answer me why you think the water wouldn't piss out of number 1 if you were to fill those up with water?
You imagine down being the direction that gravity is pulling you, down being.
I can imagine a plumb bob being a vertical.
I imagine a plumb bob. I'm saying you're imagining them going down on the piece of paper or down on the image.
I've got a water level. I've got a water level, Kosho. I don't need to imagine what would happen. I know if I put one end lower, the water will piss out of it.
Yeah, I've used water levels plenty of times, and I know that it equalizes within the tube, gives me a straight line. But you think it doesn't do that? I'm just wondering how you would make a straight line, because water levels do make a straight line between the two ends.
Oh, really? They're not even described that way. They're described as making an even elevation. That's the purpose of them.
Have you seen the water level, the straight line test?
Yeah, it's usually using a water level and comparing that with a site.
No.
Well, if it's not doing that, then it's not doing anything really.
What?
Yeah, if you're comparing a water level with another water level, you're not doing anything.
So have you actually seen the straight line test and how it is geometrically shown in reality using reality tools? Have you?
I've seen your test, which doesn't look like it's going to show anything, and this is how you would actually do it without citing that somehow that's going to tell you something. That water level,
geometrically,
that's why give you some difference.
That's why we've called it a straight line test, because geometrically, that's what it is. Now, do you think it is a straight line test, or you can prove a straight line in reality, or do you not think it's possible to geometrically prove a straight line in reality?
Describe to you one way to do it, and I can describe to you another one. I don't think that measuring water level, comparing it to another water level, is going to do that. But
do you not think it would be a shared straight line segment?
I don't think that water levels make straight lines.
Okay. So you think the geometric straight line test is actually a geometric curve test, do you?
I think it's a curve creator and comparing it with another curve, and somehow you got to tell you something.
That was my problem. If a water level in your mind doesn't create a straight line, then how do you create a straight line?
One way would be to cite it with a water level. But the way that I plan to do,
so just look at it. You're saying just look at it as a straight line.
Yeah, the way that I plan to do mine is with a GPS RTK, which will give you sub-centimeter accuracy positioning, and you can create straight lines very easily with that.
With points.
That's right.
Like a water level. Like you imagine the water level is 1 point at one end, and the water level at another point is the other point, right? And then you could, if you wanted to, move that water level to the point that you want to check. Now, do you not think that's accurate and it's not a straight line?
Sure. I think that, like the test I was just talking about, GPS RTK, you could define 1 point of the water level, define the other end point, and then do all the points in between and have your straight line, and then compare that with any of the other.
So that would be a straight line then. So you can get a straight line with a water level.
That's not getting a straight line with a water level. That's using a GPS to make a straight line and comparing a water level to it. That would be a test. But that test would be describing or finding out if water levels make straight lines or not. I claim they don't.
Okay. So is that the question then? Whether water levels are tools for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
Well, the real question would be, does water curve around the surface of the earth?
Well, I think the better question, really, is to work out whether water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference or not.
Really the same question. It's just one goes deeper, because that's the true
purpose. Where do you suggest we go to work this out, Kosher? Whether level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, or it's a tool for establishing a curve.
If you had the GPS RTK, you can go to any canal and measure 2 ends of the canal, and then make a straight line, and then find any point in between and see.
Measure both ends of the canal. I already know
Measure
both
a
ends
point
of the
and
canal. Both ends of the canal, in between locks, are both going to be the same elevation, as in no difference in vertical height, right?
Yeah, no one's asking about that. That's
because there's no hump, there's no hump, and there's no drop, right?
Yeah, no one is describing that, so there's no need to get into that. What you would instead do is make a straight line in between those 2 points,
which is easy because they are both the same elevation. That's dead easy to make a strrait line.
You would be testing if that's a straight line or not.
You'd be testing if it's a straight line.
Elevation, but is that same elevation giving you a curve or giving you a straight line? That's what the test would be.
Okay, so what does the test involve, Kosho?
Well, in the case
your test. This is your test, right?
At GPS RTK, it would define. It would be you would need the positions of those points at the end.
How do you do that?
Well, the GPS that you have on your phone.
Press a button, right, and it tells you where you are.
Just don't ask me questions to talk over the answer. Then give your own answer that you're gonna get wrong.
Well, please try and get it more direct to answer the question, please.
The GPS on your phone gives you like a few meters accuracy. It's not very accurate for your position, but there's systems like RTK, GPS RTK, which can give you sub-centimeter accuracy.
Vertical.
The precise point.
Vertical.
That you're trying to define.
Vertical.
Any point, anywhere.
Vertical height.
Any point, anywhere.
Sub-centimeter, you say?
A sub-centimeter. So less than a centimeter accuracy, any point, anywhere. The point at your head, the point at your feet, the point across your room, it doesn't matter.
Kosho, I don't think you're understanding. There is a horizontal positioning system with GPS, and there is a vertical positioning GPS. Which sub-centimeter accuracy are you talking about?
It would be both, Bev, because what GPS does is it takes the data and it takes it in XYZ coordinates, just like the grids we looked at earlier, XYZ coordinates, and then translates that to spherical coordinates, the 2 angles and the elevation, and it gives this to you. But you don't need those coordinates. You want the XYZ coordinates.
How does GPS measure elevation, please?
I just told you, dude.
No,
in spherical coordinates.
How? Please explain. Please explain. Go on.
In spherical coordinates, there's 2 angles and 1 radial distance, and the 2 angles will give you the position, and the radial distance will give you the elevation.
Okay, right. So what you're saying is you read the numbers off your phone. You have not got a clue how it does it, but that's what you're going to say. You're going to just read the numbers off your phone and go, brilliant. I don't know how it works. It's like magic. It's a special little thing.
I literally just explicitly told you.
It's a magic little box that reads numbers to me. I trust it. That's what you're saying, right?
I didn't tell you anything about magic, man. I told you how it gives you the information.
How does it give you the information, Kosho, please?
It gets that by getting the information from the satellites, Bev.
From the satellites, okay, right. So the satellite sends a signal to your phone, right? Specifically your phone or anyone's phone, right? Go on.
No, it's not. First of all, we're not talking about phones here.
Okay. All right. You've got a special little box, right?
RTK system is a surveying tool.
Yeah.
Surveying tool.
Brilliant.
It's not a phone.
Now, the satellite sends a signal to your box, your little special box, right? What does it say, that signal?
Well, it will give you. First of all, you have to have a base station. So it'll measure all of this off referencing the base station, which already is defined.
What do you mean it's already defined? How does the base station get defined?
Because there's positions all over the Earth that they have as accurate positions already. So they have accurate.
So there are positions somewhere already there. Yeah.
They already know the accuracy.
You know what we call them, Kosho? We call them benchmarks.
Yeah, you call them whatever you like. I said
Call them a
base
benchmark. Yeah.
benchmark,
Okay.
like.
Right. So
you
we
use
can
those.
comparing it to a benchmark. Right. We go to a place that there is already a known elevation mark. Right. And we put
Well, that's
our
what-
base station right there, and we
Yeah, and
key in.
that's up, yeah.
We key in the details
Yeah,
of that benchmark. Right, to the
Right,
base
and that will
station.
define the base station,
Mhm.
and that will give corrections for the positions that you get from the satellites when you receive them.
No, you've
And they
just keyed everything to the fucking base station, you dick.
No, not that. Yeah, that only gives you your base station. Now you want to use your tool. You want to get the rover and you go put it out to where you're actually going to
Rover?
measure the position of.
The
Yeah, you have to have
rover?
two of these.
The rover.
You have to have two of these. One is his base station, and one is the
We're on
rover.
Mars now.
Wow.
How did they build this GPS system on the back of?
This is GPS RTK system.
No,
I mean,
what
it's
do you
a
have?
sophisticated tool.
He
So they
doesn't
just made
know.
No, I mean, it depends on what you're asking. You're asking about
I'm
GPS in
asking,
general,
what
or you're
is
talking about the GPS
Cocho, I have a
RTK.
question for you.
Somebody else is already asking a question, Flat Data. Are you
Yeah.
talking about GPS in general or GPS
GPS in
RTK?
general. What is it?
GPS
Oh my God!
would be useless without what coordinate system as its base?
I couldn't hear what that person was just yelling, but yeah,
Didn't
GPS.
you say it before? That was 2D.
GPS is reliant on what coordinate system the most?
It's not reliant on any coordinate system. It uses XYZ coordinates, and it has the geoid and the center of gravity at the origin.
Yeah.
It uses
So
XYZ coordinates, and it translates that into spherical coordinates.
What
Yeah.
coordinate system do they use as its base before they do anything else? What do they use?
The information it gets and reads to you is in XYZ coordinates. I've said this at least 8 times.
Do you think that?
Cartesian coordinates?
I can't hear you. What did you say?
At the base of its communications, the GPS need Cartesian coordinates?
That's right. It's XYZ coordinates. That's what we'll be using.
Hang on, Buster was trying to ask a question here. Data, if you could let Buster, hang on.
You wouldn't have to ask these questions if you were here listening, man, because I've said that like 8 times.
What is the GPS reliant on? How did they build the GPS system?
Well, this system's built on satellites, but there's older
No.
systems that were using ships and towers and all sorts of stuff. But this is a much different system. It uses satellites.
So some guy somewhere thought, GPS, I'm going to do this, and they just made the technology and it just worked. I mean, what did they not have to have some type of information to start with?
Yeah, mathematics. If you have ground stations, you can make 3 circles. You make 3 circles using like beacons or towers or ships, whatever. You make 3 circles, and you can find an accurate position that those 3 circles intersect. And you can do the same thing in 3D space using 4 spheres.
So that's seriously your answer?
That's
how they came up with GPS systems. Is that they just invented the technology and used mathematics and circles? That's it?
No, it's like I said, it's based off old technology. Technology
What old
using radio signals from towers and ships.
They use radio signals to come up with the GPS for the coordinate systems.
To come up with this type of location finding, they would use radio towers and ship towers, or radio towers on ships and radio towers on the ground, and they would that you could find your position using 3 towers, 3 circles.
And you honestly think that's what GPS is built off of?
I mean, that is what the technology stems from. Yeah, it's the
I-
same idea, except for they're just using spheres instead of circles.
Okay. I mean, if that's not the research I did was not that, but if that's what you think it is, then
I mean, do you have some other idea?
just
a minute. Expose, you've got your camera on. I don't know whether you're aware of it. I don't know. It might be cutting other people's things out. Sometimes it goes a bit weird. Do you know? Maybe not. I don't know whether we should kick him or...
it's just some seal and joists.
So you've not really looked into how the satellites meant to work then, Coach?
Yeah, that's not what I said. I actually just gave you where it came from. I think that was called the Loran
You
system.
said you put
Loran
a base
system was
station.
these radio towers and
You
these.
said you put a base station at the datum, and then you have a rover. You brought a dog in there or something.
No dog. There's just two. There's
You
just
worked
two
everything from a base station. I mean, that's
there's
pretty
two
bad.
receivers. Two
Your
receivers. One uses a
GPS.
base station, and one uses a rover.
You put the base station there. That's where you base everything from, surely.
Well, you don't have to put it at the location. You just have to get the location of and your position from it. So that's what the RTK. That's what it does.
You gave
the
base station the datum. You set it there. That was the
and you reference
benchmark.
where you are from that datum.
Yeah, from that date. That's exactly how surveying works. It's always
This
worked
is
like
a
that.
surveying tool.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Yes,
land based. Like from the datum on the land. That's where it's based.
This is a surveying tool.
Mhm.
This is what this is used for. This is GPS RTK is for surveying.
Is it more or less accurate than the older tools like say auto level theodolite? Is it more or less accurate?
It's going to be much more accurate.
The GPS is
much more accurate than an auto level.
Wow.
For elevation.
So like little less than half an inch accuracy is more
Less
accurate
than
than.
that. They can get millimeter accuracy.
No. You need to ask Daddy Jesse Kozlowski about that. He'll tell you it's not accurate. No, sir.
Millimeter accuracy.
No, Kosho.
You said centimeter accuracy
Yeah, so
earlier.
the one
Now
that
you've
I'm getting is sub-centimeter accuracy, but they can get up to millimeter accuracy. Absolutely.
How many millimeters?
I don't know. I mean, they're below the millimeter. Yeah.
10 millimeters.
Yeah. When Jesse Kozlowski did his one and he drove over the bridge with it on the roof of his car, right? Well, his one was 10 centimeters. Now, I don't know whether that was 10 centimeters plus or minus, or I think it was actually 10 centimeters plus or minus at every point. And I think he did something like 33,000 points across the bridge. And he only used every third one. But that's what he did. So, if they are that inaccurate, that's what Jesse used when he was doing Soundley's bridge. You reckon sub-millimeter now, are we?
Yeah.
That'd be
Absolutely.
cool.
I'm looking at one right here.
You should do it again then. What do you reckon? If you were to do it again, do you reckon you'd get even more of a curve than Jesse did on the water level?
What are you talking about? Do what again?
Drive over that G.L.A.R.P.er's bridge with a thing on the roof of your car. You're not having to go with that?
I've never driven over it, man.
Okay. Well, you could, though, could you? You could replicate Jesse Kozlowski's with your... what is it?
GPS RTK.
Right. Could you put that in your car and drive over the bridge with it?
I don't know if that's the way I would do it, but I'm sure you could, yeah.
Sweet. Well, I'll look forward to when you do that.
I don't know if I'm going to be doing that, Bev. I never said I would. Put it in my car and drive over Soundley's bridge. I never said I was going to do this.
It's G.L.A.R.P.er's bridge.
Sure.
See,
that bridge was condemned. Soundley's bridge was condemned.
Sure. So yeah, there. If you look online, I mean, it doesn't take more than a search. You can see that there's plenty of systems that have
cavitation. Cavitation spoiled Soundley.
Right. So now you believe that they have sub-millimeter accuracy.
Jesse had to go away, don't you, Coach?
You don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay.
You do know Jesse had to go away because of the mess up that Soundley made of the hump in the middle. That bridge is responsible for the hump model as opposed to the drop. That's interesting, isn't it? I'm not surprised you've gone quiet. Lots of people do. Jesse even went even quieter.
I was in the middle of talking to you about something different. And
we were talking about that bridge.
You're talking
about how you could do that test and replicate Jesse Kozlowski's bridge.
Follow along with you.
And Walter Bislin, he might be able to make you a model.
Fantastic, man. So it looks like there's a cheaper version of the same tool, and it claims to get 1/10 of a millimeter accuracy.
1/10 of a millimeter vertical.
What?
That's super duper stuff. You could definitely put that on the roof of your car and drive over the bridge. What do you reckon you'd be able to do? I reckon you could have a go. You should do it. You could go driving your car around all over the place, and you could measure. I don't know. Bam! Could you do that? 3 coplanar points, and then bam! You could measure the radius of the Earth just like Jesse Kozlowski. How much is this, Kosho?
This device, a few $100s.
Just a few hundred. Have you got a GoFundMe?
I do not.
You haven't got a GoFundMe?
I did at one point.
Oh. Have you stopped it, or did they shut you down?
No, it just it didn't work out.
All GoFundMe's got shut down. Sean Hufford. Reasons.
No, just people.
I know. Red's Rhetoric said he's not fucking helping anybody else now because of what Sean said. He's not giving out any help.
Throwing other people no one cares about that.
You've got no backing.
I don't care about Sean Hufford. I don't care about Red's Rhetoric.
What do you mean you don't care about them?
How
can you be so heartless, Kosho? They're struggling.
What are you talking about?
Did you hear the emotion? Sean,
he was crying, man.
Crying.
That's
you don't care.
Yeah, come on, he cried.
The people I don't know. I don't care.
That's bad.
What do I care about them?
Bad.
Oh.
Red's Rhetoric says he's never going to help anybody else ever again because of what Sean did. I mean, you don't care about that.
That's fantastic, man. I wouldn't give a rat's ass. I wouldn't have even known who this person is, whether to.
You don't know who Red's Rhetoric is.
I don't know what you're talking about this
You
point.
don't know who Red's Rhetoric is.
No, yeah, I do. And I don't. I've never ever reached out for him. I've watched maybe one of his videos. I've never reached out to him for any kind of assistance or anything. I don't know why you bring him up in this context, but regardless,
bring him up in the context of G.L.A.R.P.ing. He's one of the. He goes to all of the satellite, the little rockets going up. Yeah. He does all the rockets.
Not at all concerned.
You're not jealous.
Not at all concerned.
He gets to go and do that, and you have to sit in Gem Panda's Discord.
I'm going to disengage. There's no point talking about this. I'm trying to give you the
You should tell him that you can measure 1/250th of an inch. He'd be impressed with that.
Sure, yeah. Well, it says once it's all set up and working, the rover GPS will output normal NMEA sentences, but with really accurate Latin long. To be clear, It's not 1 centimeter precision; it's 1 centimeter accuracy. The precision is 0.1 millimeters.
Wow, 0.1 millimeters.
That's right.
Wow, is that vertical as well? Can I get confirmation on that?
It's XYZ.
It's X, Y, and Z.
That's right.
Wow, I like that. 0.1 of a millimeter. You should be measuring the. Are you going to measure the drop of the water level, or are you going to measure the hump, mid-distance, midway? Go show.
Measure a lot of things.
Which one of those are you going to measure though? The drop or the hump?
All these tests that you guys, it takes you like 2 years to do. For some reason, you don't have all the tools. And it takes other people, like the force line test or the Bedford level test, or any test. Any of these tests, they can all be done with this device. And
the bending water level experiment. What about that one?
Yeah, exactly. Anything with the water.
You reckon you could help G.L.A.R.P.er out with his bending water level? ET seems to be taking a long time, doesn't he? He's got all the equipment and everything. He got all of his stuff through his GoFundMe, didn't he?
I wouldn't need any of that though. You would just need a canal, where you don't have to set up water level. You just go on a canal and measure both ends of it.
Wow. So you're saying that they paid G.L.A.R.P.er £3,000 of a GoFundMe that he didn't actually perform, and all he had to do was go to both ends of the canal and measure it.
That was my question before.
Wow.
Was that you said set up a water level and measure it? What's the measurement?
Well, let's say you could set up a water level, or you could use a canal. Let's say in either case you have the water being level. Let's say it's a canal, just for simplicity. You would just measure one point at one end, measure the other point at the other end. You would define the straight line, the coordinates in between that would make a straight line, and then you would measure
Define a
different
straight
points
line.
of the water in
Is it that
between
easy?
those 2 points, and you would measure how above or below or matching those lines are. So you would compare the line, the straight line you've made, and you compare the surface of the water in between.
Compare.
If the surface of the water and the straight line lined up, then it would be a flat straight line.
I mean, that you said a whole lot of word salad, but you weren't specific on how to make the straight line.
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. All you gotta do is define the 2 points.
Define it.
And the straight line is defined. And XYZ coordinates, any two positions that you make, you can make a straight line. It's gonna be the line that goes directly between those 2 points.
It's the 2 points between a water level.
You just define it. Yeah.
2 points anywhere. Yeah, 2 points of between the two ends
Water
of the water
level?
level. 2 points anywhere.
So the 2 ends of the water level are horizontal.
It's a straight line. You define a
line
straight
across.
line.
Yeah.
That's good.
Of course, I don't think that's a horizontal line, but
Well, you don't think the 2 points between a water level are horizontal?
the line between the 2 points of a water level, no, I don't think that at either of those points that is horizontal. I think in the center of those 2 points it's horizontal, but
Yeah, but
I
that
don't think
whole
at either
line would be horizontal. Like, not just the centre bit. The whole thing. It's a straight line, and all of it is horizontal.
that's the contention.
No, it's not. You can't have a straight line that is only horizontal in the centre, because the whole line is straight and horizontal is a straight line. So if the centre point is horizontal, the whole line is horizontal. That's a really bad misunderstanding of geometry. The fundamentals there, Kosho.
Well, that's why I made you that picture a long time ago that you
Do
just
you-
looked at for the
Do
first
you
time today.
think a horizontal is a straight line?
Horizontal is a straight line? Sure.
Okay. Now, is a horizontal a perpendicular to a vertical?
Yeah, to a vertical from that position. That's right.
Okay. Now, so a vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal. Now, at the centre of a water level, if you were to hold a plumb bob, would the water level be perpendicular to the
The
plumb
water
bob?
level would not make a horizontal the whole way across, is my point.
That would.
If you were at the center point of the water level,
like, you're doing really well at obfuscating and
yeah, if you made a
completely
center
not
point of the water,
answering the
to
question.
water
It's
level,
really, really bad, that, Kosho.
If you made a center point,
it shows
points to
how
water
you
level.
are being dishonest.
I made a picture describing this. It's not any different than what I showed in the picture.
Yeah, but you didn't
At all.
have a horizontal.
Yes, I did.
You
I
did-
put a
that wasn't
horizontal along the 2 points.
Gotcha.
It's only horizontal at the center. It even says horizontal at pillar 4. I put that explicitly on there.
That none of those lines were horizontal, Kosho.
It says horizontal at pillar 4, horizontal at pillar 6, horizontal at pillar 2.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that you do not understand how a water level works. We understand,
Horizontal and perpendicular
Kosho, we
plumb.
do understand that you are a G.L.A.R.P.er and you have a model that dictates your reality. Now, your model's reality isn't the same reality that we all live in. It's a sad fact, but, you know, you must have been in Discord servers for far too long and not have much experience of reality. Like, I say, you don't measure angles. You've never measured an angle, have you? Or you might have done when you were in your school days with a little protractor. But so, have you ever used a practical tool to establish a level of above 10 meters?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. What was that tool that you used to establish
It's
a
a
level
spirit level.
above 10 meters?
10 meters off the ground, or 10 meters across?
It's a level line.
So you're talking about a level. So you're talking about a level line. So you're talking about a horizontal line, or you're talking about equal elevation?
Just whichever level you want to tell me about. Have you ever established a level line above 10 meters?
I don't think so. Not 10 meters now.
So you've not really got any practical experience of doing anything like that?
I've never done that specific thing that you just asked. No, I've never done that.
Leveled above 10 meters. So you've got no experience of doing any leveling above a distance
not 10 meters, no.
Well,
not
you've got
33 feet. No.
How big was your spirit level that you used?
Spirit level is the kind that you hold in your hand.
Yeah, how big was it?
Big enough for me to hold in my hand and carry.
Okay, so like a 6-inch one, a little 6-inch one that you carry in your hand.
A couple feet, maybe.
Pardon?
Be a couple feet. I don't know. A
couple of feet.
I wasn't really concerned with how big it was.
So
I just needed it to level.
Did you put that on a longer piece of wood in order to level the other piece of wood?
No, not necessarily. Just leveling the top of a column with bricks on it.
The top of a column.
That's right.
So a couple of bricks wide then?
No. I mean, the column was pretty thick. It's probably 2 or 3 feet.
Okay, so 2 or 3 feet then is the
we had to put
largest
bricks on
distance
top of it
you've
and around
used to
it.
level. Okay. Brilliant.
But what is these questions for?
To establish how much practical experience you've got of anything that you're talking about.
Well, the thing is, Bev,
it appears
I happen
you've
to
got what's
understand
commonly
the difference
known as
between a water level
fuck all.
and a auto level. And something that somebody like you who's taken a class and have supposedly had practical experiences, you still don't even know the difference between the two. They're for two totally different
I have an auto level.
practical uses.
I have an auto level.
Right, an auto level and a water level are not going to give you the same bit of information.
I have a water level as well.
I'd say the water level's more accurate.
Levels. Yeah, water level's definitely more accurate.
Well, they're for two different purposes.
No, they're for the same purpose. They establish a horizontal plane of
That's
reference.
what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm telling you, that supposedly you have this experience, yet you don't even know that those are two different purpose tools.
No, they're both levels for establishing
what
a horizontal
do they each do?
plane of reference.
A water level establishes a horizontal plane, and an auto level establishes
The
a
auto level will
horizontal plane.
establish the auto level will establish a horizontal, which you can compare things to. The water level
And so will
give you
the water
equal
level.
elevation. Equal elevation. It will not give you
No, a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference,
No,
Kosho.
I think he's gonna.
I don't think it does. It gives you equal elevation.
The Ruhif numbers. So the water level drops
Which you
away
can draw a
from
straight line
the horizontal. Right, Kosho?
Sorry, say again.
The water level drops away from the horizontal. Then that's the difference.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. At a measurable distance, right? Like the
water, exactly. You're exactly right. The water level drops away from the horizontal.
Look in the live chat, please.
Say again.
Look in
So it
the
won't be the same
live
elevation.
chat, please.
What about it?
See those numbers?
Yeah, you showed this to me before.
They are the drop from horizontal numbers, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, when you are out there in reality, doing whatever you're doing, measuring, obviously, and you measure a change, a drop from horizontal with your auto level, what do you call that? Do you know?
It depends on what it was that you were looking at. Depends on the scope that you were looking at. So you could be.
You're looking at an auto level, and you are looking out.
You could be looking at the
elevation
drop of the curve of the Earth.
So it's an elevation change then, right? So
it depends on the specifics of what you're doing.
The water level.
In some cases, you could be looking at the drop. Some cases, you'd be looking at the elevation change.
Oh,
If, for
so
instance, you were doing
you've
a water
just
level,
conflated
and you were
elevation
citing-
with
you're referencing
curvature.
that with an auto level.
How do you
that
tell?
would be-
How
that
do you
would not
tell
be
which?
elevation change.
How do you tell which?
I just told you, but you weren't listening, of course.
How do you tell which is which?
I just told you, and you talked over it for some reason.
Yeah, because you were muffling it about, right? There
I'm
is
telling you- I'm telling you
an
the way that you
elevation
tell the
change, right?
The way you
Is
tell
a
the
measured
difference-
change from horizontal. You just keep talking if you want, Kosho. Don't
Ask
worry
me a
about
question.
it.
You ask me questions just to talk through the answer.
Go on.
And the difference between the two of them, one of them, the drop from the horizontal, or the water level. So the water levels drop from the horizontal is obviously not elevation change. It is elevation change you can get from the water level itself. So depending on what the purpose of what you were measuring, you can measure it specifically to be referencing the horizontal to the water level, or you could be using just two auto levels in what do they call that? Double routing or whatever.
Okay. So let's say we are at the side of the water, right? And we are going along and we measure no elevation change. Does that mean there is actually a drop from horizontal, but we're not measuring it? Or do we just ignore it?
There's no way of knowing. If
Well,
you
there's
only
no
use
way
the
of
water
knowing.
level
Well,
and
there
you
is.
measure no
There is.
elevation change, there's no way to tell if there was
Kosho,
drop
there
from
is a
horizontal.
way of knowing, because if there is a measured drop from that horizontal, it is an elevation change.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
Yes.
In my picture I've showed you,
No,
all of those elevations.
Kosho, in
from
reality,
1 to 7, they're the same elevation.
in reality,
elevation.
if there is a measured change from the horizontal, a vertical difference, right? A measured vertical difference from the horizontal, then that is an elevation change.
I showed you in my picture, Bev, from 1 to 7. Those
So
elevations
they have
are
no
exactly the
elevation
same.
change
Why-
on
why-
water
what's the
level,
point of
do
trying-
they?
Trying to say anything.
So how do
From
they
1
know?
to 7,
Somebody to finish.
38.5 millimeters is what this thing says, from 1 to 7. Is that right? Is that what you got on yours? Kosho? At 700 meters, there's a 38.5 millimeter drop from horizontal. Ruhif's put them. Whatever put them.
But they're saying their water level is the same elevation. So how can he have a drop when it's the same elevation?
Measured measurement drop of each individual level. I mean, that's what it is. Jesse Kozlowski says there's a drop from horizontal of the water level. How much of a bugger was that when he did that for you, Kosho? What do you reckon? You're having to do a little bit of flapping, especially seeing as you personally have never done any of this sort of stuff. So you've got no practical experience of it. But you know there's a difference between a drop from horizontal and a change in the vertical distance measured from that horizontal, right? There's a difference. One of them is an elevation change and the other one isn't an elevation change, Kosho. That's fucking great, man. Has Jem taught you this, how to conflate elevation with curvature? I'd say he has.
Come on, Kosho. Bells have got to be ringing in your head by now. Really?
He's got no. Jem said something, and he has to defend it. And like,
Yeah, I mean that conflating elevation and curvature. That's a tricky thing.
Mm.
You don't seem to know how to differentiate between the two, or you never get a straight answer.
Well, he couldn't stop talking before, and now he doesn't want to say.
The team is struggling with this one. We've got a team. I think we should start a thing like thanks Ruhif, because Ruhif has done really well giving us these numbers. he did much better than you, Kosho, right? I mean, have you even checked them over yet to make sure he's right with them? Or, sorry, he's calculated them correctly from your model. They've gone to point something of a millimetre. That's what your thing's measuring. 0.1 of a millimetre. I mean, you should easily be able to do that. What do you reckon? 200 metres? 3.1 mil? Do you reckon you could measure that, Kosho, with your GPS doodah? I reckon I could measure it with my water level. What about you, Buster? What do you reckon? Could you measure which one of those numbers do you reckon you could measure with your water level?
Definitely the 200 meter for sure.
3.1 mil. I could do that. Kosho? You could obviously do that. You could do the 100 meters, 0.78. And how much did you say this thing was? A couple of £100. You could prove the curvature of the earth, of the water level, for everyone. For just a couple of £100. Surprised. I bet Red's Rhetoric's shutting down all the GoFundMes. But that's why, isn't it? The boss says, no, you denied. Not allowed to help anybody ever again.
It is interesting that Kosho came around to talk, doesn't know anything about reds and cats, but he's willing to come in, but you try to get cats in, and he's with Ruhif and Ranty, they won't come in. Odd. Must be different sects. Reckon there's different groups of G.L.A.R.P.ers. Different G.L.A.R.P communities.
I thought there was a big head council, right? But then after talking to these people, it appears that they don't talk to each other. It then became a bit right, because they can't talk about it to each other, because there's always going to be a conflict. That every one of them has their own imagined model, and they just have to sort of make do with their own imaginary models. As long as they sort of say it's a globe, doesn't really matter what they say. Like Ranty explained, right? Ranty on Friday night said he was a flat earther, but then on Saturday, because he was in with a couple of ballers, hardcore ballers, Ruhif and whatever, then he had to comply and say he was a Glober. Peer pressure's a bit good, and I think the council, the High Council, they'll probably have to get together soon and get their act together, because I think they're struggling. Kosho, I think you're struggling. Your whole team. They're all listening in.
Get him, Kosho. Come on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to disconnect you, Expo. You had a camera on.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't notice it. I was just working.
Yeah.
I heard Jan.
Oh, Babs has been in as well, has he? He's loving that doxing, isn't he? He loves it.
Oh, Babs, yeah.
Yeah.
I just shut my live stream off.
What's his thing? I don't know. I don't get what Babs's idea is. He's triggered, but I don't know why. Appears he seems to come across with the ranty script.
Golden Boy?
Yeah, the Messiah.
Is he still the golden one? Yeah, the Messiah.
Self-proclaimed Flat Earth Messiah.
him and B-Ball or Kosho. Yeah, Kosho needs Babs. I think that's the tag team. I thought that's what that happens, right?
You guys have a very delusional paradigm, man. In reality, the world doesn't conspire around you guys. You know that? Like sometimes people just
do you not like the way he tries
people are
doxing
engaging
everyone
in their own
Kosho?
lives. They're not teaming up and having council meetings and all this other weird shit.
Are you not
No one's
impressed with Babs's doxing sort of behaviour, or is that sort of allowed, or is that bad? Is that bad flirf behaviour or good flirf behaviour? Well, he's not really a flirf, is he? He's a G.L.A.R.P.er. Do you reckon? I reckon now Ranty's turn. Do you reckon Babs will go? He's got to have to get the nerve up now. Can he? You reckon he'll be able to admit he's a Glober now, Kosho? Babs. Do you reckon he'll get enough courage up to admit he's a Glober? I reckon you'll
I'd
be
say
getting,
he's about.
Yeah. You reckon? But
I'd say he's about 99% there.
Yeah, you'll be getting a message, Cleary, from Babs soon. Now, Ranty's a bull. Cleary turned me into a Glober.
Yep, I gave him cupcakes.
Yeah. He gave
Kosho, join us. Join us now.
No,
We will
I
show
can
you.
stay over there.
Yeah, we don't want Kosho. In reality, you can stay
That would be
G.L.A.R.P.er.
funny though. For a week, just a week, Kosho. You can do it. Just see the other side, because that's the best way to argue any point, right? Is to actually go to the other side and kind of pretend you're them, just for fun.
I've never wanted to seek out a better argument or anything like that. But when I first joined this community, that's how I wasn't arguing it at all. I was in 24/7, just learning about it. And if it were true, I would have accepted it. But I wasn't arguing against them or doing anything. I wasn't proving anything. Just learning about the different ideas they had, different theories. Some of them were interesting, but there's nothing about the flat Earth that's in any way compelling.
Kosho, how many years have you put in this?
Well, that was about 3 years ago. Just about exactly 3 years ago.
No way, you 3 years? Is that all you've had in this?
And it's not like I was in 24/7. I was looking online for people who had some flat Earth proof, just because I wanted to see why people believed it, and then somebody on Twitter invited me to 24/7.
Wow, so you specifically went looking for flat Earth?
The evidence, yeah.
Yeah. And you ended up at Gems, and now you think everything is 2D.
No, I ended up at 24/7, and Gems was a long ways away. When I first went in the Gems server, they thought I was a flat earther just because I came in with a flat earther.
Babs, I mean, who's converting who?
Only one person is converted to the flat Earth, and he's not the best specimen.
Sorry, say that again. You've converted to the flat Earth, did you say?
And every flat earther that's a flat earther at the moment has converted to the flat earth from the globe. You guys literally lose one of your side every time we gain one. It's like a double blow. And you've had, what, 2 people go back? Wow.
But that's not my prerogative, so.
Well, I like the way.
Not your prerogative.
Yeah. Do you think?
No, I didn't say it was you.
Do you think
So
my son's picture has turned Ranty into a
think that
Glober?
Ranty is. I told this to Conspiracy Cats earlier, and I told this people in Gems last night that I was surprised when it was a picture like that had he changed his mind over, because we've shown them pictures like that this whole time. But I don't think ultimately it was just a picture. I think he was already on his way, and he was searching for, like, I think a lot of people, when they switch back, it's over something that they can't cope. It's not over something somebody's arguing with them. It's over something that they can't cope with, and they have a problem with, and they fight it, try to search for the answers or whatever, and then they come to a conclusion on their own. And I think that's what happened with Ranty with that picture.
How long do you think he was fighting it then?
I don't know. You said that he was looking at that picture for 2 months or something.
I don't know. That's what he said. Ruhif had it for 2 months, didn't he? Do you reckon he was? Do you reckon he was struggling when he gave his YouTube over to Brandon? Do you reckon that was the start of it?
I would just be guessing, but
before that,
I mean, I could assume that maybe he was already, having doubts or something. I don't know.
What about
you think he was struggling Friday night?
Well, I wasn't at the discussion, but I heard that he was specifically arguing about refraction. So I guess from the context of people watching, it looks like a flat Earth versus globe Earth argument, but I think it was like a refraction argument from what I heard from someone else.
No, he 100% told everyone what he was.
Didn't he say as a flat earther? Blah blah blah. Just the night before.
I heard mixed signals, so it's hard to say. And like I said, I barely know him, so I can't pretend to get in his head or anything.
Ask and Receive says Ranty's always been legit. I remember when he helped that Roxanne chick out. Good guy.
Sound chick?
Pardon?
You said something about sound chick?
I said Ask and Receive has wrote in the chat, Ranty has always been legit. I remember when he helped that Roxanne chick out. Good guy.
I think he's a good guy, personally. I think he's honest to some extent as well. That's why I'm saying that if you were to ask me the people who were most likely to, wake up the next day and say they're not flat Earth anymore, he probably would have been high on the list.
Yeah. Do you think he honestly took my lad's picture and didn't ask for permission? Do you think that was honest of him?
I don't think that it was a permission type of thing if it was online. I don't think he went to your house and took it.
Okay. So the way they asked and said it was okay for the other guy's picture, right? They didn't need to do that for my lad's picture. It's different.
It could be because it's like a professional,
because he's honest.
artsy picture.
He's honest enough to be a Glober, to be in your gang, doing things like that.
It could be because it was it's an art type picture, right? Wasn't it used in artwork? It's like an art.
Yeah. Ask and Receive said, you vouch for Ranty, so you must be cool too. And Ranty also. Because if you are vouching for Ranty, saying he's an honest bloke, then he must be really good. I like that. I like that. The way you with open arms accept Ranty as a fellow Glober now.
What? When did I say anything like that?
You just said it just earlier, just then.
I didn't say anything like that.
Yes, you did. You said you think Ranty's an honest guy.
Yeah, I said I think he's one of the more honest ones. Yeah, I said that. I didn't say I accept him into my arms or just accept him as one of my own.
You think
or
he's
anything
more one of the honest ones now? He's a Glober, so you think he's one of the more honest Globers, right?
No, I don't think he's. I didn't say that. I'm saying out of all the people to switch places, like people who are flat earthers, I think he would have been one of the more honest people with when it comes to.
He's a Glober
looking at
now.
The data and looking at the evidence.
You're thinking about Friday night. It's not Friday night anymore. Saturday. He changed. Saturday dinner time.
Nothing to do with anything.
He on Friday he said he was a flat earther, and then on Saturday he turned into a glober. Now today, Sunday, you say Ranty is one of the more honest globers. He went straight up the ranks. You did.
Didn't say that at all, man.
He's a
You're
glober
just trying to switch
now.
what I'm saying.
He's a glober now. Everyone, ask
I was
everyone.
describing the flat earthers and who
They're
are
all-
more likely to
they're all
change
saying-
to a glober. I said he's one of the more honest ones, meaning he deals with the data and the evidence more honestly than other flat earthers, which is why I would have predicted
other
he's
flat
more likely to be
earthers?
one of the ones to switch.
You're talking about other flat earthers. Ranty's not a flat earther anymore. That was Friday. It's not
Yeah, I was
Friday.
talking about my predictions pre him switching. Do you remember the context of the conversation?
You made predictions before he switched that he was going to switch.
That was the whole
We did
context
as
of
well.
what I was saying. I was saying if I were to make a prediction, I would have rank them all from most likely to least likely. That's what I said.
Well, what do you reckon then? Because we had on our list that Ranty was going to be a fence sitter, or he was going to go full globe. Nobody said he was staying flat Earth. No one. Because we don't think he was flat Earth in the first place. There you go. That was one of our predictions. But I said I thought he'd be a fence sitter. Play one of those, Flat Earth Society ones. He could play Glober. Oh, I'm a flat earther now. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm back to a Glober again. That's what I predicted for Ranty. Yet to be seen. There was a few others that went, he's going to go full globe, which it looks like at the minute. Like, what do you reckon? Do you reckon he can keep jumping from flat Earth to globe and play like an in-between role? Or do you reckon now he's gone globe, he will have to stay globe? Do you reckon he can Ranty flip-flop?
I don't think you're going to notice anything very different about him. I think he's going to be the same guy, and he's going to have out there beliefs in some extent, and in this specific belief, he's going to no longer believe in it. Like Sean G is an example.
Yeah, you like me then, right? Yeah, he's a fence sitter. He's gonna
I
play.
say fence sitter,
He's gonna play both sides for as long as he can.
Whatever he thinks is true is what he's going to believe. It's not really a fence sitter. It's just some people have different beliefs. Like my beliefs are not the same as every other baller, but we both believe the Earth's a globe. So.
Even Babs is saying that it's however, Ranty's conversation seemed odd because the night before he was on Brandon's show making flat earth arguments. Yeah, that's right, Babs. He did actually say he was a flat earther on Friday.
I have. I never saw that show.
Said it. We went over it at the beginning. We did this. If you want to rewind this live show back.
Yeah, watch it back, Kosha. You'll learn a lot.
I doubt I'll learn anything, but I also doubt that I'll spend the time doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. What either nowadays.
Don't whatever you do, don't watch it. Right? Don't watch it. It will ruin your whole paradigm.
Hey, Babs, you're a globe head. Do you think Ranty's a globe head now?
He's with him. Babs is on the fence with Ranty. He's going to sit in the middle. He's in the floaters. Playing everybody for what they can get. I think he's Babs is part of Team Ranty. I think. Maybe even similar arguments.
Babs is a good guy.
That would be.
We were talking about this earlier in Gems. We were just saying, like, do we think he's the most honest glober or most honest flat earther and stuff like that? And Babs got the vote for the most honest flat earther.
Hey, Kosho.
Babs got the vote for the most honest flat earther, and Ranty got one of the votes for one of the most honest Globers.
No, we never asked that. We just asked about flat earthers. Just went around.
Kosha, why do you fight against flat Earth? Just out of curiosity.
I don't fight against flat Earth.
You don't fight against flat Earth?
Don't.
So you fight for the globe, which is against flat Earth, right?
I don't fight for the globe.
It's against reality. He
So
fights
you don't
against
fight for the
reality.
globe, and you don't fight for flat Earth. So what are you doing in these forums, Kosho?
Talking with other people like you, people like Bev.
So you don't have a position. You don't have a position between either flat or globe now.
No, I have a position, sure. I'm not fighting people.
It's oppositional. It's oppositional to flat Earth. So why are you oppositional to flat Earth and feel the need to be oppositional in forums about it?
I don't believe in it, so there's that. Because I don't believe in it, that puts me on, the side that in an argument against the Earth being flat. I would be.
I don't believe in Santa.
So you don't believe in other people having different belief systems. That's what you're fighting against?
No. Did you not hear what I just said? I said in that discussion about the Earth being flat. I'm on one side of that discussion.
Yeah, I know, but you're essentially trying to fight against somebody else's belief system, right?
No.
Wait, fight the flat Earth is already taken.
If a discussion comes up where you're arguing for your belief system and it happens to be something that I believe the opposite of, then we'll probably discuss that. I wouldn't call it fighting. Yeah.
So you're not fighting against flat Earth. You're arguing against flat earthers, but you're not fighting against flat Earth, right?
Sometimes, in the case of any conversation I've had with you, we're arguing, sure.
He's
not,
yeah, but we're not flat earthers.
He's not arguing against flat Earth here. He's arguing against reality, Data. We're not flat earthers. We've never said we are.
I understand. So what I'm saying to Kosho is I'm trying to clarify with Kosho is his motivation and towards, like, does he feel the need to be, to inform people he thinks that are misinformed? Like, what? I'm just trying to gather his motive, right? Because you can come to these forums and you can debate your belief system. Right on. It's true. It's exactly what I'm trying to figure out is the reality of the situation. What Kocho is trying to do is debate reality, right? Forms of reality. You have a form of reality and you're having it contested, and that's what you're trying to protect is your form of reality, Kosho?
No. I come to these forums because my friends are in these forums and I'm talking about the things I like to talk about.
Yeah,
talk about them with them.
Kosho's already said.
People who believe in the opposite thing, and so we'll argue. But even people who are also Globers, they believe some opposite
2D, right,
thing. We'll argue about that.
Everything's 2D.
No one ever said that, Bev.
Yeah, you did. You said every surface is 2D.
Swear on your life that I said that.
Every surface is 2D.
Every surface, Bev.
Yeah.
All surfaces are 2D. That's
well,
right.
What is covering everything? Does what is there, Kosho, that you can touch that has no surface?
And every person has a heart, but not every person is a heart. Okay.
What
because everything has a
isn't
surface doesn't mean
a
everything
surface, Kosho? What is there in reality that doesn't have a surface?
What does it matter, Bev?
Well, everything that you've already said, everything is 2D.
A property of something is not the thing itself, Bev.
That's a really bad disconnect, but you've said everything
I told you.
Has a two-dimensional surface.
Yeah,
so
like the skin of a person is not the person.
To you, everything is two-dimensional.
No.
Yes.
Surfaces are two-dimensional. Surfaces are two-dimensional.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's two-dimensional.
Everything has a surface. Everything has a surface, Kosho. Doesn't it?
And does every person have a heart?
Is everything a surface?
I'll answer for you. The answer is yes. Every person does have a heart. But is every person a heart? No.
Does every person have a surface? Kosho.
Every person has a surface. That's right.
Right. Is that surface two-dimensional, Kosho?
Every surface is two-dimensional. That's right.
So does everything have a surface?
Physical things, sure.
Right. So are they all two-dimensional, Kosho?
The surfaces are two-dimensional, yeah.
Okay. So therefore, you think everything is two-dimensional?
No. Once again, a property of something is not the thing itself, Bev. Like
Wow.
you can do this with anything. You could say everything has a mass. Okay, everything has a mass. Not everything is mass, though.
Yeah.
Everything has a brain. Every person
Very
has a brain.
good little
Every
word
person has
games,
a brain.
Kosho, but everything isn't two-dimensional. Unless you're a flat earther, right? This is great, Kosho. You're a G.L.A.R.P.er that's hiding your flat earthness. You think everything. You go beyond flat Earth. You go flat everything.
A flat universalist.
Mm-hmm. A universal flattist.
That's hilarious.
That's good, that. Universal
flat. Flatulentus.
So Kosho, just to confirm, you're here debating. You're here debating two forms of reality, and you think that you have the choice reality, right, Kosho?
I never said that, but in some cases we're debating things that are very. We're debating huge parts of reality, yeah, like the shape of the Earth. Right. I think that my paradigm.
It's not flat. Can we agree? It's not flat. Oh, wait a minute. That's a bit hard for you, isn't it, Kosho?
I said I agree. I said we agree. It's not flat.
You just said it is flat, though. Everything's 2D to you.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Bev. You're a liar. This is what I meant about the honest people like Ranty. Like he's one of the more honest ones. You're one of the greatest, one of the most dishonest ones. Because you know exactly what I said, and you're purposely saying something different than what I said.
No, you misunderstand what two-dimensional is. You really don't understand the basics of geometry. It's length times breadth, two-dimensional. It's a plane. It's a flat surface, Kosho. 3D things are not 2D. There's a difference between reality and like a cartoon, a drawing. One of them's 2D, the other one 3D. Reality. We live in 3D. Euclidean 3 space. That's what we talk about here on this server. Reality. And we try to be honest about things as much as we can. If you think we've been dishonest about something, please tell us.
I've already shown you the definition of what a surface is, and it explicitly stated they're 2D, and they even used the example of a sphere.
Definition 5. A surface is that which is, well, a superficies is that which has length times breadth. And it stays like that until they go out of two-dimensional realm and enter book 11, solid geometry, length times breadth times thickness, 3 dimensions. Have you ever looked at Euclidean geometry, Kosho?
Yes, I have, Bev.
Wow. How far did you get?
I've taken up to calculus 3, Bev.
Euclidean geometry. It's a calculus. Where's the which book's the calculus in?
Say again, I'm sorry?
I said, which book's calculus in?
Which book is calculus in?
Yeah, Euclidean geometry. I asked you if you'd done Euclidean geometry. You
If
said
you've taken
right up
calculus
to
3,
calculus.
then you studied geometry and trigonometry. So that means I've studied geometry as well. I've studied Euclidean geometry.
Okay.
I understand what Euclidean geometry is.
Okay. How far did you get was what I asked, and you said you
And I
got
just
to.
told you I've gotten to calculus 3, which means I've done 2 classes in geometry, 2 classes in trigonometry, or a class in trigonometry.
What did you think of proposition 16?
All the propositions are perfectly fine. The description of
Really?
his shapes and geometry is perfectly fine, and it's beautifully done 2,500 years ago. But it wasn't perfect because there was things that he left out, things that he didn't know yet. That it took, a lot of more advanced mathematics and things to understand.
What didn't Euclid know?
How to describe the surface of a sphere, how to describe the surface of a parabolic path or parabolic plane or a parabolic surface. I mean,
Parabolic plane. Wow.
I corrected myself, Bev.
Yeah, I know you did. Because a plane is a 2-dimensional surface, isn't it?
Flat surface, yeah.
Yeah.
Flat, like a sphere.
Like a sphere.
Like everything. Kosho thinks everything is a 2-dimensional surface.
I think all surfaces are 2-dimensional, yes.
And that's a plane, like you just said.
Is the baby shark
I said
2-dimensional?
a flat plane. Flat plane is a 2-dimensional surface.
A flat plane. Well, what's the other plane? Should we have a look?
Have a parabolic
Have you
surface, or you can have a spherical surface.
a plane? Is I'll have
They're
a
not
look.
planes,
I'll just do a quick Google search for plane. Should I?
Yeah, those aren't planes though. Spherical surface and a parabolic surface aren't planes.
Yeah, that's what a plane is though in maths.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a flat. It's a flat.
It's a flat
surface.
Yeah, 2D.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not all surfaces are flat though.
A plane is a flat 2-dimensional surface. I mean, that's a
right.
plane, flat, 2-dimensional.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Every plane is a surface, but not every surface is a plane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Euclidean space, 3 space, is reality, and a plane is a flat 2-dimensional surface within that Euclidean space.
Yep.
It seems like we can't get out of Euclidean space, can we?
Say again?
How do we go out of Euclidean space in order for you to do your I don't know, what is it? A 2-dimensional curve surface, because it seems to be a flat surface.
A plane would be one type of surface, and a sphere would be another type of surface.
A sphere?
Mm-hmm.
What, different than a plane?
Yeah, it's different than a plane, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And a plane is a flat 2-dimensional surface, and a sphere is different than that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a curved 2-dimensional surface.
Oh. Different than a flat 2-dimensional surface.
Yeah. So remember when I made that thing and I made that program, and you talked about it in whatever way?
You made a computer program or a TV program?
The program that I made that I showed to you.
A computer program or a TV program?
I don't know. How many TV programs have I showed you today?
I don't know.
All right, let's move past that then. The program I showed you earlier, though, with the balls and the planes and the lines, the whole purpose of making that was to show you that in 3D space.
The GIF.
Yeah, there were a couple of GIFs. Yeah, I turned them into GIFs, but I made it in a program.
Kosho, when you talk about your sphere, can you have collinear points on it?
Collinear points. Remind me what that is again. Is that where they're equidistant in the center? Is that
collinear, Kosho.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, that's where they're equidistant, right?
No. Co. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to tell me, I can look it up.
They
real quick.
they share They share. You know, like cooperative, coplanar.
All right. Collinear points. So there are 2 points that share the same straight line.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could, as long as you can intersect the sphere.
Can you have that on a ball?
Sure. Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yes,
It requires one
you
thing.
said 2 collinear points?
Can you have collinear points on your ball? You can't.
Yeah, of course.
No, because your ball needs the geodesic curved lines. How do you
Talk
have
about-
collinear? How do you have collinear points on a geodesic
Are you
curved
talking
line?
about on the surface of the sphere or on the ball at all?
Any. I'm talking about
Yeah, of
any
course.
collinear points. Can you have them on your sphere?
Yeah, of course. You could poke a hole. You can stab them.
How do you have them on your sphere when you?
Let him finish, Data. Let him finish.
You can stab a needle through a ball, and the 2 points that are intersecting, that the needle's intersecting it, would be 2 points. that would
Like
go
a
in here.
chord.
Yeah, that sphere, that thing would make a chord.
Euclidean space. Thank you very
collinear.
much. Yeah, straight line. Euclidean.
And do you disagree?
No, I don't. I think that's right. But that's through the surface of a ball. That's a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I asked. Yeah, I said, can it go anywhere in the ball? Yeah, but are you just talking about the surface? Then no.
So you know
you
that.
can't have it on a surface.
Yeah.
Copy that.
That's good to know, Kosho. You do sort of live in reality, right?
Yeah.
Can you have a tangent on the surface of a sphere?
Tangent to the surface.
No, a tangent on the surface of a sphere.
That doesn't really make much sense.
No, it doesn't, does it? It sounds absolutely ridiculous, doesn't it?
You'd have to say a tangent to the surface.
Yeah. You can't have a straight line on the surface of a sphere. It's not possible.
They don't call them straight lines. They call them geodesics or great circles, but they have the equivalence of a straight line.
Yeah, so what Data's just said and what we've just said about a tangent proves that you know that you can't have a straight line on the surface of a sphere.
I never claimed that you do.
No, I know you didn't. You did claim that all surfaces were 2D, though.
I said that surfaces by definition are 2D.
Yeah.
And I said that geodesics and great circles are the analogy to a straight line in non-Euclidean geometry, but they're not exactly a straight line.
Mm-hmm. So it's not a straight line on the surface of a ball. Yeah,
No, they meet the same requirements, but
yeah, your confusion is just going to keep ramping up here because we're at the point now.
They're not called straight lines. I just told you they're called geodesics or great circles. They're not
I know.
called straight lines.
We know you have problems with this straight line, curve line thing.
No,
it's
I
like
don't, actually.
it's like the 2D, 3D thing as well. It's pretty much the same thing. Just
I know about the Haversine function
one
and
level
how to
further
actually
up.
compute where those lines would be. I just know they're not called straight lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know with that as well. Because you can't have a
The
straight line
people-
on the surface of a sphere.
People call them straight lines though because they're analogous to them, and in really any common talk between normal people, they understand the difference.
Yeah.
Like when you talk about a straight
But
path along the
when
curved
talking mathematically, it is dead wrong to call a curved line a straight line, isn't it?
Oh, what? Dead wrong to do what?
To call a straight line a curved line. You can't do that in mathematics, can you? You can't conflate.
As I said, they're
You
not called straight
cannot
lines.
conflate a straight line with a curved line, because that would be the same as making a straight line a circle, and that would be absolutely ridiculous, wouldn't it? To say, look at this straight line here, and say, look at this circle here. They're both the same thing. This straight line is this circle. That would be crazy. Can you imagine somebody doing
It's not
that?
that crazy, man, because it fits the exact definition. The only difference is it's on a curved surface, but they have the exact same definition as a straight line.
No, a
does.
circle. A circle's a circle. A straight line is a straight line. Like,
yeah, but a
you
great
can't,
circle
you can't have a
is the
square.
shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Can you have a square on the surface of the place that you think you live on?
To some extent.
Yeah. To some extent.
Yeah, small enough ones, yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can have a square or you can't have a square.
You can have small enough ones, yeah.
Small enough ones.
Yeah. It's like in a town, you can build a square. Yeah, small enough areas, you can build a perfectly fine square.
You know the definition of a square?
It's got 4 corners, equally sized and 90-degree angles.
Wow. Okay. 4 equal sides. Again?
That's right.
Are we playing square?
It's a square.
2 equal diagonals.
Yeah, that's exactly what you get when you have 4 90-degree angles
that intersect at right angles.
This is what you get when you're building a square, yeah.
Opposite sides of a square. What are they called?
Opposite sides of a square?
Yep.
Opposite sides of a square.
What? What can you say about them?
They have equal sides, equal angles.
We've already said all 4 sides have got equal. The opposite sides of a square are
there's a lot of words to describe 2 opposite sides of a square.
Parallel. Aren't
yeah,
they?
The lines are parallel. That's right.
Opposite sides are parallel of a square.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it happens when you have 4 90-degree angles.
And you can definitely have a square on the surface of the place we live, right?
Small enough one, yeah.
Small enough one. Why can you not have a big enough one?
Because the Earth curves and it will disrupt those angles and those straight lines.
But the parallel lines.
Yeah, they will stay parallel.
You can't have the sides of a square. The parallel sides of a square won't stay parallel.
Yeah, I'll tell you this basic rule.
It can't be a square then, surely.
If you can see all 4 corners from any of the other corners,
yeah,
and they're all within, none of them are being obstructed by the curve of the Earth, then you can make a perfectly fine 90-degree or 360-degree square with equal sides and everything.
What about if you were at the top of a mountain?
Oh, the terrain's going to get in the way, isn't it?
What?
The terrain's going to get in the way, won't it?
No, if you're looking, let's say you've got mountain tops and you're looking from mountaintop to mountaintop, and these mountain tops have been positioned strategically at 90 degrees perpendicular to each other, when they
you can make a perfect square, but
so you could have a square, could you?
Yeah,
could you measure the angles as being 90 degrees?
Yeah, towards each other, but the problem is that it won't be 90 degrees.
What about instead of using 4 of those corners? What about if you only used 3 and you sighted them 3 mountain tops?
And it won't be 90 degrees to plumb. So that's exactly how you do spherical excess.
Okay. So if you only do 3 of them, you will get triangles with more than 180. And if you measure 4 of them, you will get 360. I like it.
Yeah, you measure the triangle towards each other. You can make a perfect triangle.
Oh, so you can have a triangle now.
For the love of God, dude. Just wait for the finisher, man. That way
can we have triangles?
That way you can respond to something, Bev. Otherwise, you're just gonna be responding to what you
go on. Flap a bit more. Come on.
Want to hear?
Try and get out of it, Kosho.
Yeah, I'm just gonna disengage with this, man. There's no point in talking with you when you do this, man.
You've just fluffed up there, haven't you? You made a mistake.
No, I haven't got the chance to speak.
The square.
I try to answer one question. You're already talking about something else.
You can have the square, but then you can't have the triangle. But then you can have the triangle. Oh shit! I made a mistake.
It's not that confusing if you just don't talk for a second. It's not confusing.
No, you've said you've disengaged, Kosho.
Yeah, Bev.
That disengaged normally means you shut up.
If you do this, I got no reason to continue. But if you stop and engage with a normal person, then
okay. So you're just carrying on then to interrupt and stop me from talking.
I'm just trying to respond to what you just said. and then what you've assumed I was saying.
No, you were saying that we can have a square measuring 90 degrees, but then when I asked you if we only take 3 of those positions, you then had to go back to the earlier bit that you remembered on the top of the mountains, that you had to have more than 180 degrees.
Bev, you actually didn't let me complete my statement about that, which is why I was trying to finish up before you had moved on to the triangles.
Okay,
I was
go on
about
then.
to say something about that, Bev.
Go on. We'll
Please
give you.
don't remember this time, and then you'll get the full answer.
Off you go. Go on.
If you have four viewers on a mountain, and they're above the ground, the site that they make towards each other, from all 4 corners, you can make a square. The square is going to sit above the surface of the Earth. The angles are not going to be perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And so that's what I was saying about spherical axis. This is the way it's done. You build a triangle at a high position like that, but you make those lines perpendicular to your plumb, and you just aim at their vertical. So you're just trying to intersect their vertical line from each of your 3 angles, and then you measure the difference in the horizontal, and the angles you're going to get in just that horizontal plane or horizontal axis is going to be more than 180 degrees.
Right, you have absolutely screwed up there, Kosho. You tried to save yourself, but that was really bad.
How did I screw up, Bev?
Because you've ended up with a triangle having more than 180 degrees. And
yeah, the same thing with the square, Bev. The same exact thing with the square.
No, you said the square could be square, right? You do realise that when you say square, Kosho, you saying 4 90 degrees, 4 exactly the same sides, 2 parallels.
I said none of them were perpendicular to their plumb, meaning if you made them perpendicular to their plumb.
You don't need to talk about perpendicular to plumb when you're talking about squares and triangles, Kosho. That's pretty bad.
It's the exact same principle for both.
You can tell you're a G.L.A.R.P.er. You even put things in like for shapes.
What are you talking about, dude? I tried to explain this to you.
Measuring an angle, Kosho, from one mountain top to another.
The same thing applies to both, and you're saying there's different rules for either. No, there's not different rules for either. The same exact thing applies for the triangle that applies for the square. You can make a perfect triangle on top of that mountain, but they would not.
There's a mathematical proof for a triangle. There's a mathematical proof for a square.
Hold on, Bev. You can make a perfect triangle on top of those mountains, but they wouldn't be perpendicular to plumb. If instead you made them perpendicular to plumb, the angles that you got horizontally would not be 180 degrees.
Kosho, what are you talking about for the triangle being perpendicular to plumb? What are you talking about?
You were on 3 different mountains facing each other, and then you sighted your sights at each other, perfectly at each other.
Yeah.
The invisible triangle that you just made.
You measure an angle. Yep.
Perfect triangle.
Yep.
It'd be a perfect triangle, no different from 180 degrees. But that same triangle, it would not be perpendicular to your plumb. The line that you're sending out to the other people would not be perpendicular to your plumb.
Kosho, 3 coplanar points form a triangle. That triangle will have 180 degrees. Fact.
Go on.
Mathematical
that's right.
fact.
That's right.
Right, so what's
I just
perpendicular
to,
to plumb got to do with it?
From their position, they're shooting out 2 lines. If you're one
They're
person,
just measuring angles, Kosho. You can tell you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
You're never gonna ever know what I'm saying, dude.
I don't care what you're saying, Kosho, because you don't know what you're saying. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You've never done this stuff. You're just making this up. Your model is dictating
if you have those
to
same
you
3 people,
what you are saying.
The 2 points that they're making, pointing at the other 2 people.
You're just talking rubbish again,
to make their corner of the triangle. To make their corner of the triangle, they have 2 lines coming out from their point. Those lines that are coming out from their point are not perpendicular to their plumb if they're aimed at the other 2 people.
Why are you saying perpendicular to plumb? And why do you think that makes a difference when measuring an angle of a triangle? What's going on?
It absolutely makes a difference. Spherical axis is done by using the perpendicular from your plumb pointed at their vertical, because it's not going to intersect the actual point where they're standing.
It's shocking that you think that makes any difference between an angle.
It absolutely does, man. There's hundreds of years of recorded measurements done this way.
You are going to be able to show us how you can measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
I've shown this to you before. I made it in the same program in Blender. I showed it to you. I made it specifically for you. And I showed it to you. I've already done this.
Brilliant. You should send this to the maths. Because you know there's a mathematical proof. In fact, it's axiomated that triangles have 180 degrees. Or 2 right angles, more precisely.
Yes, this is known.
Pardon?
They don't have two right angles. There's no 2 right angles on a triangle.
The sum of 2 right angles. Do you know how many angles that is?
Oh, you're saying the sum is 180 degrees, but that's irrelevant. There's just no 2 right angles.
Yeah, you are right though. You can't have 2 right angles on a triangle. You're perfectly right when you say that. You do. You understand that, right? So I like the way you said that. It's so confident when you said it as well.
Well, I mean, you can't make a triangle that way, but
yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I'll try to model this again.
Can I get that again, just to make you confirm, right? You say you cannot have, because I agree with you, you cannot have a triangle with 2 right angles.
In that Euclidean geometry now.
Oh, okay.
On the surface of a sphere, you can.
What about in reality?
Yeah, in reality.
In reality, you can't have a triangle with 2 right angles.
Well, debatable.
No, I'd say not, because it's within mathematics. This is a mathematic proof against it. So,
but there's some people who think that the longitude lines and the latitude lines are perpendicular to one another. I'm one of those people.
Right. Okay.
And the equator is a latitude line, and all the longitude lines are perpendicular to it. All those longitude lines meet up with the North Pole. So any triangle made from 2 longitude lines and the equator, that triangle that you're getting on the surface of a sphere has 2 90-degree angles.
You remember earlier when I asked you if you can have a square on the surface that you live on?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, or when I just said not a regular triangle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you kept saying on the surface of a sphere, right? And you said you can have triangles with more. But that would mean that you're in non-Euclidean geometry. And one of the fundamental basics of non-Euclidean geometry is there are no parallel lines. So therefore, there's no such thing as a square. You fucked it.
Well, I told you can have a square below the below a minimum amount or maximum amount.
You can't. You can't have any parallel lines. It's axiomated within spherical geometry. There are no parallel lines.
Buildings have parallel lines in them.
Oh, well then, it's not non-Euclidean. It must be Euclidean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Euclidean. It's a rectangular shape.
Yeah, it's
rectangular prism.
Yeah. So
on the surface of a sphere.
So we live in Euclidean 3 space.
Oh, the
space
is small enough.
Not non-Euclidean. Euclidean. That's why we have squares and stuff.
If the area is small enough for you to see all 4 corners at sea level, then there's no earth curve being in the way of making parallel lines or 90-degree corners.
So you can have parallel lines then. So again, another proof that it is definitely Euclidean geometry we're dealing in. I like this. It's getting better and better.
Yeah.
I like it, Kosho. Your ignorance of geometry is helping us at the minute.
Say so. I mean, I've only said this the whole time. I expressed to you the whole thing about having a city square or something, the center of a town.
Yep.
You can have squares that are that small.
Yeah, you can have squares. Therefore, Therefore, there are parallel
They
lines.
go away from each other.
Yeah, there's parallel lines. I love it.
It's you the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course it is. It's obvious. It's there, right there in front of you. The water level is horizontal. Level is horizontal. There are squares, and you can have squares on the surface of the place you live. Most of buildings, blocks, and fields and stuff like that, they're all parallel lines. I mean, you even have parallels on your model, right? You have the 60th parallel, don't you? All of that. So that's contradictory, isn't it? Having a model that says there are no parallel lines, but then calling lines parallels.
You're wrong, dude. Those are parallel planes.
What?
Those planes don't exist in reality. Those are planes that intersect the Earth.
They're planes?
Yes. Those latitude lines, they make parallel planes. They don't make parallel lines.
On the surface of the Earth, a plane?
Oh, intersecting the Earth.
Okay.
That's
So that's
parallel.
not spherical
They're not
geometry
real
then? If they're intersecting, it's not spherical geometry. Once again,
not real planes, man. They're not real planes. Those latitude lines are representing parallel planes that intersect the Earth, but they're not
parallel.
real. There's no planes that actually intersect the Earth.
You say the parallel though.
Yeah, they're parallel planes.
But there's no parallel lines in spherical geometry, so you're
parallel
screwed.
lines. They're parallel planes intersecting the ball.
Intersecting the ball. Again, there's another two things. Intersecting ball. Euclidean. Must be. Again.
Listen, man, I don't have time to go over all this with you, man. It's not complicated. It's really not hard. You've seen pictures of the
It's
Earth
unfortunate
before,
for you,
so you know what I'm
Kosho,
talking about.
but it's brave of you to come out and play. It was good fun playing with you. But you once again failed hard. Your non-Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. There's nowhere for it to exist because we live in Euclidean 3-space. Geometrically provable. In reality, practically provable. Which your non-Euclidean geometry is not provable in any way. I bet you don't even know one proof for spherical geometry, do you? I've got plenty of Euclidean geometry proofs, especially Book 11. Where do you go for your proofs, Kosho? Three parallel planes. Intersecting planes. They're in Euclidean geometry. Two intersecting planes in 3-dimensional space. Well, that's to It's commons. See what that's like. Intersecting planes. Right, I think I'm going to end this live stream for a bit. I'm gonna have to go and get some sleep. Should we go
Good
back
show,
tomorrow?
Bev.
Yeah, I think we might come back tomorrow. But it'll have to be before we go over to Brandon's, because we'll have to go over to Brandon's and sort out this what Ranty ad did at the weekend. We might get somebody to have a chat about the picture, but you never know. We'll have a look at it.